Are you ready to explore the principles of true economic freedom and take control of your financial education? Economics and Freedom brings you powerful resources that will transform the way you think about the economy. Check out our ebooks and courses, where complex ideas like Austrian economics are broken down into clear, actionable insights. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your knowledge, Economics and Freedom is your guide to understanding the economy in a whole new way. Learn how markets really work, why sound money is important, and how individual freedom shapes prosperity. It's not just theory, it's a practical approach to understanding the forces that impact your life every day. Join a growing community of people who value knowledge, freedom, and the power to think independently. Visit www.economics-freedom.com and start your journey today.
This is the preface to Triumphant Democracy, or 50 Years March of the Republic, by Andrew Carnegie, first published in 1886. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2020. Dedication to the beloved Republic, under whose equal laws I am made the peer of any man, although denied political equality in my native land. I dedicate this book with an intensity of gratitude and admiration which the native-born citizen can neither feel nor understand. Andrew Carnegie. And now the preface. Born a subject of the monarchy, adopted a citizen of the Republic, how could it be otherwise than that I should love both lands, and long to do whatever in me lay to bring their people to share that love for each other? The lamentable ignorance concerning the new land which I have found even in the highest political circles of the old first suggested to me how delightful the task would be to endeavor to show something of what the Republic really is, and thus remove, at least in part, the misconceptions which still linger in the minds of many good people of Britain. I believed also that my attempt would give to Americans a better idea of the great work their country had done and is still doing in the world. Probably few Americans will read this book without being astonished at some of the facts elicited. During its progress, I have been deeply interested in it, and it may truly be regarded as a labor of love, the tribute of a very dutiful and grateful adopted son to the country which has removed the stigma of inferiority which his native land saw proper to impress upon him at birth, and has made him, in the estimation of its great laws, as well as in his own estimation, much the more important consideration, the peer of any human being who draws the breath of life, be he Pope, Kaiser, priest, or king, henceforth the subject of no man, but a free man, a citizen. It is to the people, the plain common folk, the democracy of Britain, that I seek to show the progress, prosperity, and happiness of their child, the Republic, that they may still more deeply love it, and learn that the government of the people through the republican form, and not the government of a class through the monarchical form, is the surest foundation of individual growth and of national greatness. To the whole body of Americans I have been anxious to give a juster estimate than prevails in some quarters of the political and social advantages which they so abundantly possess over the people of the older and less advanced lands, that they may be still prouder and even more devoted, if possible, to their institutions than they are. And I have also been no less anxious that the influence of every page of this book might be to incline the American to regard with reverence and affection the great parent people from whom he has sprung, from whose sacrifices in the cause of civil and religious liberty he has reaped so rich a harvest, and to whom he owes a debt of gratitude which can never be adequately repaid. The work once decided upon, I naturally obtained all preceding books bearing on the subject. As the pile of reference books, census reports, and statistical works lay around upon tables and shelves, the question suggested itself, Shall these dry bones live? I hope, therefore, indulgent readers, that you will not be warranted in accusing me of giving too much solid information. I have tried to coat the wholesome medicine of facts in the sweetest and purest sugar of fancy at my command. Pray you, open your mouths and swallow it in small doses, and like the sugar, even if you detest the pill. One word, however, to the critical statistician, and let this be very clearly understood. Although designedly written in as light a style as I am master of, mark me, no liberties have been taken with facts, figures, or calculations. Every statement has been carefully verified and re-verified. Every calculation has been gone over and over again. My readers may safely rely upon the correctness of every quantitative statement made. Considered as a book of reference, what is herein stated is understated rather than overstated. I acknowledge with great pleasure the almost indispensable aid received in the preparation of this work from my clever secretary, Mr. Bridge. I am also indebted to Mr. John D. Champlin, Jr., for many valuable suggestions and for careful supervision as it went through the press. The books and documents and official reports consulted have been legion. I cannot therefore undertake to mention them, but I have received more data from that marvelous work, Scribner's Statistical Atlas, than from any other source, or indeed from any several sources combined. And now, if I have succeeded in giving my countrymen on either or both sides of the Atlantic even a small amount of information about the republic of my love, or brought them nearer together in the bonds of genial affection, or hastened by 1 hour the day in which my native land shall stand forth with my adopted land under the only noble political creed, that which proclaims the equality of the citizen, I shall have received my ample reward. Signed, the author. This ends the dedication and preface.
Chapter 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 1, The Republic. Quote, Methinks I see in my mind a noble and puissant nation rousing herself like a strong man after sleep, and shaking her invincible locks. Methinks I see her as an eagle mewing her mighty youth and kindling her undazzled eyes at the full midday beam, purging and unsealing her long abused sight at the fountain itself of heavenly radiance, while the whole noise of timorous and flocking birds, with those also that love the twilight, flutter about, amazed at what she means. Closed quote. Milton. The old nations of the earth creep on at a snail's pace. The republic thunders past with the rush of the express. The United States, the growth of a single century, has already reached the foremost rank among nations, and is destined soon to outdistance all others in the race. In population, in wealth, in annual savings, and in public credit, in freedom from debt, in agriculture, and in manufactures, America already leads the civilized world. France, with her fertile plains and sunny skies, requires 260 years to grow 2 Frenchmen, where 1 grew before. Great Britain, whose rate of increase is greater than that of any other European nation, takes 70 years to double her population. The Republic has repeatedly doubled hers in 25 years. In 1831, Great Britain and Ireland contained 24 millions of people, and 50 years later, 1881, 34 millions. France increased during the same period from 32.5 to 37.5 millions. The Republic bounded from 13 to 50 millions. England gained 10, France 5, the United States 37 millions. Thus the Republic, in 1/2 century, added to her numbers as many as the present total population of France and more than the present population of the United Kingdom. Think of it. A Great Britain and Ireland called forth from the wilderness, as if by magic, in less than the span of a man's few days upon earth, almost as if the yawning earth to heaven a subterranean host had given. Truly, the Republic is the Minerva of nations. Full armed, she has sprung from the brow of Jupiter Britain. The 13 millions of Americans of 1830 have now increased to 56 millions, more English-speaking people than exist in all the world besides, more than in the United Kingdom and all her colonies, even were the latter doubled in population. Startling as is this statement, it is tame in comparison with that which is to follow. In 1850, the total wealth of the United States was but $8,430,000,000, £1,686,000,000, while that of the United Kingdom exceeded $22,500,000,000, £4,500,000,000, or nearly 3 times that sum. 30 short years suffice to reverse the positions of the respective countries. In 1882, the monarchy was possessed of a golden lode of no less than 8,720 millions sterling. Just pause a moment to see how this looks when strung out in cold figures. But do not try to realize what it means, for mortal man cannot conceive it. Herbert Spencer need not travel so far afield to reach the unknowable. He has it right here, under his very eyes. Let him try to know the import of this $43,600,000,000, £8,720,000,000. It is impossible. But stupendous as this seems, it is exceeded by the wealth of the Republic, which in 1880, 2 years before, amounted to $48,950,000,000, £9,790,000,000. What a mercy we write for 1880! For had we to give the wealth of 1 year later, another figure would have to be found and added to the interminable row. America's wealth today greatly exceeds 10,000 millions sterling. Nor is this altogether due to her enormous agricultural resources, as may at first glance be thought. For all the world knows, she is first among nations in agriculture. It is largely attributable to her manufacturing industries, for, as all the world does not know, she, and not Great Britain, is also the greatest manufacturing country. In 1880, British manufactures amounted in value to 818 millions sterling, those of America to 1,112 millions. Footnote: British returns do not include flour mills and sawmills, but 60 millions sterling, a sum far beyond their possible value, have been allowed for these in the above estimate. End footnote. Nearly half as much as those of the whole of Europe, which amounted to 2,600 millions. Thus, although Great Britain manufactures for the whole world, and the Republic is only gaining year after year greater control of her own markets, Britain's manufactures in 1880 were not 2/3 the value of those of the 1-century-old Republic, which is not generally considered a manufacturing country at all. In the savings of nations, America also comes first. her annual savings of 210 million sterling, exceeding those of the United Kingdom by 56 millions, and those of France by 70 million sterling. The 50 million Americans of 1880 could have bought up the 140 millions of Russians, Austrians, and Spaniards, or, after purchasing wealthy France, could have had enough pocket money to acquire Denmark, Norway, Switzerland, and Greece. The Yankee Republican could even buy the home of his ancestors, the dear old home with all its exquisite beauty, historical associations, and glorious traditions which challenge our love and hold it captive. The cloud-capped towers of the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples. Aye, every acre of Great Britain and Ireland could he buy and hold it as a pretty little Isle of Wight to his great continent. And after doing this, he could turn round and pay off the entire national debt of that deeply indebted land, and yet not exhaust his fortune, the product of a single century. What will he not be able to do ere his second century closes? Already the nations which have played great parts in the world's history grow small in comparison. In 100 years they will be as dwarfs, in 200 mere pygmies to this giant. He, the Gulliver of nations, they but Lilliputians who may try to bind him with their spider threads in vain. The shipping of the Republic ranks next to that of the world's carrier, Britain. No other nation approaches her for second place. In 1880, the carrying power of Great Britain was 18 millions of tons, that of the Republic 9 millions, being about one-half the motherland's commercial fleet, but more than that of France, Germany, Norway, Italy, and Spain combined, these being the 5 largest carrying powers of Europe after Britain. The Western Republic has more than 4 times the carrying capacity of its European sister France, and quite 4 times as much as Germany. Her ships earned nearly 20% of the total shipping earnings of the world in 1880. France and Germany each earned but a shade over 5%. The exports and imports of America are already equal to those of either of those countries, about 300 million sterling. Notwithstanding those facts, which are corroborated by Mulhall and are known to be correct, the general impression is that the Republic, gigantic as she is on land, has very little footing upon the water. This is one of many popular delusions about the kin beyond sea. But while she is next to Britain herself as a maritime power, it is when we turn to her internal commerce, her carrying power on land, that she reverses positions with her great mother. The internal commerce of the United States exceeds the entire foreign commerce of Great Britain and Ireland, France, Germany, Russia, Holland, Austria, Hungary, and Belgium combined. For railway freight, over 110 million sterling are annual paid, a greater sum than the railway freightage of Great Britain, France, and Italy collectively, and more than is earned by all the ships in the world, exclusive of America's own earnings from ships. The Pennsylvania Railroad system alone transports more tonnage than all Britain's merchant ships. In military and naval power, the Republic is at once the weakest and the strongest of nations. Her regular army consists of but 25,000 men scattered all over the continent in companies of 50 or 100. Her navy, thank God, is as nothing. But 20 years ago, as at the blast of a trumpet, she called into action 2 millions of armed men and floated 626 warships. Even the vaunted legions of Xerxes and the hordes of Attila and Timur were exceeded in numbers by the citizen soldiers who took up arms in 1861 to defend the unity of the nation, and who, when the task was done, laid them quietly down and returned to the avocations of peace. As Macaulay says of the soldiers of the Commonwealth, quote, "In a few months there remained not a trace indicating that the most formidable army in the world had just been absorbed into the mass of the community." Close quote. And the character of the Republic soldiers, too, recalls his account of this Republican army of Cromwell's. Quote, "The Royalists themselves confessed in every department of honest industry the discarded warriors prospered beyond other men, that none was charged with any theft or robbery, that none was heard to ask for alms, and that if a baker, a mason, or a wagoner attracted notice by his diligence and sobriety, he was, in all probability, one of Oliver's old soldiers." Close quote. This was when the parent land was free from hereditary rulers and under the invigorating influence of republican institutions. Thus do citizens fight on one side of the Atlantic as on the other, and grander far thus return to the pursuits of peace, not for throne, for king, or for privileged class, but for country. For a country which gives to the humblest every privilege according to the greatest, one says instinctively, "Where's the coward that would not dare to fight for such a land?" Britain, as republicans, were of course invincible. What chance in the struggle has a royalist who cries, "My king," against the citizen whose patriotic ardor glows as he whispers, "My country"? The God, save the king, of the monarchist grows faint before the nobler strain of the republican, "God bless our native land." Our king, poor trifler, may be beneath consideration. Our country is ever sure of our love. There would be words to conjure and work miracles with, and "our country" is of these. Others, having ceased to be divine, have become ridiculous, and king and throne are of these. The 27,000 Englishmen who met in Bingley Hall, Birmingham, to honor the sturdiest Englishman of all, John Bright, dispersed not with the paltry and puerile "God save the Queen," but with these glorious words, sung to the same tune, quote, "God bless our native land. May heaven's protective hand still guard her shore. May peace her fame extend, foe be transformed to friend, and Britain's power depend on war no more." Close quote. Worthy this of England, blessed mother of nations, which now are, and of others yet to be. To hear it was worth the voyage across the Atlantic. Never crept the thrill of triumph more wildly through my frame than when I lifted up my voice and sang with the exulting mass the coming national hymn, which is to live and vibrate round the world when royal families are as extinct as dodos. God speed the day. A royal family is an insult to every other family in the land. I found no trace of them at Birmingham. The Republic wants neither standing army nor navy. In this lies her chief glory and her strength. Resting securely upon the love and devotion of all her sons, she can, Cadmus-like, raise from the soil vast armed hosts who fight only in her defense, and who, unlike the seed of the dragon, return to the avocations of peace when danger to the Republic is past. The American citizen who will not fight for his country if attacked is unworthy of the name, and the American citizen who could be induced to engage in aggressive warfare is equally so. Happily, there is no such man. Of more importance even than commercial or military strength is the Republic's commanding position among nations intellectual activity. For she excels in the number of schools and colleges, in the number and extent of her libraries, and in the number of newspapers and other periodicals published. In the application of science to social and industrial uses, she is far in advance of other nations. Many of the most important practical inventions which have contributed to the progress of the world during the past century originated with Americans. No other people have devised so many labor-saving machines and appliances. The first commercially successful steamboat navigated the Hudson, and the first steamship to cross the Atlantic sailed under the American flag from an American port. America gave to the world the cotton gin and the first practical mowing, reaping, and sewing machines. In the most spiritual, most ethereal of all departments in which man has produced great triumphs, viz., electricity, the position of the American is specially noteworthy. He may be said almost to have made this province his own, for, beginning with Franklin's discovery of the identity of lightning and electricity, it was an American who devised the best and most widely used system of telegraphy, and an American who boldly undertook to bind together the old and the new land with electric chains. In the use of electricity for illuminating purposes, America maintains her position as first wherever this subtle agent is invoked. The recent addition to the world's means of communication, the telephone, is also to be credited to the new land. Into the distant future of this giant nation we need not seek to peer, but if we cast a glance forward, as we have done backward, for only 50 years, and assume that in this short interval no serious change will occur, the astounding fact startles us that in 1935, 50 years from now, when many in manhood will still be living, 180 millions of English-speaking Republicans will exist under one flag and possess more than 250,000 millions of dollars, or 50,000 millions sterling of national wealth. 80 years ago, the whole of America and Europe did not contain so many people, and if Europe and America continue their normal growth, it will be little more than another 80 years ere the mighty republic may boast as many loyal citizens as all the rulers of Europe combined. For before the year 1980, Europe and America will each have a population of about 600 millions. The causes which have led to the rapid growth and aggrandizement of this latest addition to the family of nations constitute one of the most interesting problems in the social history of mankind. What has brought about such stupendous results, so unparalleled a development of a nation within so brief a period? The most important factors in this problem are three: the ethnic character of the people, the topographical and climatic conditions under which they developed, and the influence of political institutions founded upon the equality of the citizen. Certain writers in the past have maintained that the ethnic type of a people has less influence upon its growth as a nation than the conditions of life under which it is developing. The modern ethnologist knows better. We have only to imagine what America would be today if she had fallen, in the beginning, into the hands of any other people than the colonizing British, to see how vitally important is this question of race. America was indeed fortunate in the seed planted upon her soil. With the exception of a few Dutch and French, it was wholly British, and, as will be shown in the next chapter, the American of today remains true to this noble strain and is 4/5 British. The special aptitude of this race for colonization, its vigor and enterprise, and its capacity for governing although brilliantly manifested in all parts of the world, have never been shown to such advantage as in America. Freed here from the pressure of feudal institutions no longer fitted to the present development, and freed also from the dominion of the upper classes, which have kept the people at home from effective management of affairs and sacrificed the nation's interest for their own, as is the nature of classes, these masses of the lower ranks of Britons, called upon to found a new state, have proved themselves possessors of a positive genius for political administration. The second, and perhaps equally important factor in the problem of the rapid advancement of this branch of the British race is the superiority of the conditions under which it has developed. The home which has fallen to its lot, a domain more magnificent than has cradled any other race in the history of the world, presents no obstructions to unity, to the thorough amalgamation of its dwellers, north, south, east, and west, into one homogeneous mass, for the conformation of the American continent differs in important respects from that of every other great division of the globe. In Europe, the Alps occupy a central position, forming on each side watersheds of rivers which flow into opposite seas. In Asia, the Himalaya and Hindu Kush and the Altai Mountains divide the continent, rolling from their sides many great rivers which pour their floods into widely separated oceans. But in North America, the mountains rise up on each coast, and from them the land slopes gradually into great central plains, forming an immense basin where the rivers flow together in one valley, offering to commerce many thousand miles of navigable streams. The map thus proclaims the unity of North America, for in this great central basin, 3 million square miles in extent, free from impassable rivers or mountain barriers great enough to hinder free intercourse, political integration is a necessity and consolidation a certainty. Herbert Spencer has illustrated by numerous examples the principle that mountain-haunting peoples and peoples living in deserts and marshes are difficult to consolidate, while peoples penned in by barriers are consolidated with facility. Nations so separated, moreover, regard those beyond the barrier as natural enemies, and in Europe the ambition and selfishness of ruling dynasties have helped to make this belief the political creed of the people. Cowper has seized upon this idea in the well-known lines, quote, "Mountains interposed make enemies of nations who had else like kindred drops been mingled into one." Close quote. Europe has thus been kept in a state of perpetual war or preparation for war among some of its several divisions, entailing such misery and loss of life as well as of material wealth and retarding civilization. Besides the rivers, the Great Lakes of America, estimated to contain 1/3 of all the fresh water in the world, are another important element in aid of consolidation. A ship sailing from any part of the world may discharge its cargo at Chicago in the Northwest, 1,000 miles inland. The Mississippi and its tributaries traverse the great western basin, 1.25 million square miles in extent, and furnish an internal navigable system of 20,000 miles. A steamer starting from Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, 450 miles inland from New York, and 2,000 from the mouth of the Mississippi, passing through these waterways and returning to its starting place at that smoky metropolis of iron and steel, will sail a distance much greater than round the world. Nor will it, in all its course, be stopped by any government official, be taxed by any tariff. The flag it carries will ensure free passage for ship and cargo, unimpeded by any fiscal charge whatever, for the whole continent enjoys the blessing of absolute freedom of intercourse among its citizens. In estimating the influences which promote the consolidation of the people, much weight must be given to this cause. 50 millions of people occupying an area which includes climatic differences so great that everything necessary for the wants of man can be readily produced, exchange their products without inspection or charge. Truly, here is the most magnificent exhibition of free trade which the world has ever seen. It would be difficult to set bounds to the beneficial effects of the wise provision of the national constitution, which guarantees to every member of the vast confederacy the blessings of unrestricted commercial intercourse, not only from an economical point of view, but from the higher standpoint of its bearing upon the unity and brotherhood of the people. This unrestricted freedom of trade must rank as one of the most potent agencies for the preservation of the Union. Were each of the 38 states of the American continent to tax the products of others, we should soon see the dissolution of the great republic into 38 warring factions. If anyone doubts that free trade carries peace in its train, let him study the internal free trade system in America. The railway system, although an artificial creation, must rank as even more important than the great natural waterways in its influence upon the unification of the people. 130,000 miles of railways, more than in the whole of Europe, traverse the country in all directions and bind the nation together with bonds of steel. From the Atlantic to the Pacific, 3,000 miles apart, or from New York to New Orleans, the traveler passes without change in the same moving hotel. In it he is fed, lodged, and has every want supplied. 760,000 miles of telegraph, enough to put 30 girdles around the earth. The very nerves of the Republic quiver night and day with social and commercial messages. The college-bred youth of Massachusetts is not separated from the paternal home and its associations when on his ranch in Colorado, nor is the Eastern young lady removed from the home influences of New York when she marries the Southern planter and goes forth to create a similar home in Texas. Constant communication between the families and frequent visits animate them with kindred ideas and keep them united. They carry the stars and stripes with them wherever they settle and preserve the unity of the nation. In the course of her short career, the Republic has had to face and overcome two sources of great danger, either of which might have overtaxed the wisdom and courage of any political fabric resting upon a less wide and indestructible base than the perfect equality of the citizen. The infant state was left with the viper, human slavery, gnawing at its vitals, and it grew and strengthened with the growth and strength of the Republic until sufficiently powerful to threaten its very life. Coiled round and into every joint and part of the body politic, and sucking away the moral strength of the nation, the slave power, in an effort to extend its baneful influence, fortunately committed one morning what is in the soul of every American the one unpardonable sin. It fired upon the flag. Blessed shot! For it was required to bring home to the national conscience the knowledge that not only were freedom and slavery antagonistic social forces which could never be joined, but that slavery as a political institution was inconsistent with the Republican idea. The shot fired that bright sunny morning at the ensign floating like a thing of joy over the ramparts of Fort Sumter left the patriots no recourse. A thrill passed through the free states, and once again, for unity, as before for independence, men of all parties pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to uphold the Republic. How nobly that pledge was redeemed is known to the world. not only until every slave was free, but not until every slave was a citizen with equal voice in the state, was the righteous sword of the Republic sheathed. The second source of danger lay in the millions of foreigners who came from all lands to the hospitable shores of the nation, many of them ignorant of the English language, and all unaccustomed to the exercise of political duties. If so great a number stood aloof from the national life and formed circles of their own, or if they sought America for a period only, to earn money with which to return to their original homes, the injury to the state must inevitably be serious. The generosity, shall I not say the incredible generosity, with which the public has dealt with these people met its reward. They are won to her side by being offered for their subjectship the boon of citizenship. For denial of equal privileges at home, the new land meets them with perfect equality, saying, "Be not only with us, but be of us." They reach the shores of the Republic subjects, an insulting word, and she makes them citizens. Serfs, and she makes them men, and their children she takes gently by the hand, and leads to the public schools, which she has founded for her own children, and gives them, without money and without price, a good primary education as the most precious gift which even she has in her bountiful hand to bestow upon human beings. This is democracy's gift of welcome to the newcomer. The poor immigrant cannot help growing up passionately fond of his new home, and, alas, with many bitter thoughts of the old land which has defrauded him of the rights of man, and thus the threatened danger is averted, the homogeneity of the people secured. The unity of the American people is further powerfully promoted by the foundation upon which the political structure rests, the equality of the citizen. There is not one shred of privilege to be met with anywhere in all the laws. One man's right is every man's right. The flag is the guarantor and symbol of equality. The people are not emasculated by being made to feel that their own country decrees their inferiority and holds them unworthy of privileges according to others. No ranks, no titles, no hereditary dignities, and therefore no classes. Suffrage is universal, and votes are of equal weight. Representatives are paid, and political life and usefulness thereby thrown open to all. Thus there is brought about a community of interests and aims which a Briton, accustomed to monarchical and aristocratic institutions, dividing the people into classes with separate interests, aims, thoughts, and feelings, can only with difficulty understand. The free common school system of the land is probably, after all, the greatest single power in the unifying process which is producing the new American race. Through the crucible of a good common English education, furnished free by the state, pass the various racial elements, children of Irishmen, Germans, Italians, Spaniards, and Swedes, side by side with the Native American, all to be fused into one in language, in thought, in feeling, and in patriotism. The Irish boy loses his brogue, and the German child learns English. The sympathies suited to the feudal systems of Europe, which they inherit from their fathers, pass off as dross, leaving behind the pure gold of the only noble political creed: all men are created free and equal, taught how to live and work for the common weal, and not for the maintenance of a royal family or an overbearing aristocracy, not for the continuance of a social system which ranks them beneath an arrogant class of drones, children of Russian and German serfs, of Irish evicted tenants, Scotch crofters, and other victims of feudal tyranny, are transmuted into Republican Americans, and are made one in love for a country which provides equal rights and privileges for all her children. There is no class so intently patriotic, so wildly devoted to the Republic as the naturalized citizen and his child, for little does the native-born citizen know of the value of rights which have never been denied. Only the man born abroad, like myself, under institutions which insult him at his birth, can know the full meaning of republicanism. It follows from the prevailing system of free education that the Americans are a reading people. Arising out of this fact, we find another powerful influence promoting unity of sentiment and purpose among the millions of the Republic, the influence of the American press. 8,000 newspapers scattered throughout the land receive simultaneous reports. Everybody in America reads the same news the same morning and discusses the same questions. The man of San Francisco is thus brought as near to a common center with his fellow citizen of St. Paul, New Orleans, or New York, as is the man of London with him of Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool, or Edinburgh, and infinitely nearer than the man of Belfast or Dublin. The bullet of the lunatic which killed President Garfield, could it have traveled so far, would have been outstripped by the lightning messengers which carried the sad news to the most distant hamlet upon the continent. The blow struck in the afternoon found a nation of 56 millions bowed with grief ere sunset. So, too, the quiet intimation conveyed one evening by Secretary Seward to the Minister of France that he thought Mexico was a very healthy country for the French to migrate from, called forth at every breakfast table the next morning the emphatic response, "I rather guess that's so." Fortunately, the Emperor was of the same opinion. It is these causes which render possible the growth of a great homogeneous nation, alike in race, language, literature, interest, patriotism, an empire of such overwhelming power and proportions as to require neither army nor navy to ensure its safety, and a people so educated and advanced as to value the victories of peace. The student of American affairs today sees no influences at work save those which make for closer and closer union. The Republic has solved the problem of governing large areas by adopting the federal or home rule system, and has proved to the world that the freest self-government of the parts produces the strongest government of the whole. End of Chapter 1, The Republic.
Chapter 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 2. The American People. Quote, "From biological truths it may be inferred that the eventual mixture of the allied varieties of the Aryan race forming the population will produce a finer type of man than has hitherto existed, and a type of man more plastic, more adaptable, more capable of undergoing the modifications needful for complete social life. I think that whatever difficulties they may have to surmount, and whatever tribulations they may have to pass through, the Americans may reasonably look forward to a time when they will have produced a civilization grander than any the world has known." End quote. Herbert Spencer. Fortunately for the American people, they are essentially British. I trust they are evermore to remain truly grateful for this crowning mercy. The assertion of the historian of the Norman Conquest that the chief difference between the Briton and the American is that the former has crossed but one ocean, the latter two, is something more than a mere dictum. It is capable of actual demonstration. 2.5 centuries ago, the American population was British with a very small intermixture of French and Dutch. In 1776, when the colonies informed the world of the great truth that all men are created equal, and set up an independent republic without king or aristocracy or any other kind of the political evils of the past, the population had reached 3 millions. In 1840, it had grown almost entirely by natural increase to 14 millions of white people. There were then 3 million colored slaves. That these 14 million whites were almost purely of British origin is shown by the small amount of immigration up to that date. Previous to 1820, when immigration returns were first made, it is estimated that the total number of immigrants to that date had not exceeded 250,000, and most of these were British. Between 1820 and 1830, there arrived only 144,000, and during the next decade 600,000, nearly all British, for the German and other continental exodus had not begun. It was not till after 1840 that immigration began on a large scale. Beginning then in 1840 with an almost purely British race, let us trace the ingredients which up to the present time have gone to make the American of today, differentiated as he is, and yet only British, with a difference. The total number of immigrants to the United States between 1840 and 1880 was a little more than 9 millions, 55% of whom were British. Just note this surprising truth. Led into the rivulets which swell the American population from all other parts of the world, and out of the little British Isles comes a stream mightier than all the others in its flow. Glorious mother, with her own heart's blood she feeds her child. The position may be stated in round figures in the following form. These figures are arrived at by taking the number of native whites and of immigrants each year beginning in 1840, and adding 3%, which is about the natural rate of increase. The number of native births and of immigrants arriving the following year is then added, 3% again allowed, and so on up to 1880. The figures have been carefully verified, and it is believed that by this mode the truth has been reached, since the census of 1880 shows 43,478,000 whites, or slightly beyond 3% per annum. Of almost purely British origin in 1840, 14,196,000. Increased at 3% per annum to 1880, 11,850,000. British immigration, 1840 to 1880, with natural increase estimated at 3% per annum upon each year's arrivals up to 1880, 9,175,000. Other than British immigration, 1840 to 1880, with increase estimated at 3% per annum as before, 7,506,000. Total, 42,727,000. Thus, the American of today is certainly more than 4/5 British in his ancestry. The other fifth is principally German. For more than 3 millions of these educated, thrifty, and law-abiding citizens were received between 1840 and 1880, almost as many as from Ireland. From all other countries other than Britain and Germany, the immigration is scarcely worth taking into account. For during the 40 years noted, the total number was little more than 1 million. France and Sweden and Norway contributed about 300,000 each. But this non-British blood has even less than its proportional influence in forming the national character, especially in its political phase, because the language, literature, laws, and institutions are English. It may, however, safely be averred that the small mixture of foreign races is a decided advantage to the new race, for even the British race is improved by a slight cross. Give me a British foundation, the beefeater to begin with, the stolid, or, if you will, stupid mind of the Philistine of dear Matthew Arnold's aversion, only partially open to the sweetness and light of life, slow as an elephant, tough as a rhinoceros, awkward as a mule, and just as cantankerous, but possessed of an honest, courageous, well-meaning, and above all, truth-telling nature. A strange combination of the lion and the lamb, this islander, savage and sentimentalist in one. "It's a fine day, let's kill something," roars the savage, his daily remark for months at a time, and his daily practice too, for even the best educated Briton (with a few exceptions of the Spencer, Balfour, and Arnold type) has not yet risen in his recreations beyond shooting half-tame birds. "For the fun of the thing." And yet their typical hero, dying on the decks of the Victory, murmurs, "Kiss me, Hardy," as sweetly as a woman, and passes to the abode of heroes with a warrior's kiss on his lips. And Nelson's antipode, Fat Jack Falstaff, to show how extremes meet, so true to nature is Shakespeare, "A babbled o' green fields," as he left us. There's genuine tenderness and love in all these island mastiffs, and theirs is the one trait par excellence without which we may say to a man or race, "Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel." The Briton is stable. What he sets about to do, he does, or dies in the attempt. Concentration is his peculiarity. He may not gain very fast, but he is a veritable ratchet wheel. Every inch he gains, he holds. There is no slip back in him, nor does he lose in the race by lateral motion. The tortoise beats the hare, of course. The hare zigzags. No zigzag in John Bull. He does not like to go round a mountain, even when it is the easier way. He digs through. The hunter, who found temporary safety when attacked by a bear in catching it by the tail and swinging it round with the would-be too affectionate monster, called to his companions to come and help him to let go. By this sign we know he wasn't a Britisher, for it never occurs to the true Briton that in the nature of things he can voluntarily let go of anything. He would have been in with that bear for the whole war, bound to fight it out on that line if it took all summer, as General Grant put it. And note it, fellow citizens, he was a Grant. There came in the Scottish blood of that tenacious, self-contained, stubborn force which kept pegging away, always certain of final victory, because he knew he could not divert himself, even if he wished, from the task he had undertaken. His very nature forbade retreat. Thus stood the sturdy, moody Scotch-American of steady purpose, fighting through to the finish with no "let go" in his composition, as that English-American Lincoln did, for Uncle Abe's family came from Norfolk, in the wider field of national policy when he, too, quote, "kept his course unshaked of motion." End quote. This master trait of the British race shows resplendently in Lincoln, the greatest political genius of our era, greatest judged either by the inherent qualities of the man or by the material results of his administration. Even Bismarck's reorganization of Germany dealt with far less imposing, far less gigantic forces than those which Lincoln was called upon to control. Nor has Bismarck achieved the highest degree of political success. He has not harmonized, fused into one united whole, the people he consolidated, as Lincoln did. His weapons have been those of force alone, blood and iron his cry. Even in peace, a master solely by brute force. Lincoln was as generous, as conciliatory, as gentle in peace as he was always sad and merciful, yet ever immovable in war. Bismarck excited the fears of the masses. Lincoln won their love. One, a rude conqueror only. The other, not only that, but also the guider of the highest and best aspirations of his people. With monarchical Bismarck, might made right. With Republican Lincoln, right made might. That's the difference. Hence the fame of one is to be ephemeral, that of the other immortal. The American fortunately has in the German, French, and other races which have contributed to his makeup the lacking ingredients which confer upon him a much less savage and more placable nature than that of the original Briton. To this slight strain of foreign blood, and to the more stimulating effects of his brighter climate (which caused an English friend once to remark that temperance is no virtue in the American since he breathes champagne), together with the more active play of forces in a new land under political institutions which make the most of men, we must attribute the faculty observed in him by Matthew Arnold of thinking straighter and seeing clearer, and also of acting more promptly than the original stock, for the American is nothing if not logical. He gets hold of the underlying principle, and, reasoning from that, he goes ahead to conclusion. He wants everything laid down by square and compass, and in political institutions something that is fair all around, neither advantages nor disadvantages, but universal equality. Toleration in the Briton is truly admirable. The leading radical and the leading Tory Democrat are found dining with each other, perhaps may be found in the same cabinet one of these days, since extremes meet. Well, the American is even more tolerant. Politics never divide people. Once in 4 years he warms up and takes sides. Opposing hosts confront each other, and a stranger would naturally think that only violence could result, whichever side won. The morning after the election, his arm is upon his opponent's shoulder, and they are chaffing each other. All becomes as calm as a summer sea. He fights rebels for 4 years, and as soon as they lay down their arms, invites them to his banquets. Not a life is sacrificed to feed his revenge. Jefferson Davis, educated at the National Military Academy and a deserter from the state, is allowed to drag on his weary life in merited oblivion. Not a drop of martyr's blood embitters the wayward South and breeds the wish for revenge. "We shall give mankind," said Secretary Seward, "an example of such magnanimity as has never been seen." He had no monarchy, no aristocracy, no military class urging sacrifice to appease his offended majesty. He had the democracy behind him, with its generous instincts preaching forgiveness, and hence no drop of blood was shed. The American never cherishes resentment, but is willing always not only to forgive, but to forget, the latter not less than half the struggle. For as our humorist very justly observes, "The man who forgives but don't forget is trying to settle with the Lord for 50 cents on the dollar." Brother Jonathan pays the full dollar. The generally diffused love of music which characterizes America is largely the outcome of the German and continental contingent, for, with all the phlegm of the Briton, there is in the German a part of his nature touched to fine issues. He loves music, is highly sociable, very domestic at home, and at his best in the bosom of his family. Most valuable of all, he is well educated and has excellent habits, is patient, industrious, peaceful, and law-abiding. Another important characteristic of this race is the alacrity with which they adopt American ideas. The vast majority have already done so ere they sailed westward. The German loves his native country, but hates its institutions. Prince Bismarck's yoke is neither light nor easy. Universal military service, the blood tax of monarchies, is calculated to set the best minds among the bone and sinew to thinking over the political situation, and, oh, America, how bright and alluring you appear to the downtrodden masses of Europe, with your equal laws, equal privileges, and the halo of peace surrounding your brow. What a bribe you offer to the most loyal-minded man to renounce his own country to share a heritage so fair. The immigrant may not succeed in the new land, or succeed as the Irishman did, who replied to the inquiry of his friend as to whether the Republic was the country for the poor man. "It is indeed. Look at me. When I came I hadn't a rag on my back, and now I'm just covered with them." Many new arrivals fail. Many would succeed better in their old homes. America is only a favored land for the most efficient. Drones have no place in her hive. But in whatever the immigrant may fail, whether in securing wealth or home, whether he remain poor or lose health, whether his lot be happy or miserable, there remains one great prize which cannot escape him, one blessing so bright, so beneficent, as to shed upon the darkest career the glory of its entrancing rays, and compensate for the absence of material good. Upon every exile from home falls the boon of citizenship, equal with the highest. The Republic may not give wealth or happiness. She has not promised these. It is the freedom to pursue these, not their realization, which the Declaration of Independence claims. But if she does not make the immigrant happy or prosperous, this she can do and does do for everyone. She makes him a citizen, a man. The Frenchman is not a migrating animal. It is much to the credit of America that it has attracted even 300,000 of these home-keeping Gauls. The number is so small that their influence upon the national character cannot be otherwise than trifling. They are the cooks and the epicures of the world, and to them America may well be grateful for the standard maintained by the Delmonicos, the French restaurants of the principal cities. No country has experienced so clearly as this, till recently, while God sent the victuals, the cooks came from another source. These were not from France, nor under French influence in the former days. Even yet, west of Chicago, the cookery is shameful, but thanks to the Frenchman, the better modes travel westward rapidly. Nature never furnished to any nation so great a variety of food, yet no civilized people ever cooked it so badly. In women's dress, for the few male dudes affect English fashions, our Gaelic brethren give evidence of their influence in the direction of good taste. The verdict of my English friends invariably is that American women dress so well, so much better than her English sister. We must credit the French citizen with this flattering verdict. No other race than the French and the German (including Swedes and Norwegians, who are also Teutons) has reached these shores in significant numbers to impress even a trace of its influence upon the national character. The inability of the American race to maintain itself and its dependence upon immigration for its future have furnished texts for certain foreign writers, but the facts are against them. Of the 56 million Americans now living, 7/8, or 49 millions, are native born. 1/8, or 7 millions, first saw the light in foreign lands. The colored population is about equal to the foreign-born. The census returns show that the rate of increase among native-born Americans has been as follows: 1850 to 1860, 32 1/3%; 1870 to 1880, 31 1/4%. In no European country does the rate of increase approach these figures, which are about the average rate of increase for the entire population of America, native and foreign, which proves that the native American is as prolific as the foreign-born in America, while both are more prolific than the inhabitants of any European country. Notwithstanding the enormous number of immigrants which yearly flow into the country, the native births are 7 to 8 times greater in number than the foreign arrivals. Besides this, as we have seen, more than half of the foreign arrivals are British, so that the American people are ever becoming more purely British in origin. The value to the country of the annual foreign influx, however, is very great indeed. This is more apt to be under than overestimated. During the 10 years between 1870 and 1880, the number of immigrants averaged 280,000 per annum. In 1 year, 1882, nearly 3 times that number, 789,000, arrived. 60%, 473,400, of this mass were adults between 15 and 40 years of age. These adults were surely worth $1,500 or £300 each, for in former days an efficient slave sold for this sum, making a money value of $710 million, £142 million, to which may be safely added $1,000 or £200 each, or $315 million, £63 million, for the remaining 40% of the host. Further, it is estimated that every immigrant brings in cash an average of $125, 25 pounds. The cash value of immigrants upon this basis for the year of 1882 exceeded $1,125,000,000, 225 million pounds. True, 1882 was an exceptional year, but the average yearly augmentation of the Republic's wealth from immigrants who seek its shores to escape the enormous taxation and military laws of monarchical governments and to obtain under Republican institutions entire political equality is now more than twice as great as the total product of all the gold and silver mines in the world. Were the owners of every gold and silver mine in the world compelled to send to the Treasury in Washington, at their own expense, every ounce of the precious metals produced, the national wealth would not be enhanced one-half as much as it is from the golden stream which flows into the country every year through immigration. But the value of these peaceful invaders does not consist solely in their numbers or the wealth which they bring. To estimate them aright, we must take into consideration also the superior character of those who immigrate. As the people who laid the foundation of the American Republic were extremists, fanatics if you will, men of advanced views intellectually, morally, and politically, men whom Europe had rejected as dangerous, so the majority of immigrants today are men who leave their native land from dissatisfaction with their surroundings and who seek here, under new conditions, the opportunity for development denied them at home. The old and the destitute, the idle and the contented do not brave the waves of the stormy Atlantic, but sit helplessly at home, perhaps bewailing their hard fate, or, what is still more sad to see, aimlessly contented with it. The immigrant is the capable, energetic, ambitious, discontented man, the sectary, the refugee, the persecuted, the exile from despotism, who, longing to breathe the air of equality, resolves to tear himself away from the old home with its associations to found in hospitable America a new home under equal and just laws, which ensure to him, and what perhaps counts with him and his wife for more, ensure also to their children the full measure of citizenship, making them free men in a free state, possessed of every right and privilege. The true value of the men who emigrate is well understood by the ruling classes of the Old World, who make every effort to prevent the exodus of so many able-bodied citizens. This is not from any fear of a depletion of population at home, for it has been conclusively shown that immigration does not diminish the rate of increase in the country emigrated from, provided, of course, that the rain be not in excess of the natural fecundity of the human race, but rather from a well-grounded knowledge that it takes away from the best of the population, the very bone and sinew of the race. Fortunately for America, these efforts have proved of little avail, and the steadily flowing stream of Britons, Teutons, and Latins is assuming greater proportions as the years roll on, and will be limited in future not by the immigrating capacity of European nations, but by the superior attractions which a republic can offer. So long as America presents to the world the spectacle of a country with a strong yet free government, where social order prevails, where taxation is at a minimum, where education is every man's birthright, where higher rewards are offered to labor and enterprise than elsewhere, and the equality of political rights are secured, so long will the best of the workers seek its shores. A portion of the stream may be diverted in time to other countries when such offer equal advantages, political and material, but the United States have the advantage in this, that the current has set this way for more than half a century, and immigrants are apt to follow the course of those who have preceded them, and those already established, attracting their friends and relatives, and often providing the means for them to cross the ocean. Besides being ambitious, energetic, and industrious, the immigrant is a physically strong and healthy man. The halt, the deaf, and the blind are not prompted to leave their European homes, nor does the confirmed invalid often seek a grave in a foreign land. This influence, which has been potent since the days of the Pilgrim Fathers, has resulted in a freedom from physical defect in America that is very noteworthy. Statistics show that the proportion of blind, deaf, and dumb to the total population is less than half what it is in Europe. The capacity of America to absorb the population which is flowing into her, as well as the great natural increase of her people, cannot be more strikingly illustrated than by a comparison. Belgium has 482 inhabitants to the square mile, Britain 290, the United States, exclusive of Alaska, less than 14. In the 10 years between 1870 and 1880, 11.5 million were added to the population of America. Yet these only added 3 persons to each square mile of territory. And should America continue to double her population every 30 years, instead of every 25 as hitherto, 70 years must elapse before she will obtain the density of Europe. The population will then reach 290 millions. If the density of Britain ever be attained, there will be upwards of 1,000 million Americans, for at the present every Briton has 2 acres, and every American 44 acres of land as his estate. These forecasts are not only possible, they are extremely probable. The progress made since 1880 in the settlement of new regions is putting every preceding period into the shade. It is simply marvelous, and even those who are in the midst of it have difficulty in realizing how great it is. Look at the great Northwest. Scarcely a decade has passed since it was represented as a barren, icy plain, wild, inhospitable, and scarcely habitable. The railway has changed it by a wizard's touch. Minnesota has more than 1 million inhabitants. The population of Dakota has quadrupled in 5 years and is now 500,000. Towns are springing up with magical rapidity. Its wheat crop last year was 30 million bushels, twice as great as the whole crop of Egypt. Montana is barely known by name in England. Last year, in 12 short months, her population increased from 85,000 to 110,000. Her cattle interests from 475,000 to 850,000, and her output of minerals from less than $10 million to more than $23 million, 10 million pounds, 2 million pounds to 4,600,000 pounds. Her taxable property is $50 million, 10 million pounds. Wyoming, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon are being developed almost as rapidly. Other parts of the West have advanced at even a greater pace. The aggregate population of 7 states tributary to Kansas City increased in 1 year, 1879 to 1880, from fewer than 5.5 millions to more than 7 millions. Since 1880, the value of cattle in the same region has advanced from $9 million to $14,500,000, 1,800,000 pounds to 2,900,000 pounds, and of sheep from $6 million to $9,500,000, 1,200,000 pounds to 1,900,000 pounds. At these rates of advance, the Wild West is rapidly becoming a thing of the past, and in a few years it will be a thickly settled land. Figures are poor aids to the comprehension of great truths. The comparative chart printed herewith, by kind permission of its author, Mr. Edward Atkinson, will help the reader to a conception of the possibilities of this great continent. It represents the area of Texas in conjunction with the areas of other American states and European countries. How petty some of the latter seem beside majestic Texas. And yet Texas is but one of the 46 territorial divisions of the Republic. Observe Montenegro, which at various times has excited all Europe and provoked enormous bloodshed. It would hardly make a fly speck on the map of Texas. And note that the whole United Kingdom could be planted in this one state of the Union, and still leave plenty of room around it. Notice, too, gentle reader, how all the world's cotton could be grown in the state of Texas alone, without greatly affecting its capacity for other productions. It is scarcely overdrawing the picture to imagine that in a few decades 200 or 300 million Republicans will be living in amity under one government, on the great American continent. In view of these startling probabilities, it would seem advisable that the statesmen of the old home, instead of bestowing so much of their attention on the petty states of Europe, should look thoughtfully westward, sometimes to the doings of their own kith and kin, who are rapidly building up a power which none can hope to rival. We must not pass without mention our fellow citizens of African descent, who, as we have seen, are equal in number to the entire foreign population, 1/8 of the whole. These, as the world knows, were all slaves a few years ago, but Abraham Lincoln, with one stroke of the pen, raised them from the condition of slavery to that of free men. They now exercise a suffrage just as other citizens do. There is not a privilege possessed by any citizen which is not theirs. The English poet says, "Slaves cannot breathe in England. If their lungs receive our air, that moment they are free. They touch our country, and their shackles fall." No more can they exist in England's child land, and the Declaration of Independence, asserting the freedom and equality of men, is no longer a mockery. Grave apprehensions were entertained that freedom suddenly granted to these poor slaves would be abused. Those best acquainted with their habits, the Southern slaveholders, predicted, as a result of freedom, universal idleness, riot, and dissipation. It was asserted that the Negro would not work save under the lash of the overseer. None of these gloomy predictions have been fulfilled. Every one of them has been falsified. There is now more cotton grown than ever, and at less cost. Under the reign of freedom, the material resources of the South have increased faster than ever before. Indeed, so surprised were most Americans by the result of the last census that it was insisted mistakes had been made. The figures could not be right, and in some districts the enumerations were made a second time, with the result of verifying the former figures. The number of congressmen to each state is determined every 10 years by the population shown by the census. When the census of 1880 was made, the general expectation was that the northern states would increase their proportionate representation. But the southern states not only held their own, but actually gained. The 98 southern representatives were increased by 13, while the 195 northern representatives gained only 18, only half of the southern's ratio of increase. Even the unexampled growth of the northwestern states was insufficient to give the northern states a proportionately increased legislative power. So much for freedom versus slavery. The universal testimony is that the former slaves rapidly developed the qualities of free men and exhibit in a surprising degree the capacity to manage their own affairs. Many of them at once arranged with their former masters to work a part of the plantation upon shares. Others bargained for the purchase of strips of land. They are now quite orderly and well behaved, and much more industrious than before. It seems to the writer but yesterday, since he was compelled to listen to arguments from good men in favor of the system of slavery, as he is yet doomed sometimes to hear defenses of monarchy and aristocracy, and to hear them contend that it was the best for the black race. Their contentedness and happiness under masters were always boldly asserted. A well-known judge in Ohio was noted for his defense of slavery, upon the ground that the slaves knew what was best for themselves, and should be allowed to remain in the condition which admittedly brought them a degree of happiness seldom, if ever, attained by laborers in the North. His conversion to the opposite opinion was suddenly brought about by an interview with a runaway who had crossed the Ohio River from Kentucky and entered the village in which our friend resided. Said the judge to the fugitive, "What did you run away for?" "Well, Judge, wanted to be free." "Oh, wanted to be free, did you? Bad master, I suppose." "No, very good man, massa." "You had to work too hard then." "Oh, no, fair day's work." "Well, you hadn't a good home?" "Hadn't I, though? You should see my pretty cabin in Kentucky." "Well, you didn't get enough to eat?" "Oh, golly, not get enough to eat in Kentucky. Plenty to eat." The judge, somewhat annoyed. "You had a good master, plenty to eat, wasn't overworked, a good home. I don't see what on earth you wanted to run away for." "Well, Judge, I left the situation down there open. You can go right down and get it." The result was a $5 note given to help the unreasonable slave who had left well-being behind to become a man. Henceforth the judge was an ardent abolitionist, recognizing that, quote, freedom has 1,000 charms to show, that slaves, however contented, never know. End quote. The proportion of the colored to the white element necessarily grows less and less. In 1790 it was 27% of the whole. In 1830 it had fallen to 18%. In 1880 it was only 13%. While the total white population of the country has risen from 10.5 to 43.5 millions in 50 years, the number of colored population has only risen from 2.25 to 6.5 millions. This steady decrease results from two causes. First, the colored race receives no immigrants, but is restricted wholly to native increase for its growth, and second, it has been proved that although their birth rate is greater than that of whites, it is more than balanced by their higher death rate. The increase of colored people from 1860 to 1880 was but 48%, against 61% increase of the whites. It is too soon to judge whether, with superior knowledge and more provident habits flowing from freedom, this excessive death rate will not be considerably reduced, but the conclusion seems unavoidable that the colored race cannot hold its own numerically against the whites and must fall farther and farther behind. Adaptive as man is, we can hardly expect the hotter climate of the southern states in which the colored people live to produce as hardy a race as that of the cooler states of the north. We close, then, showing in the Republic a race essentially British in origin, but fast becoming more and more American in birth, the foreign-born elements seeking into insignificance, and destined soon to become of no greater relative magnitude, perhaps, in proportion to the native-born American, than the foreign-born residents of Britain are at the present to the native-born. The American Republican can never be other in blood and nature than a true Briton, a real chip off the old block, a new edition of the original work, and as in the manner of new editions, revised and improved, and, like his prototype in the 1,001 ways, some of them grotesque in their manifestations, which link the daughter to the mother, who, seen together, impress beholders not so much as two separate and distinct individualities as two members of one grand family. End of Chapter 2. The American People.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 3, Part 1, Cities and Towns. Quote, it is indeed a thrilling thought for a man of the elder England to see what a home the newest home of his people is. The heart swells, the pride of kinship rises, as he sees that it is his own folk which has done more than any other folk to replenish the earth and to subdue it. He is no Englishman at heart. He has no true feeling of the abiding tie of kindred, who deems that the glory and greatness of the child is other than part of the glory and greatness of the parent. Unquote. Freeman. America forms no exception to the rule that population in civilized lands gravitates towards great centers. Though her immense agricultural development might have been expected to arrest this movement and divert population to the rural districts, such has not been the case. Despite the temptations to rural life offered by fertile land at nominal prices, towns have grown during the last half-century much faster than the country. The dull, dreary round of life upon the farm is found intolerable by the young man whose intellectual faculties have been awakened by education. The active mind seeks companionship with other minds and the pleasurable excitements of city life. Most great men, it is true, have been born and brought up in the country, but it is equally true that very few great men have remained there beyond their teens. The country is just the place for the extremes of life. At the beginning, in childhood and early youth, when the body is to be nurtured, and also at the end, when nature turns again to earth in ripe old age, and retires from the fray to ruminate in sober thought on all he's seen and heard and wrought. In 1830, only 6.5% of the population lived in towns of 8,000 inhabitants and upwards. In 1880, the proportion had risen to 22%. Thus, nearly 1 person in every 4 in America is now a member of a hive of more than 8,000 human beings. 50 years ago, this was true of but 1 in 15, for 14 out of 15 lived in the country or in small villages. This is a stupendous change, and marks the development of the Republic from the first stage of homogeneity of pastoral pursuits into the heterogeneous occupations of a more highly civilized state. The nation is now complete, as it were, in itself, and ready for independent action. Its mechanical and inventive genius has full scope in the 1,001 diversified pursuits which a civilized community necessarily creates, and which necessitate the gathering of men together in masses. The American, however, need not fear the unhealthy or abnormal growth of cities. He need not imitate the example of those who advocated legislative measures to prevent the growth of London, which Cobbett called a wart upon the hand of England. The free play of economic laws is keeping all quite right, for the town gained upon the country population only 1/4 as fast during the last decade, 1870 to 1880, as in the previous one. Oh, these grand, immutable, all-wise laws of natural forces, how perfectly they work, if human legislators would only let them alone. But no, they must be tinkering. One day they would protect the balance of power in Europe by keeping weak, small areas apart and independent, an impossible task, for petty states must merge into the greater. Political is as certain as physical gravitation. The next day it is silver in America, which our sage rulers would make of greater intrinsic value. So our governors all over the world are at Sisyphus's work, ever rolling the stone uphill to see it roll back to its proper bed at the bottom. That the country held its own so well in the competition with the towns during the last decade is partly due to the fact that the enormous profits made under an improved system of agriculture held the rural population to the soil. The general depression of manufactures also checked settlement in towns and forced population into the country. The commercial panic of 1873 drove hundreds of thousands from the crowded cities of the East to the unoccupied plains of the West. Trainload after trainload of native emigrants were to be seen passing west to become farmers. With a return to normal conditions, we may expect to find the towns absorbing much more than an equal share. It is always a result of industrial depression in America that the towns are relieved of surplus population, which in older countries remains in poverty and distress to swell the ranks of the unemployed. Horace Greeley's advice, "Go west, young man," is followed. One needs, however, to add to it, and stay there, to complete the matter. The equilibrium is thus restored between producers and consumers, and prosperity to both follows. If there be too much food, it is unprofitable to grow more cereals, and fewer people become farmers. If the market be overstocked with manufactures, manufacturing becomes unprofitable, and fewer engage in it. The population, meanwhile increasing at the rate of nearly 2 millions per annum, soon requires the surplus, be it food or manufactures. America possesses hundreds of thousands of acres of virgin soil ready for the plow. Like the fabled Antaeus, her power of recuperation lies in the earth. Let her touch but that, and her giant strength is restored. This will continue to be so until her population becomes as dense as that of Europe. According to Dr. Swainson Fisher, there were not in 1835 5,000 white inhabitants in all the vast territory between Lake Michigan and the Pacific Ocean, a region half as large as Europe. Now it is covered with an agricultural population and contains many populous towns, including Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul, to say nothing of the cities of the Pacific Coast. Of the state of Wisconsin, occupying a part of this territory, a member of the Wisconsin Historical Society wrote 30 years ago, quote, "In the summer of 1836, with a comrade, I camped at the head of Mendota, or Fourth Lake, within 6 miles of the spot where the Capitol now stands, 1856, at which time there was not within 20 miles of that point a single white inhabitant, and none within the present limits of Dane County, an area of 1,240 square miles, except one family," unquote. Dane County, then an uninhabited wilderness, contained in 1880 a population of more than 60,000, while Wisconsin itself had 1.5 million. In 1880, the density of population in this young state exceeded that of Maine, and nearly equaled that of such old settled states as Georgia, Alabama, and West Virginia. The United States had no city in 1830 which could boast a population of 250,000. Even New York had but 202,000. In that year, there were but 14 towns with more than 12,000 inhabitants each. In truth, but 55 years ago, the Republic could boast only of a few villages. In 1880, there were 176 such towns, and today the number exceeds 200. New York City in 1880 was the only millionaire in heads, though Philadelphia now claims that she has reached that distinction. The census of 1880 accredits the Empire City with fewer than 1.25 million inhabitants. But if the population within a radius of 8 miles of the City Hall were included, she would be credited with fully 2.25 millions. Brooklyn, Jersey City, and other suburbs, divided from the city by rivers, are under separate municipal governments, but they are nonetheless outgrowths of the great center. Thus, New York ranks next to monster London as a busy hive of human beings. Every decade sees an addition of 500,000 people to each of these two vast aggregations of humanity. The increase of New York in actual figures is equal to that of London, which makes the ratio of increase to population double. While London has taken since 1840 to double her population, New York, including the suburbs, has doubled hers in half that time. So that if the present rate of increase be maintained, 40 years hence London will have doubled her present population once and New York twice. Their populations will then be about equal. It is a neck-and-neck race between the two emporiums which the world of 1920 is to see, with the odds slightly in favor of New York. It is easier for her to double her 2 than for London to double her 4 millions, and besides, the goddess Fortune, true to her sex, may confidently be expected to breathe her secret prayers for the younger aspirant. She is fond of youth and fickle, and really seems disposed to be off with the old love, dear old smoky London, and on with the new, bright, rosy, gallant New York. Let us hope she may illustrate another phase not inconsistent with her sex, and continue as hitherto to smile upon both suitors. If Jack has his favorite in every port, surely our goddess may be allowed one in the East and one in the Great West. Of the 50 largest cities of the Union, the least, with a population of 36,000 in 1880, 15 had no existence in 1830. They were not born. Their sites were either the unbroken prairie or an Indian settlement with a fort and a few log huts. Chicago is the most famous example. 50 years ago, it was a trading post where trappers and Indians bartered their pelts for firewater and ammunition. I knew one of Chicago's first settlers well, and have often heard him speak of the little fort and the scattering log huts which marked the city's site some 60 years ago. There was scarcely a white woman in the settlement when he began trading with the Indians. In 1833, the streets of the projected town had been staked out, but no grading had been done, not even a dirt road thrown up. Such, however, was the growth of this little mushroom town, as an early writer calls it, that in 1846 it was noted that 8 years ago, 1838, the ground upon which the entire city of Chicago stands could have been brought for a sum now, 1846, demanded for a front of 6 feet on one of the streets. Tradition tells of an early settler who averred that he had seen the time when he could have bought the whole tarnation swamp for a pair of old boots. To the inquiry, "Why didn't you?" he had the entirely adequate reply, "Ah, stranger, I hadn't the boots." How many chances in life do we miss just for the want of the boots? Moral: get the boots. In 1840, the population of Chicago was 4,500. 10 years later, 30,000. In 10 years more, 112,000. It now exceeds 700,000. This splendid city, the Queen of the West, leads the world in 3 branches of industry. She is preeminent as a lumber market, as a provision market, and, strange antithesis, as a manufactory of steel rails. Such a combination of greatnesses surely the world has not seen. Her statistics show the receipt of nearly 2,000 million feet of lumber and 900 million shingles per annum. Her yearly receipts of grain approach 200 million bushels. 26 million bushels can be laid away in her 28 elevators. a store which dwarfs the ostentatious garnering of the ancient pharaohs, as much as her enormous shipments outnumber the sacks of corn which Joseph's brethren carried away. Last year she received nearly 2 million cattle, 1 million sheep, and 5 million hogs, more than 25,000 animals per day, so that there marches into Chicago every day in the year, Sundays and Saturdays included, a procession of victims 2.5 miles long, 10 animals abreast. The cattle and hogs were mostly transformed into provisions before leaving Chicago. The year 1881 was an exceptionally good year for pork packers, but a bad one for the hogs. 5.75 millions fell in Chicago alone, an average of 19,000 a day. The fittest place for man to die is where he dies for man. The fittest place for a hog is evidently Chicago. For every minute of time, night and day, all the year round, 13 of them die for man at that place of slaughter. Chicago has, moreover, 3 steel rail mills within the city limits and a 4th within 30 miles. Their combined capacity exceeds 500,000 tons annually, sufficient to put a light steel rail girdle round the earth. There will probably be about as many steel rails made in and about Chicago alone next year as 1/2 the total rail product of Great Britain. Her coat of arms should be berry of alternate steel rails and pine planks proper, overall a pig rampant, gules. Motto, the whole hog. San Francisco is another mushroom. In 1844, 50 people were settled in log huts on a barren tract of the Pacific coast. A few whalemen and Northeast traders occasionally called at this settlement and bartered food and clothing for tallow, hides, and horns. Gradually, the embryo village grew, and in 1847, certain plots of ground on the waterfront were sold, the prices ranging from £10 to £20 per lot. 6 years later, such was the rapid enhancement of values, inferior lots brought from £1,600 to £3,200, from £20 to £2,000 in 14 years, for small building plots bringing £240,000, equal to £60,000 per block. This was in the palmy days depicted by Colonel Mulberry Sellers, when you had but to lay out a town site into lots, every one of them a corner lot, and sit down and figure just how much money you wanted, and then rake it in. 37 years sufficed to raise the settlement of 50 persons to a magnificent city with 250,000 inhabitants. The bartering of a few hides has grown into an annual trade exceeding 20 millions sterling. Jersey City, opposite New York, furnishes another example of rapid city growth. In 1840, the population was only 3,072. In 1880, it was 120,722. But Brooklyn, the corresponding suburb on the other side of New York Harbor, has eclipsed every city except Chicago, its population of 12,000 in 1830 having grown to 566,000 in 1880. The growth of Cleveland, Ohio has not been slow. In 1830, it had only 1,000 inhabitants. Now it boasts 160,000. The finest avenues of residences are in this city. After seeing all that the rest of the world has to offer in that respect, I pronounce Euclid and Prospect Avenues in this lake city of Cleveland the grandest and most beautiful, though the smaller Prospect Avenue in Milwaukee and Delaware Avenue in Buffalo and that in Detroit are very handsome indeed, and are open for second and third prizes. The city of Milwaukee, with a present population of 125,000, consisted in 1834 of 2 log houses. In 1835 it was laid out as a village, and the next year we find it described as a hamlet of about 200 inhabitants. At that time, the only roads leading into the city were a few Indian trails. Once in a while, a wagon came winding through from Chicago. But even at this infantile age, Milwaukee had begun to display the enterprise which has continued to distinguish it. In 1840, the town could boast of 1 brick building, a small 1-story dwelling house. There were then 11 stores in the place. During the next 10 years, the population increased from 1,712 to 20,061. In 1841 began the shipment of grain, a trade which has since attained an enormous development. In that year, 4,000 bushels of wheat, the first ever sent out of Wisconsin, was exported. But such was the imperfect provision for loading that this small shipment required 3 days to put on board ship. The trade thus begun grew apace, and 3 years later we find that Mr. Higbee, a pioneer merchant, imported a grain warehouse from Sheboygan. The character of this structure is shown by the fact that it was afterward carried about to several other places. The whole receipts for grain shipments at Milwaukee in that year did not equal those received in a single day 15 years later, or, remarkable fact, in a single hour at present. The receipts of grain at Milwaukee now approximate 40 million bushels a year. It is taken out of ships and cars, carried to the top of the elevators, and weighed and poured into bags and bins at the rate of 7,000 bushels an hour, without any manual labor. Automatic machines are the giants who do the work. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 3, Part 2, Cities and Towns. A unique man resides in Milwaukee, one so closely identified with its wonderful growth that he is thought of whenever that city is mentioned. Alexander Mitchell, who left Aberdeen a young Scotch lad some 50 years ago. He has one proud distinction of which he can never be deprived, for it can scarcely ever be expected in the history of the race that any development of material resources can equal that of the American railway system. Alexander Mitchell has built more miles of railway than any man who has lived, is living, or who is ever to live. He began the work at Milwaukee as president of the Milwaukee and St. Paul Railway, a position which he still holds. It is scarcely necessary to add that the said Mitchell has not failed to hold on to a fair proportion of this gigantic property, for it has been noted that he is Scotch. When we reached Chicago with our Scotch guests 2 years ago, we found his special car, a much grander hotel than any saloon carriage, waiting there subject to our orders. The conductor said his instructions were to go where we wished, stop and start on any train desired, and when we were done with him, he was to return with his car to Milwaukee. We spent days in that car, visited St. Paul in the north and Davenport in the west, and did not traverse 1 mile of line which that Scotch boy had not built, and over which his word was not law. Scotland forever. Mr. Mitchell is one of the dozen richest men in the world, a credit to Aberdeen, a credit to his native Scotland, a credit to his adopted America. A grand Republican he is, too, staunch as Aberdeen granite there. No royal family or hereditary legislators for him, mind you. He is not the stuff out of which a loyal subject to another human being can be made, or, if made, not the man to occupy that degrading position long. He holds himself, as man, the equal of any monarch, a man whom all men honor. The adjoining state of Minnesota contained in 1880 about 800,000 people, of which 88,000 resided in the capital, St. Paul, and its twin sister town, Minneapolis. In 1885, the state population had increased to 1,100,000, 43% in 5 years. Greatest wonder of all, however, is the 5 years' growth of the city of Minneapolis. In 1880, its population was 47,000. In 1885, 130,000, a gain of over 176%. St. Paul increased from 41,000 to 111,000, a gain of 168%. Yet in 1848, this region was a wilderness. The entire territory, nearly twice the size of the present state, having only about 3,000 inhabitants. A trading house was built on the site of St. Paul in 1842, and round it gradually grew a small community of whites and half-breeds, engaged in barter with the Indians and trappers. In 1850, the population numbered 1,135. To quote the words of a writer of that period, St. Paul is in the wilderness. Look where you will, the primitive features of the surrounding country remain unchanged, and the wild animals and Indians still haunt the grounds to which ages of occupancy have given them a prescriptive right. A few miles away, a group of houses might have been seen clustering around the falls of St. Anthony. There, in 1848, a sawmill was put in operation by the aid of a temporary dam built across the east channel of the river. As the forests fell before the lumberman's axe, and emigrant farmers brought in the plow, flouring mills were built at the falls, and Minneapolis emerged from the country village state. Checked in their growth by the war in 1861, and more seriously by the Sioux Massacre of 1862, Minneapolis and St. Paul experienced renewed prosperity in 1864 and 1865, and since then the two towns have gone forward, marching across the dividing forest to meet each other, and will eventually mingle their suburbs and form a city a dozen miles across, with a population of 1,000,000 souls. The child is living who will see all this and more. As we have Alexander Mitchell dominating Milwaukee, so no one can think of Minneapolis without recalling that notable family, the Washburn brothers. Their career is typically American. These Washburns are a family indeed, 7 sons, all of them men of mark. Several have distinguished themselves so greatly as to become part of their country's history. The family record includes a Secretary of State, 2 governors, 4 members of Congress, a major general in the Army, and another second in command in the Navy. 2 served as foreign ministers, 2 were state legislators, and 1 a surveyor general. As all these services were performed during the Civil War, there were Washburns in nearly every department of the state, laboring in camp and council for the Republic at the sacrifice of great personal interests. All came forth from peaceful avocations to serve their country as their first duty. The Union saved, they are found today pursuing their industrial occupations as of old. The nation having no enemies to conquer, they turn their energies to the work of feeding it. Is not this turning the sword into the plowshare and the spear into the pruning hook? Let the nation be endangered or an emergency arise where, in the judgment and conscience of such men, they can perform a greater use in public than in private life, and they are once more upon the stage of action. The Republic has such citizens by thousands, and yet the privileged classes of Europe assiduously spread the belief among the masses abroad that the Republic lacks pure and distinguished noblemen to guide her counsels. Believe me, fellow citizens, no nation upon earth has such wealth of patriotism, men with such power to conceive or such ability to execute as rests quietly in reserve, but ever ready for emergencies, in this democracy. It is this reserve force which has kept the Republic steadily upon her course. It votes or fights as may be necessary, and never shirks a duty. When the ship of state is in smooth waters, more important matters require its attention, and the governing power goes below. But mark you, when the wind blows, this captain walks the deck. The Republic has never been allowed to sail far out of the true course, and never will be. Too much science on board, and too many independent observations taken and compared in the full blaze of the sun, not to find the true reckoning and follow it closely, steadily to the desired haven. This reserve was seen forcibly during the 4 years during which the Union was imperiled. When a leader was needed, one was found in an attorney's office in Illinois, a great, heaven-born leader, Lincoln. When foreign relations were necessarily dangerous in the extreme, and even our mother country stood threatening, Seward proved himself a diplomatist of the first order. For Secretary of War, a genius was taken from the practice of the law in Pittsburgh. No man, since the days of Carnot, has waged war as did Stanton. "The armies will move now," said a friend when his appointment was announced, "if they move to the devil." I knew Stanton well, a Cromwell kind of man. He walked straight to his end, either to triumph or to die. His life he could give and would give that the nation should live. That was his duty. Victory might come or defeat, that was not his affair. When generals to lead the armies were sought for, the great leader came from a tannery in Galena, the second from teaching in a college. All these were from peaceful occupations, and every one of these men resigned power, poor men. The families of several of them were provided for by private subscriptions among friends. Politics are but means to an end. When the laws of a country are perfect and the equality of the citizen reached, there is far more important work to be performed at home than in legislative halls. Hence, the ablest and best men in the Republic are not, as a class, found trifling their time away doing the work of mediocrity. But let great issues rise, and see who comes to the front. A body of men superior to any found elsewhere in the world. Already, Minneapolis is the greatest wheat market in the West, and unlike other large receiving points, 4/5 of all wheat received there is manufactured into flour before shipment. Last year, 1.25 million bushels were often received in a single week. The total receipts of 1884 were nearly 3 times as great as those of 1880, aggregating 29 million bushels. The milling trade has also increased at a prodigious rate. 1/5 of all the flour exported from the United States is sent direct from Minneapolis on through bills of lading. The capacity of the mills is over 30,000 barrels per day, and one of the Washburn mills alone has made over 7,000 barrels of flour in one day. 5.25 million barrels were manufactured last year, 5 times the output of 1876. Surely no worthy second of this can be found elsewhere. Yet flouring is not the only industry of this youthful giant. 300 million feet of lumber were cut by the mills last year, besides 136 million lath and shingles. Minneapolis justifiably boasts that she is a city of mechanics. Her manufactures exceeded 12 millions sterling in 1884, while her trade, exclusive of flour and lumber, reached almost an equal sum. The total receipts and shipments of Minneapolis in the year 1884 comprised 246,985 carloads. A local statistician has reckoned that if all these cars were made up into trains of 20 cars each, they would make 12,347 trains, requiring that number of engines to move them. If cars and engines were continuously coupled together, they would make a train 1,700 miles in length. Or if made into 4 trains, each train would reach from Minneapolis to Chicago. Or the line of freight cars would be sufficient to completely fence in England and Scotland, and then form a wall across the middle of the country at its widest part. Some idea of the enormous amount of flour manufactured by the mills of Minneapolis can be obtained if we estimate it at the rate of 250 loaves of bread to the barrel, which would give us 25 loaves for each of the 56 million people of the United States. If the flour made by Minneapolis in 1 year were put into barrels and these set end to end and roped together, it would make a pontoon bridge from New York to Ireland. A similar phenomenal growth is going on in another region. In 1870, only 15 years ago, except Superior and Duluth, the former a straggling little hamlet, and the other laid out on speculation in the woods on the lake shore, there was not a town, village, or hamlet westward on or near the line marked out for the Northern Pacific Railroad for more than 1,000 miles. Between the head of the lake and the mining camps among the Rocky Mountains in Montana, no abodes of civilized men existed, save 2 or 3 military posts and Indian agencies, and a few isolated trading stations. Northern Minnesota was a forest into which even the lumbermen had not yet penetrated, save for a few miles back of Lake Superior. At present, the whole line of the railway is dotted with thriving towns. The town laid out on speculation in the woods is deserving of a moment's attention. Duluth, even in the embryonic state, displayed a precocity that brought upon it the ridicule of a famous orator. With scathing sarcasm, but unconscious prophecy, he dubbed it the zenith city of the unsalted seas. There is a scream from the American eagle for you, but is it not poetic? The juvenile city is now the terminus of 10,000 miles of railway. Its receipts of wheat for 1884 approached 14 million bushels. Sawmills are getting almost as plentiful as blackberries, and in a single year they cut 205 million feet of lumber, besides 85 million lath and shingles. The clearances show that 700 steamers and nearly 600 sailcraft arrived at Duluth in 1884. Banking transactions amounted to $34 million a year. Storage capacity for grain is nearly 10 million bushels. Lastly, the population of this magic city has bounded from 2,500 in 1875 to 18,000 in 1884. Was ever the like known except in the triumphant republic? Indianapolis, with its present population of 90,000 inhabitants, has also a history which the oldest inhabitant can recite from personal experience. Practically, its history as a city dates from the opening of the Madison Railway in 1847. Before that date, it was but a small country town, so isolated that its trade was compared to that of the 2 boys who, when locked up in a closet, made money by swapping jackets. The slowness of its growth before the advent of the railway is shown by the following facts extracted from Holloway's Local History. The town was laid out in 1821. 10 years later, 3/4 of the town site remained unsold. The legislature managed to get rid of most of the lots by putting a minimum price of $10 upon them, and when the sales were closed in 1842, it was found that the whole of Indianapolis had brought but $125,000, 25,000 pounds. The city thus sold out was but a forest, except where a clearing here and there had opened the ground to the light. To get the streets cleared, it was proposed to give the timber to anybody who would cut it. A man by the name of Lismond Bazier took the contract for Washington Street, expecting to make a good thing of such a superb lot of timber trees, and then began to calculate. There were no mills, and his trees were of no use without them. So he rolled his splendid logs together and burned them, as well as his fingers. The street thus opened, 120 feet wide, is now lined with fine buildings, and a single block on this handsome thoroughfare would now fetch more than the sum for which the whole city was originally sold. Indianapolis has claims to be considered one of the greatest railway centers in the world. 14 railways center there, and about 120 passenger trains pass in and out of the city every day. Kansas City is another example of Western phenomenal growths. 30 years ago, 1855, its population was 300. In 15 years, 1870, it had increased more than 100-fold to 32,000. By 1880, it had again doubled to 63,000, and at the time of writing, it is about 125,000. The assessed valuation of property has increased from $500,000, 100,000 pounds, in 1846 to $34 million, 6,800,000 pounds, in 1884. The exchanges, as shown by the returns of the City Clearinghouse, have advanced from $20 million, 4 million pounds, in 1875 to $177 million, nearly 36 million pounds, in 1884. The business of the post office increased during the same period 5-fold. About 24 million bushels of grain were received in 1884, against 1 million bushels in 1871. 1.25 million hogs are annually turned into pork, about a fourth of monster Chicago's herd, and 1,500 cattle are also weekly shipped as provisions. The trade in livestock is also very great. Nearly 2.5 million cattle, hogs, sheep, horses, and mules pass through its markets. A procession, 5 abreast, that would reach from Inverness to London. Numerous other examples might be cited. Allegheny City, an offshoot of Pittsburgh, has grown from a village of 2,800 inhabitants in 1830 to a city of 79,000 in 1880, while the population of Pittsburgh itself increased during the same period from 12,000 to 156,000. Buffalo, during the same 50 years, advanced from 80,000 to 155,000 inhabitants. Philadelphia increased from 80,000 to nearly 850,000. Cincinnati from 24,000 to 255,000. Detroit from 2,000 to 116,000. Rochester from 15 persons in 1812 to 89,000 in 1880. Toledo from 1,222 in 1840 to 50,000 in 1880. Scranton from 363 in 1840 to 46,000 in 1880. Of the growth of these towns, we have an excellent picture in the following paragraphs. The first from the pen of Captain Basil Hall, the best-hated Englishman in America some 50 years ago, and the second by the Norwegian Arfvedson. descriptive of Columbus, Georgia. Quote, "The first thing to which our attention was called was a long line cut through the coppice wood of oaks. This, our guide begged us to observe, was to be the principal street, and the brushwood having been cut away so as to leave a lane 4 feet wide, with small stakes driven in at intervals, we could walk along it easily enough. On reaching the middle point, our friend, looking around him, exclaimed in rapture at the prospect of the future greatness of Columbus, 'Here you are in the center of the city.' After threading our way for some time amongst the trees, we came in sight here and there of huts, partly of planks, partly of bark, and at last reached the principal cluster of houses, very few of which were above 2 or 3 weeks old. As none of the city lots were yet sold, of course no one was sure that the spot on which he had pitched his house would eventually become his own. Many of the houses were, in consequence of this understanding, built on trucks, a sort of low, strong wheels, such as cannon are supported by, for the avowed purpose of being hauled away when the land should be sold. At some parts of this strange scene, the forest was growing as densely as ever, and even in the most cleared streets, some trees were left standing. As yet there had been no time to remove the stumps of the felled trees, and many that had been felled were left in their places, so that it was occasionally no easy matter to get along. Anvils were heard ringing away merrily at every corner, while saws, axes, and hammers were seen flashing amongst the woods all around." Unquote. Columbus in 1832, only 4 years later. Quote, "It may already be called a flourishing town. The population exceeded 2,000, and among them were several that might be denominated wealthy. The number of inhabitants is augmenting monthly, and the increase of commerce, I was assured, was in the same proportions. Carpenters, masons, and workmen of every kind were never without employment, and could not erect houses fast enough. Streets which in 1828 were only marked out were now so filled with loaded wagons that it was next to impossible to pass. The principal street which traverses the city, following the course of the river, is, like the rest, not paved, but has so many shops filled with a variety of goods, such a number of neat houses, and finally, in the mornings, such a concourse of people, Christians and Indians, that it can hardly be believed that it is the same street which was only marked out in 1828. Most of the houses are of wood and some of brick, a few in the English style, others again in the Grecian taste." Unquote. If we compare the preceding accounts of the rise and progress of recently established cities with the slow movements of old Boston, the contrast is great indeed. Boston was first settled in 1630. 50 years later, the first fire engine was procured and the first fire company organized, a sign of progress attained by a modern town in as many weeks. In 1704 appeared the Boston Newsletter, the first newspaper ever published in the British colonies of North America. Now the printing press is set up almost in the first plank house erected, and a town of a few miners must have its own newspaper. In 1710, 80 years after the settlement of the town, a post office was established, and mails were forwarded once a week to Plymouth and to Maine, and once a fortnight to New York. In 1786, the citizens undertook their first great enterprise and constructed a bridge over the Charles River, so that Boston required 150 years to attain a position which is now often reached by modern towns of the prairies in as many months. Examples without number of phenomenal growth of cities and towns might be cited, for the line stretches on, one seemingly miraculous, till the other comes. From east to west, from north to south, up and down and across the map of the Republic, the student may pass in imaginative flight, sure of meeting everywhere these cities and towns, which, springing up like mushrooms, have nevertheless taken root like the oak. A beautiful tribute to the motherland is found in the names of towns and cities in the New, as even on the crowded tiny Mayflower, the stern Puritan found room to bring and nurse with tender care the daisy of his native land. So the citizen, driven from the dear old home, ever sighs, "England, with all thy faults, I love thee still." Surely, why not? Her faults are as one, her virtues as 1,000. And having a new home to christen, with swelling heart and tearful eye, and a love for the native land which knows no end, and never can know end while breath clings to the body, he conjures up the object of his fondest love, and calls his new home Boston, York, Brighton, Hartford, Stratford, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Durham, Perth, Aberdeen, Dundee, Cambridge, Oxford, Canterbury, Rochester, London, Newcastle, Manchester, Birmingham, Chester, Coventry, Plymouth, or other dear name of the place where in life's young days he had danced o'er the sunny braes, heard the lark sing in the heavens, and the mavis pour forth its glad song from the hedgerow. There is scarcely a place in the old land which has not its namesake in the new. Take Pittsburgh, which is itself named after the great Pitt, and within a few miles' radius the English visitor can walk the streets of Soho, Birmingham, and Manchester. All these were suburban places a few years ago, and now they are as crowded as their prototypes. Brighton, Rochester, Newport, Middlesex, Newcastle are only a few miles away. This love of the old household words is carried even farther. The Englishman travels through the Republic, living in a succession of hotels, Victorias, Clarendons, Windsors, Westminsters, Albemarles. He might think himself at home again, except that the superior advantages of the new hostelries serve to remind him at every turn that things are not as he has been accustomed to, so that our household gods are not only the same in the new as in the old land, but we call them by the same names and love them. The exile's heart is always sad when he thinks of the one spot of Mother Earth which alone can be in the deepest sense his home. Who then shall keep apart the land of his home and the land of his domicile? And what American worthy of the name but shall reverence the home of his fathers and wish it Godspeed? When the people reign in the old home as they do in the new, The two nations will be one people, and the bonds which unite them, the world combined, shall not break asunder. The Republican upon this side of the Atlantic extends his hand to his fellow upon the other. They clasp hands. Democracy cries to democracy. We stand for the rights of man. The day of kings and peers is past. Down, privilege, down. Ring in the reign of the people, the equality of the citizen. No peal so grand as that, save one, that which proclaims the substitution of peaceful arbitration for war the world over. And that, too, is involved in republicanism. All parties in the republic already stand pledged to the doctrine. Patience, my fellow citizens, patience. Democracy goes marching on. The reign of the masses is the road to universal peace. Thrones and royal families and the influences necessarily surrounding them, the vile brood they breed, make 20 wars, while triumphant democracy makes one. End of Part 2, end of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria James. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 4, Part 1, Conditions of Life. The chapter begins with this quote from Eigenrack, quote, "The ideal state is one in which every citizen is content with the laws under which he lives. If any body of men in a state agitate for a change of laws, dissatisfaction is proven to exist, and by this much is the state disordered and unenviable. To produce universal satisfaction is possible only by meting out to every citizen the same measures. The slightest inequality produces disturbance, for only under equality are the parts free from strain and hence in repose. The state in equilibrium has then reached perfection in its political system." Eigenrack. End quote. Amid so much that is marvelous in American history, nothing stands out with greater prominence than the rapid amelioration of the conditions of life. A century ago, the continent of America was, for the most part, a wilderness. A long strip of the Atlantic coast was sparsely populated, and a few towns were unevenly sprinkled over the narrow territory. But behind this, the country was in the same wild condition as when the Pilgrim Fathers landed 150 years before. There were few roads through the backwoods, and the inhabitants of Massachusetts were as widely divided from those of Virginia as from those of the old home, all intercommunication of the colonies being by coasting vessels. After independence, 1776, however, the young nation, full of the enthusiasm and hot blood of youth, vigorously applied itself to the development of the country. Canals and turnpike roads were built, and by 1830 there were open for use 115,000 miles of highway and upwards of 2,000 miles of canals, the latter costing upwards of $65 million, 13 million pounds. Canals and turnpikes were then the mighty forces of civilization, the wonderful means of locomotion. 8 miles per hour by the mail coach and 6 miles per hour by the express packet upon the raging canal. What was the world coming to? Notwithstanding this, the country was very backward, and there was little, considered in the light of modern comforts, to make life worth living. In the newspapers of the time, and in books written by travelers, we get faint glimpses of the inconveniences under which the past generation labored, but the full significance of many a little statement written 50 years ago is not to be realized in these days of luxurious refinement and elegant ease. Here, for example, is an extract from Niles' Register, March 20th, 1830. "A letter written in Baltimore has been replied to from Norfolk in 41 hours, a distance of about 400 miles, by steam. The note of exclamation appended to the statement seems oddly incongruous in these days of telegraphs, telephones, and penny postage. The difficulty of communication in those early days is further exemplified by the statement in the American Quarterly Observer for July 1834 that a package of books can be more readily sent from Boston to London than to Cincinnati. A book printed in Boston has been republished in Edinburgh before it has reached Cincinnati. And here are a few passages from Miss Martineau's Society in America, date 1834 to 35. The great cities are even yet ill supplied from the country. Provisions are very dear. Butcher's meat throughout the country is far inferior to what it will be when an increased amount of labor and means of transport shall encourage improvements in the pasturage and care of stock. While fowls, butter, and eggs are still sent from Vermont into Boston, there is no such thing to be had there as a joint of tender meat. In one house in Boston, where a very numerous family lives in handsome style, and where I several times met large dinner parties, I never saw an ounce of meat except ham. The table was covered with birds in great variety and well cooked, but all winged creatures. The only tender, juicy meat I saw in the country was a sirloin of beef at Charleston, and the whole provision of a gentleman's table in Kentucky. At one place there was nothing but veal on the table for a month. In a town where I stayed 10 days, nothing was to be had but beef, and throughout the South the traveller meets with little else than pork, under all manner of disguises, and fowls. Miss Martineau, writing from Philadelphia, further remarks that all the ladies of a country town, not very far off, were wearing gloves too bad to be mended, or none at all, because none had come up by the canal for many weeks. At Washington I wanted some ribbon for my straw bonnet, and in the whole place, in the season, I could find only 6 pieces of ribbon to choose from. She would find 60 shops today, each filled with ribbon. Throughout the entire country, out of the cities, I was struck with the discomforts of broken windows which appeared on every side. Large farmhouses, flourishing in every other respect, had dismal-looking windows. Persons who happen to live near a canal, or other quiet, watery road, have baskets of glass of various sizes sent to them from the towns, and glazed their own windows. But there is no bringing glass over a corduroy, or mud, or rough limestone road, and those who have no other highways must get along with such windows as it may please the weather and the children to leave them. Even so late as 1845, this isolation was the lot of all who lived at a distance from the coast. Sir Charles Lowe, visiting Milledgeville, Georgia, in that year, relates that the landlady of the hotel regarded Lady Lisle as quite a curiosity because she did not know how to make soap, and the good dame told her how the maids make almost everything in the house, even to the caps I wear. And it appears from contemporary records that soap and candles were homemade for many years after, and homespun cloth was largely worn by the people. In the rural districts of New England at present, many houses still have in their garrets the old family spinning wheel and loom. William Cobbett, writing in 1823 of Long Island, says, "There, and indeed all over the American states, north of Maryland, and especially in the New England states, almost the whole of both linen and woolen used in the country, and a large part of that used in towns, is made in the farmhouses. There are thousands and thousands of families who never use either except of their own making. All but the weaving is done by the family. There is a loom in the house, and the weaver goes from house to house. I once saw about 3,000 farmers, or rather country people, at a horse race in Long Island, and my opinion was that there were not 500 who were not dressed in homespun coats. As to linen, no farmer's family thinks of buying linen." The discomforts of life to those in settled districts were few and slight compared with those experienced by settlers who went west. Of these, a writer in De Beau's Review in 1825 says, Their journey was made after long preparation, and was toilsome, slow, and expensive. They were compelled to bring their heavy tools and bulky implements of husbandry, their kitchen utensils and fragile furniture, by a difficult navigation and over heavy roads. Several years were required to make a small clearing, rude improvements, and enough coarse food for domestic use. And after all this effort, the conditions of life often accorded with those indicated in the following laconic dialogue. "Whose house was that you bought?" "Mog's." "What's the soil?" "Bogs." "What's the climate?" "Fogs." "What do you get to eat?" "Hogs." "What do you build your house of?" "Logs." "Have you any neighbors?" "Frogs." Though this is a playful exaggeration, there were many settlers whose lot was scarcely more enviable than that of the man who lived amid the bogs he bought of Mog's. Far removed from all means of communication, the Western pioneer was practically cut off from the world. No ubiquitous postal system enabled him to keep up communications with his friends down east or in the old country. Newspapers rarely penetrated into the wild regions where he lived, and if he wished to visit his nearest neighbor, he had to ride many miles across a rough and often hostile country. The traveler on the western rivers occasionally saw a solitary individual, perhaps a woman, paddling upstream in a canoe to visit a neighbor 20 or 30 miles off. Letters to the settlers were sent to the nearest town, perhaps 100 miles away, where they lay for months until the person they were destined for, or some neighbor, could find time to go for them. The rates of postage in those days were very high. A letter of 1 sheet was carried any distance not exceeding 30 miles for 6 cents, and this sum was doubled or trebled if the letter consisted of 2 or 3 sheets. For any distance exceeding 400 miles, the charge was 25 cents, 1 shilling per sheet, a sum which then had double the purchasing power it has today. Primitive simplicity prevailed in municipal arrangements where these existed. A notice copied from the walls of the bar-room of the village inn at Sandysford, Massachusetts, in 1833, well illustrates this. "All persons who have neglected to pay their taxes or bills committed to Josiah H. Sage, collector, are hereby notified that, in consequence of the sickness of said collector, the bills are at my house, where those who are willing can have opportunity to pay their taxes if they improve it soon, and those who neglect may expect to pay a constable with fee for collecting." Scavenging was done by pigs which were allowed to run at large through the streets. Sir Charles Lyell describes them as going about Cincinnati in large numbers, no person in particular claiming ownership of them. Even in New York, these scavengers were long tolerated on the sidewalks because of their supposed usefulness. It was no uncommon thing 35 years ago for pedestrians to be thrust into the road by the dirty snout of some city hog. A newly imported Irishman declared, on being so pushed into the gutter, that it was a strange country where the pigs were all loose and the stones all tied. The streets of the towns were usually unlighted at night. New York, however, used in 1830 35,000 gallons of oil for 299 street lamps, besides gas. In a description of Cincinnati in 1831, a writer in the New England magazine says, "Every citizen who ventures abroad when the moon is absent carries his own lantern or runs the risk of breaking his neck. It is a curious sight to see the lights hurrying about in all directions, passing, repassing, and flitting to and fro, as if dancing at the masquerade of a genie." New York in 1837 was destitute of a supply of good and wholesome water. There were numerous wells with pumps in all parts of the city, but the pump water was generally considered deleterious. Rainwater was largely used by the citizens, most of the houses being provided with good cisterns. A contemporary writer says, "Many parts of the city are now supplied with water for the table, brought from the upper wards in casks. On the east and north rivers, in some instances it is pure, and in others its goodness is but little better than the present well water. The tables of the wealthy are supplied from this source, while the poorer classes have to resort to such wells and pumps as are in their neighborhood. It has been ascertained that there are now brought to the city by water carts 600 hogsheads, for which there is paid $1.25 for each hogshead, or about 1 cent per gallon, amounting to $750 per day, or $273,750 per annum, for water from that source. It is not surprising that under such conditions New York, now one of the best watered cities in the world, suffered several severe epidemics of cholera, which in 1832 raged to a fearful extent, nearly depopulating it. Indeed, the supply of New York is equal to that of monster London, so that the New Yorker uses more than double the quantity of water used by the Londoner. The stupendous character of the works undertaken in America is shown by this water supply question of New York. A subway, averaging 250 feet below the surface, large enough for a double-track railway, and more than 30 miles long, is now being constructed to increase the supply of the Empire City. 5 miles are already done, and it is expected that the entire work will be finished in 3 years from the date of letting the contract. In a couple of years, therefore, the water supply of New York will be 400 million gallons per diem, or 4 times that now consumed by London. The world has long heard of a projected channel tunnel between Dover and Calais. Here is a longer tunnel of equal size being quietly constructed, and scarcely anything said about it. Other towns were as badly off in regard to water supply, a circumstance which acquires prominence when viewed in connection with the great fires which periodically destroyed large portions of the towns of the Union. Contributing to these frequent disasters was the imperfect apparatus at that date for extinguishing fires. So inoperative were the fire engines that, in the report of a fire at New Orleans, in Niles' Register for May 8, 1830, it was related that, though within 100 yards of the Mississippi, little water was to be had, it was not until 1853 that the steam fire engine was made a practical machine, and it was much later before it came into general use. Now, the equipment of the Fire Brigade of America is the most perfect in the world. Electric communication between all quarters of towns and between many houses and numerous fire stations exist everywhere, and a minute after a fire is reported by pressing an electric button, 6 steam fire engines are speeding from different quarters towards the fire. In many towns, the same pressure of an electric button, which is made to sound an alarm on gongs in a dozen different fire stations, also starts machinery which releases the horses from their halters, allows the harness to fall on their backs, and raises the stable gates. In the early days, when men had an entire continent to bring into subjection, and when the work of doing this was doubly difficult through the imperfection of machinery, the business of life was work in its most Carlylean sense of intense, unrelaxed labor. Men had no time to waste in fashionable frivolity, and even the graver kinds of amusement were, except in the older cities of the East, little indulged in. Mrs. Trollope, a name long discordant to American ears, commented on this circumstance. "I never saw any people who appeared to live so much without amusement as the Cincinnatians. Billiards are forbidden by law, so are cards. To sell a pack of cards in Ohio subjects the seller to a penalty of $50. They have no public balls, excepting, I think, 6 during the Christmas holidays. They have no concerts. They have no dinner parties." To this emphatic "never" is probably required the Sullivan-Gilbert qualification, "hardly ever." To say that the people of Cincinnati 50 years ago never went to balls, never attended concerts, never dined out, is obviously straining the literal truth. Still, it is unquestionable that social recreations were few and far between in those days. Although facts prove that the general standard of comfort was necessarily very much lower in the early part of the period we are considering than now, there yet prevailed a degree of general well-being unknown at the same time in Europe. Arfvedson, a Swedish traveler who visited the country in 1832-34, has thus placed on record his impressions. A European traveling in this direction, New York State, cannot help admiring the general appearance of comfort and prosperity so singularly striking. To an inhabitant of the Scandinavian peninsula accustomed to different scenes, it is peculiarly gratifying to witness, instead of gorgeous palaces by the side of poor huts, a row of neat country houses inhabited by independent farmers. A Swedish servant, lately arrived in America at the date in question, on looking round and perceiving the happy state so generally diffused, exclaimed, with surprise and characteristic simplicity, "Sir, have the goodness to inform me where the peasantry live in this country." In works on America written about this period, we everywhere find expressions of surprise at the absence of beggars. Sir Charles Lyell, inquiring in his first visit in 1840 to what combination of causes the success of national education is to be attributed, and replying to his own query, makes a statement which is here relevant. He says, "First, there is no class in want or extreme poverty here, partly because the facility of migrating to the West for those who are without employment is so great, and also in part from the check to improvident marriages created by the high standard of living to which the lowest people aspire, a standard which education is raising higher and higher from day to day." As a further result of this universal prosperity, there was less crime than in the older countries where life was difficult. The number of persons apprehended by the police of the City of London in 1832 was 72,824. The population of London being 20 times that of Boston, the same proportion would give for Boston 3,641, instead of the actual number 1,904. But probably the greatest contrast of all was that between the low status of the factory operatives in England and the high status of the same class in America. In England, 40 years ago, the factory hand was a mere machine, a drudge, ill-fed, ill-housed, addicted to low pleasures, with no hope on earth, and scant knowledge of heaven. In America, the female operatives were usually farmers' daughters who entered the factory to make a little money with which to set up housekeeping when they married. Their intellectual status is shown by the fact that at Lowell, Massachusetts, a magazine was published consisting entirely of articles and poems written by girls employed in the factories. By a judicious superintendence, their morals were cared for, none being permitted to live in unauthorized lodging-houses, and the result was that the girls of the Lowell factories were celebrated as much for their virtue as for their intellectual superiority. Unfortunately, all this is changed. Immigrant operatives from Europe came in and supplanted those of New England, and at the present time the condition of the American factory hand, though decidedly better than that of the European operative, is said to be not nearly so high as it was 40 years ago. The glimpses we are thus able to obtain of this period of 55 years ago, 1830, show us a people scattered for the most part along the Atlantic seaboard. A few aggregations of people at Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore had made good their claim to rank as cities. The roads of America still, with some exceptions, the worst perhaps in the civilized world, were then only dirt lanes, almost impassable during the rainy season, but excellent in summer and during the hard frosts of winter. Stage coaches ran between the cities at intervals which to us seem absurdly rare, and sailing packets, propelled by steam, and on the canals express packets, drawn by horses, divided the passenger traffic with the stage coaches. Enterprising pioneers had pushed westward beyond the Alleghanies into the Ohio Valley, and even as far as the plains of Illinois. The emigrant traveled in his own wagons to his new home in the then far West. During the long and hazardous journey, his family lived the life of roaming gypsies. The people's dress was of the cheapest and simplest character. A rough casanet cloth was used for the best dress of the men, and few women out of the principal cities aspired to a silk gown. In 1830, cotton calico was worn by most women, even of the well-to-do class. The servant problem, today such a difficult one to the American housewife, was much easier of solution then, for, as there were fewer foreign women available for domestic service, native Americans had to be employed. These were not called servants, but help, and it was the custom for them to sit at the family table, and in other ways to be treated as equals and members of the family. Such an arrangement was hardly an inconvenience where so much simplicity of life prevailed. A repugnance then existed to all distinctions in dress. No coachman was ever seen in livery, nor did servants dress in any prescribed fashion. Concerning this trait, Miss Martineau writes, "One laughable peculiarity at the British legation at Washington was the confusion of tongues among the servants, who asked you to take fish, flesh, and fowl in Spanish, Italian, German, Dutch, Irish, or French. The foreign ambassadors are terribly plagued about servants. No American will wear livery, and there is no reason why any American should. But the British ambassador must have livery servants. He makes what compromise he can, allowing his people to appear without livery out of doors, except on state occasions, but he is obliged to pick up his domestics from among foreigners who are in want of subsistence for a short time, and are sure to go away as soon as they can find employment in which the wearing of a livery is not a requisite." Such was the repugnance to livery that policemen dressed like ordinary citizens. Even New York City did not give its police a distinctive dress until 1845. Other cities followed later, until now it would be difficult to distinguish the police force in any American city from the Metropolitan Police of London. Coachmen's liveries are less gaudy in America than in Europe. We have not yet adopted powdered-haired coachmen and flunkies with stuffed cabs, nor brilliantly colored coaches. I remember well that when the Pennsylvania Railroad Company decided that conductors and passenger trainmen upon its lines should be distinguished from passengers by a uniform official dress, serious doubts were entertained whether the requirement would not lead to universal refusal to wear livery. In this case, as with the police force, the obvious advantage of the men in authority being known at once by their uniform was finally recognized by the employees. It is a sentiment well worth humoring, however, this dislike to distinctive badges, except when clearly useful. Unless so, let Republican citizens be independent and differ even in dress. There was scarcely a private carriage in Western cities in those days. People rode on horseback or in rude wagons, or, at best, in one-horse chaises. An old lady, living not long since, and one whom I knew well and honored, kept the first carriage in Pittsburgh, and the lady who first had a coachman in livery, he was a colored man fond of display, is still in her prime. If the dress, conveniences, and homes of the people were of the simplest character, so was the food. It was, however, very cheap. Eggs were 3 halfpence a dozen, and a leg of lamb cost only a shilling. Foreign wine was so rare and costly as to be almost unknown. The importations of wine in 1831 amounted to only $1.5 million. Barter was a common mode of payment. Workmen, even in cities, received orders upon a store for their labor. Wages were generally low. Laborers received 62 cents, 3 shillings, per day, and $2, 8 shillings, per day, was long considered remarkably high wages, and was given only to very skillful workmen. Salaries were even lower in proportion. The late president of the great Pennsylvania Railroad received only $1,500, 300 pounds, per annum, as late as 1855, when he was superintendent of the Western Division of the line. I was overwhelmed when, as his successor, I received 50 pounds more per annum. Notwithstanding low wages, the regularity of work and the simplicity of life enabled the people to save considerable sums every year. Such as there was of fashion was in the direction of the plainest living, and in opposition to ostentation in residence, furniture, dress, food, or equipage. It was republican to be plain, simple, unaffected, and of the people. Kid gloves, dress coats, and silk dresses were hardly known west of the Alleghanies. There were no millionaires in those days. Men with $50,000 or $100,000, £10,000 to £20,000, were spoken of throughout the country as the millionaire is now. Indeed, there are probably more millionaires in New York City today than there were men in the whole country in 1830 who were worth $100,000. The first pianoforte manufactory was founded in 1822, but was so insignificant that in 1853 it turned out only 15 pianos a week. Few carriages were made till 1840. Works of art were rarely seen. The first picture gallery of any consequence was that of the Pennsylvania Academy, Philadelphia, opened in 1811. Other cities remained, till a recent date, without important art collections. Libraries existed in colleges and in the public buildings of the state capital, but few collections of books were accessible to the people. Previous to 1830, only 3 or 4 cities had such libraries, and these were unimportant. In those days, every village and country district had its universal genius who could turn his hand to anything, from drawing a tooth to mending a clock. The doctor of divinity had usually the functions of doctor of medicine as well. The doctor of the body had no brother doctor of the soul, he was both himself. The lawyer was attorney, counselor, real estate agent, banker, and barrister in one. With increasing population, handicrafts and professions had become specialized, and communities, however small, are now generally well supplied with men trained to their special vocations to which they confine themselves. End of Chapter 4, Part 1, Conditions of Life. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Madia James. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 4, Part 2, Conditions of Life. A community of toilers with an undeveloped continent before them, and destitute of the refinements and elegancies of life. Such was the picture presented by the Republic 50 years ago. Contrasted with that of today, we might almost conclude that we were upon another planet and subject to different primary conditions. If the roads throughout the country are yet poor compared with those of Europe, the need of good roads has been rendered less imperative by the omnipresent railroad. It is the superiority of the iron highway in America which has diverted attention from the country roads. Macaulay's test of the civilization of a people by the condition of their roads must be interpreted, in this age of steam, to include railroads. Communication between places is now cheaper and more comfortable than in any other country. Upon the principal railway lines, the cars, luxurious drawing rooms by day and sleeping chambers by night, are ventilated by air, warmed and filtered in winter and cooled in summer. Passenger steamers upon the lakes and rivers are of gigantic size and models of elegance. The variety and quality of the food of the people of America excels that found elsewhere, and is a constant surprise to Europeans visiting the States. The dress of the people is now of the richest character, far beyond that of any other people compared class for class. The comforts of the average American home compare favorably with those of other lands, while the residences of the wealthy classes are not equaled anywhere. The first-class American residence of today, in all its appointments, excites the envy of the foreigner. One touch of the electric button calls a messenger, 2 touches bring a telegraph boy, 3 summon a policeman, 4 give the alarm of fire. Telephones are used to an extent hardly dreamed of in Europe, the stables, gardeners' houses, and other outbuildings being connected with the mansion, and the houses of friends are joined by the talking wire almost as often as houses of business. Speaking tubes connect the drawing room with the kitchen, and the dinner is brought up, piping hot, by an elevator. Hot air and steam pipes are carried all over the house, and by the turning of a tap, the temperature of any room is regulated to suit the convenience of the occupant. The electric light is coming into use throughout the country as an additional home comfort. Indeed, there is no palace or great mansion in Europe with half the conveniences and scientific appliances which characterize the best American mansions. New York Central Park is no unworthy rival of Hyde Park in the Bois de Boulogne in its display of fine equipages. And in winter, the hundreds of graceful sleighs dashing along the drives form a picture prettier than anything London can boast. The opera houses, theaters, and public halls of the country excel in magnificence those of other lands, if we accept the later constructions in Paris and Vienna, with which the New York and Philadelphia opera houses rank. The commercial exchanges and the imposing structures of the life insurance companies, newspaper buildings, hotels, and many edifices built by wealthy firms, not only in New York, but in the cities of the West, never fail to excite the European's surprise. The postal system is equal in every respect to that of Europe. Mails are taken up by express trains, sorted on board, and dropped at all important points without stopping. Letters are delivered several times a day in every considerable town. The uniform rates of postage for all distances, often exceeding 3,000 miles, is only 2 cents, 1 penny, per ounce. In short, the conditions of life in American cities may be said to have approximated those of Britain during the 50 years of which we are speaking. Year by year, as the population advanced, the general standard of comfort in the smaller western cities rises to that of the East. Herbert Spencer was astonished beyond measure at what he saw in American cities. "Such books as I had looked into," said he, "had given me no adequate idea of the immense developments of material civilization which I have everywhere found. The extent, wealth, and magnificence of your cities, and especially the splendor of New York, have altogether astonished me. Though I have not visited the wonder of the West, Chicago, yet some of your minor modern places, such as Cleveland, have sufficiently amazed me by the marvelous results of one generation's activity. Occasionally, when I have been in places of some 10,000 inhabitants, where the telephone is in general use, I have felt somewhat ashamed of our own unenterprising towns, many of which, of 50,000 inhabitants and more, make no use of it. There is little difference between the municipal institutions of the new and the old lands, but no contrast can be greater than that between their country districts. The unfortunate people of monarchies have reason to envy the American in many respects, but in none more keenly than for the perfection of his local township and county organizations. If my American readers were generally informed of the chaos prevailing throughout the country districts of England, they would be at a loss to understand how a people who speak the English tongue could have tolerated it so long. The Church has a certain share in local matters, especially as regards education, and the clergymen, vicars, rectors, and curates are found upon the select boards which manage all local affairs. Then the lords of the manors, the owners of lands, have also a share. The squire and the parson are really the powers which attend to everything, and manage all to their own liking. The palace of my Lord Duke is assessed to pay taxes less in amount than the moderate-sized villa of the new man, who is not in the ruling coterie. Every little country district has its ring, for in place of one ring in the Republic there are 20 in the monarchy. The offices are naturally distributed to the favorites of the landlords and the parsons. The people of the district have no voice whatever in the matter, since they are excluded from voting for county officials. Only those who are possessed of a certain amount of property, or who reside in large houses and pay large rents, and who are consequently of the ruling classes, are permitted to vote. The majority of the people, therefore, have no interest in the community as a community. There is no soil for the growth of local patriotism. In the British towns, however, a pleasing contrast to this sad picture is presented. In these, manhood suffrage prevails, and, in many, if not all cases, women possessed of property are also entitled to vote. The result is a degree of attention to municipal affairs upon the part of the best citizens of the towns, which is rarely found even in America beyond the borders of the old settled states, if at all. The proceedings of the town council, including the speeches of every member, are regularly published at length in the local newspapers. Sometimes as much as 4 columns are occupied by the report of this local parliament, and no reading is so much enjoyed or excites a deeper interest in the community. It is true, one outside the boundaries smiles to read of really able men, the local manufacturers and merchants of the place, disputing upon the correctness of a charge of £5 6 and 8 pence for repairing the town house clock, or an increase of £10 in the salary of the town clerk. But the imperial parliament itself is not seldom engaged upon trifling matters, And it is this attention to details which ensures a proper disposition of the public funds and an excellent government of the municipality. The magistrates and town councillors are held in the highest honour, and one hears in Britain of Provost Matthews or Provost Donald's premiership and local improvements being characterized as during this or that administration. The resident of the town hears the names of prominent public men, but these are mere abstractions to him and furnish no material basis for admiration. But when the provost passes by, he sees in him concentrated glory, the pride of power, the real presence, as it were. From the town councils, the nation is drawing some of its foremost leaders. Mr. Chamberlain and Alderman Kenrick began their education in that of Birmingham, Mr. Story his in that of Sunderland, and the late George Harrison his in Edinburgh. My experience of the town community of Britain gives me the highest possible estimate of the power of the masses to produce beneficial changes through the selection of men best qualified for the work. The time has not yet arrived for as complete and effective municipal institutions throughout the Republic as those of Britain, but we see in the more settled parts that we are arriving at similar results. While, therefore, the municipalities of the old land are not excelled by any in the new, and are upon the average better, the country districts of Britain have institutions which are a disgrace to the people. The stolid ignorance of the masses, their seeming contentedness with a life befitting the swineherds of early Saxon times, their dependence upon what they call their betters, and the sycophantic vices which aristocratic rule ever produces in the poor, are positively sickening to the American, who naturally contrasts the situation with that at home, and especially contrasts the men and women produced by the two systems. "You see, then," says the narrow, uninformed Tory squire as he shows his American visitor the condition of the masses around him, "you see how utterly unfit these people are for what you call self-government and the equality of the citizen. Bless you! If we didn't look after them, they couldn't live." He does not often hear the proper reply, but I flatter myself that he does sometimes. Give these people all the rights and privileges you possess in this district, and before you die, unless you drop off suddenly, the result will surprise you. Never can they be transformed from practical serfdom except by imposing upon them the duties of citizens, and then educating them to the proper performance of those duties. You are just like the foolish mother who would not permit her boy to go near the water till he had learned to swim. Throw him in, be at his side to see that he does not quite drown, but be careful not to assist too much. Don't bolster him up until he is exhausted and ready to sink. This same Tory squire will descant at dinner upon the mission his country holds for the improvement of inferior races throughout the world, wholly oblivious to the fact that it would be difficult to find among any subject race in any part of the world a more ignorant, debased, and poverty-stricken community than that which the autocratic system of his class has produced within a few miles of his own gate. No man can see so clearly the mote in his brother's eye and be so blind to the beam in his own as the country magnate of England. He feels, at least he professes to feel, for every people but his own. A short description of the Republican country organizations will probably be interesting to the British people, and even to the American, who is too apt to enjoy his blessings without paying much attention to their sources. The subdivision of states into counties and of counties into townships for purposes of local government have not been made upon a uniform plan. The earlier states present many points of difference in these divisions, but the newer states of the West and Northwest, which combine much the greater area of the country, may be said to follow the same general mode. It is that alone which I think worth while to describe, since it is the recent and distinctively American practice. Iowa is one of the most creditable communities in the Union, and I shall give a glimpse into her local governments. The genesis of these home parliaments is very simple. First comes a settler, axe in hand, who erects a log cabin, clears the ground, and plants whatever seeds he may be blessed with. Then comes another and another who do the same upon adjoining land, until a dozen or more families are near together. Two wants are now felt: roads or paths between these houses, and from the hamlet to the nearest market town or railway station, and a school for the children. There is no central authority to provide these, and finally the hardy settlers resolve to have a meeting and talk matters over. They vote to tax themselves and construct them. Somebody must be designated to assess the tax, somebody to collect it, someone to supervise the work, and someone to keep the accounts, etc. Here are the beginnings of the tax assessor, collector, county supervisor, and town clerk, and after a while to these are added the constable and the justice of the peace. Many a township record begins like that of Burlington in Calhoun County, Michigan. Organized in 1837 and held its first township meeting April 3rd of that year, electing Justice Goodwin, supervisor, O.C. Freeman, town clerk, Justice Goodwin, Gibbsius Sanders, and Moses S. Gleason, justices of the peace. Leon Hoteling, constable and collector, established 6 road districts, voted $100 to build a bridge across the St. Joseph River, and $50 for bridging Nottawa Creek, voted $50 for common schools, and $5 bounty for wolf scalps. Ah, that $50 for common schools. That was the vote of votes, gentlemen. Just see, wherever we peer into these first tiny springs of the national life, how this true panacea for all the ills of the body politic bubbles forth. Education, education, education. Through all the history of the land runs this care for the golden thread of knowledge upon which to string the blessings and achievements of an educated, triumphant democracy. And will you note also that no mention is made of the birth or rank of these village Hampdens? It may safely be inferred that neither was thought of in that democratic meeting. The fittest and best man was what the occasion demanded, and no doubt wise choice was made upon the only sensible basis: the tools to those who can best use them. The township is, as a rule, 6 miles square, as all the territories are divided into such areas by the government surveyors. As population increases, 12 to 15 townships band together and form the greater political division, the county, and the larger home rule circle. The county officials are usually elected for terms of 2 years, although in many states annual elections are held. Suffrage is invariably universal, and electoral districts equal. All officials are paid, but their salaries are extremely moderate. The county town is selected, of course, in democratic fashion by a fair vote. By vote of the people are elected at short intervals not only all county political officials, including the sheriffs and other magistrates having authority, and the county superintendent of education, the road supervisors, and guardians of the poor, but the judges themselves, and why not? Who are so deeply interested in the able and pure administration of justice as the masses of the people, the poorer classes of the people, who may be trusted to elect the men least likely to lean unduly to the side of the rich, the powerful, and the strong. If judges must have leanings, and being but human, they must be influenced, even unconsciously, by their environments, by all means let their failings lean to virtue's side, which is always, with very rare exceptions, the side of the poor and the weak. Many counties at last form the third and largest circle of home rule, the state, which in turn with other states constitute the federal system of the republic. These are little centers within centers of home rule, and the experience gained of their healthfulness in matters political is such as to bring about the general rule that the central authority shall do nothing which the state can do for itself, the state nothing which the county can do for itself, and the county nothing for the township which it can do for itself. As sure as the sun shines, in proportion as government recedes from the people immediately interested, it becomes liable to abuse. Whatever authority can be conveniently exercised in primary assemblies should, therefore, be placed there, for there it is certain to produce satisfactory results. Jefferson was indeed a far-seeing statesman, and he says, "These wards, called townships in New England, are the vital principle of their governments, and have proved themselves the wisest inventions ever devised by the wit of man for the perfect exercise of self-government and for its preservation. The American believes in home rule down to the smallest divisions and has shown an admirable dislike of centralization. He will not call upon any authority to help him as long as he can help himself. Divide society into as many and as small divisions as you please, the smallest still remains a complete epitome, a microcosm of the whole. The council of a city is a perfect miniature of the imperial assembly. The observer recognizes its pocket editions of Cleveland, Gladstone, Blaine, and Salisbury. In the life of the city, there stand the local Beecher and the local Spurgeon, the Spencer, Fiske, Huxley, Marsh, the doctors Flint, Dennis, Mackenzie, the Black, and the Howells. Yes, it even has its Arnold, Holmes, Lowell, Browning, and Whitman, all in miniature, no doubt, as befits the small stage upon which these tiny actors perform. Men and women divide into a few classes, and in every village these classes exist, and the smaller the body, the more clearly defined the line between them in society. Oh yes, there is even society in these villages, and leaders of fashion too. All the absurd things as well as the good things are present, not one missing. For as each grain composing the block of marble has within itself all that makes marble marble, so each gathering of men and women, no matter how small, has all that makes empires empires. Statesmen have but to allow free play to these forces to produce harmonious action. The American always does this in town and country. The Briton has pursued a different course, except recently in the towns, and the effect of exclusion from the management of their local affairs upon the character of the masses throughout the country districts has been deplorable. They are not yet men, they are in spirit only serfs. But as the right to vote for members of Parliament was granted them last year, and they have just voted en masse against the ruling class, the tide has begun to turn at last, and there must soon arise among them an irresistible movement for home rule within their own small divisions. The truest account I have found of the condition of the masses of the American people who live in the villages and small towns, as distinguished from the large cities and from the country, is that concerning New England in Professor Fiske's excellent little book, American Political Ideas. I give my readers this description and certify of my own knowledge to its entire truthfulness. As a rule, the head of each family owns the house in which he lives, and the ground on which it is built. The relation of landlord and tenant, though not unknown, is not commonly met with. No sort of social distinction or political privilege is associated with the ownership of land, and the legal difference between real and personal property, especially as regards ease of transfer, have been reduced to the smallest minimum that practical convenience will allow. Each householder, therefore, through an absolute proprietor, cannot be called a miniature lord of the manor, because there exists no permanent dependent class such as is implied in the use of such a phrase. Each larger proprietor attends in person to the cultivation of his own land, assisted perhaps by his own sons or by neighbors working for hire in the leisure left over from the care of their own smaller estates. So, in the interior of the house, there is usually no domestic service that is not performed by the mother of the family and the daughters. Yet, in spite of this universality of manual labor, the people are as far as possible from presenting the appearance of peasants. Poor or shabbily dressed people are rarely seen, and there is no one in the village whom it would be proper to address in a patronizing tone, or who would not consider it a gross insult to be offered a shilling. As with poverty, so with dram drinking and with crime, all alike are conspicuous by their absence. In a village of 1,000 inhabitants there will be a poorhouse, where 5 or 6 decrepit old people are supported at the common charge, and there will be one tavern where it is not easy to find anything stronger to drink than light beer or cider. The danger from thieves is so slight that it is not always thought necessary to fasten the outer doors of the house at night. The universality of literary culture is as remarkable as the freedom with which all persons engage in manual labor. The village of 1,000 inhabitants will be very likely to have a public circulating library, in which you may find Professor Huxley's Lay Sermons, or Sir Henry Maine's Ancient Law. It will surely have a high school, and half a dozen other schools for small children. A person unable to read and write is as great a rarity as an albino or a person with 6 fingers. The farmer who threshes his own corn and cuts his own firewood has very likely a piano in his family sitting room, with the Atlantic Monthly on the table, and Milton and Tennyson, Gibbon and Macaulay on his shelves, while his daughter, who has baked bread in the morning, is, perhaps, ready to paint on china in the afternoon. In former times, theological questions largely occupied the attention of the people, and there is probably no part of the world where the Bible has been more attentively read, or where the mysteries of Christian doctrine have, to so great an extent, been made the subject of earnest discussion in every household. Hence, we find in the New England of today a deep religious sense, combined with singular flexibility of mind and freedom of thought. Such is the democracy, such its conditions of life. In the presence of such a picture, can it be maintained that the rule of the people is subversive of government and religion? Where have monarchical institutions developed a community so delightful in itself, so intelligent, so free from crime or pauperism, a community in which the greatest good of the greatest number is so fully attained, and one so well calculated to foster the growth of self-respecting men, which is the end civilization seeks? For ere man made us citizens, God made us men. The Republican is necessarily self-respecting for the laws of his country, in full accord with the laws of God. Begin by making him a man indeed, the equal of other men, and believe me, my readers, the man who most respects himself will be found the man who most respects the rights and feelings of others. The rural democracy of America could be as soon induced to sanction the confiscation of the property of their richer neighbors, or to vote for any violent or discreditable measure, as it could be led to surrender the president for a king. Free institutions develop all the best and noblest characteristics, and these always lead in the direction of the golden rule. These honest, pure, contented, industrious, patriotic people really do consider what they would have others do to them. They ask themselves, what is fair? Nor is there, in Britain, so conservative a body of men. But then it is the equality of the citizen, just and equal laws, republicanism, they are resolved to conserve. To conserve these, they are at all times ready to fight and, if need be, to die. For, to men who have once tasted the elixir of political equality, life under unequal conditions could possess no charm. To every man is committed in some degree, as a sacred trust, the manhood of man. This he may not himself infringe, or permit to be infringed by others. Hereditary dignities, political inequalities, do infringe the right of man, and hence are not to be tolerated. The true democrat must live the peer of his fellows, or die struggling to become so. It only remains, for those still held in the toils of feudalism in the parent land, to vindicate their right to rise to the full stature of equal citizenship, since, by the greater part of the English-speaking race, this position has been already acquired through the triumphant democracy. End of Chapter 4, Conditions of Life.
Chapter 5 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 5, Occupations. Quote, all nations have their message from on high, each the Messiah of some central thought for the fulfillment and delight of man. One has to teach that labor is divine. Close quote. By Lowell. Such is the mission of the Republic, for there are few drones in the Republican hive, and these are not honored. If a man would eat, he must work. A life of elegant leisure is the life of an unworthy citizen. The Republic does not owe him a living. It is he who owes the Republic a life of usefulness. Such is the Republican idea. During the colonial period, the industries of America were cramped and repressed by the illiberal policy of the imperial government. The occupations of the people were necessarily confined to those connected with the cultivation of the soil. The varied pursuits which now distinguish the Republic were unknown. Quote, "The colonies have no right to manufacture even so much as a horseshoe nail," close quote, was the dictum of a leading English statesman. And, in accordance with this doctrine, the early settlers were hampered by restrictions which, but for their injurious effect on American industries, would appear ludicrous to us of modern times. The manufacture of hats was forbidden. The making of paper gave offense, and even the weaving of homespun cloth for domestic use was regarded as indicating a rebellious spirit. Iron could not be manufactured beyond the condition of pig, and none but British vessels were permitted to trade with the colonies. But do not let us reflect upon our motherland for this. Even in pursuing this policy, she was not behind her day. What were colonies for, unless to be of direct advantage to the country which created and fostered them? Why should Britain undertake new outlets for her people and her commerce if her children were to prove ungrateful and defeat the only end the parent land had in view in nursing them to life? Such was the accepted view of the time in regard to colonial possessions. It is to the credit of Britain that she now sees how futile is the attempt to extend commerce through colonization, or to interfere with the internal affairs of her children. She permits them to foster what they please, to trade freely with all nations upon any terms the colonies fix for her own trade with them. True, it must be said, her offspring were not very grateful children. They turn against their mother with surprising harshness when desired financial aid requires it. Our Canadian friends flatter the dear old lady into opening her purse strings to give the spoiled child what she begs. Canada is very dutiful upon such occasions, but she taxes her mother's products all the same to foster manufactures upon her own soil. The Republic boldly puts on a tariff and announces that she means to have within herself the manufacturing facilities which distinguish her parent, and to beat her in manufacturing if possible. And she has become the greatest manufacturing nation the world has ever known. I like this boldness. Having set up for herself and being a free and independent state, the Republic has a right to do as she pleases. Canada's hypocritical and ungrateful conduct merits and inspires only contempt. She has no business to tax her good mother's manufacturers to protect her own. But if she does it, she should at least cease her loyal whine and announce in honest fashion that she intends to assume the responsibilities of national existence and no longer to rely upon her mother's assistance. But why talk of Canada, or of any mere colony? What book, what invention, what statue or picture, what anything has a colony ever produced, or what man has grown up in any colony who has become known beyond his own local district? None. Nor can a colony ever give to mankind anything of value beyond wood, corn, and beef. If Canada and the Australian colonies were free and independent republics, the world would soon see the harvest of democracy in noble works and in great minds, and for the mother of these nations the result would be infinitely better, even as to trade. Besides, she would be far prouder of her progeny, which in itself is not a bad return for a fond mother like her. If Lord Rosebery were to succeed in his amusing Imperial Federation fad, which happily is impossible, these nations in embryo would be stifled in their cradles. Imagine the great democratic continent of Australia really subject to the little island, and to the funny monarchy and its antiquated forms. I have heard before of the tail wagging the dog, but it must have been a very big tail and a very small dog. Britain will form a very diminutive tail to Australia of the next generation. No, the English-speaking continents of America and Australia and the parent Britain will be separate political communities, but one day linked together in a league of peace, one provision of which will be that all international disputes shall be settled by it. With the independence of the Republic came the natural reaction of the suppression of occupations just spoken of. The reaction has not quite spent its force even to this day, so hard is it to eradicate national bitterness which springs from oppression. With surprising energy, the people began to turn their condition of colonial dependence into a condition of national independence, industrial as well as political. The long European wars which followed fostered the embryo industries of the Republic by hindering the importation of European manufacturers, a result further assisted by a tariff. And though disaster followed this system of overstimulation, the eventual condition reached was eminently satisfactory. By the year 1830, many industries were firmly established, and since that period their development has proceeded with the regularity which even the terrible Civil War was unable to check. The occupations of the people of half a century ago appear strangely primitive when contrasted with those of present times. Indeed, the difference is more like that of 5 centuries than 5 decades. Take as example the shoe manufacturer at Lynn, Massachusetts. 50 years ago, a visitor to this village would have heard the beat, beat, beat of many hammers issuing from small wooden sheds erected against the sides of the houses. These were the sounds of the disciples of St. Crispin working away, with last upon knee, and making perhaps 1 pair of shoes per day. During the summer, the same men became farmers or fishermen, and the village ceased to resound with the shoemakers' hammers. The present city of Lynn, with 45,000 inhabitants, has numerous fine buildings of great height and length, which are the lineal descendants of the little wooden sheds of 50 years ago. In these, boots and shoes are made by the million, and with hardly any handling by the sons of St. Crispin. Machines now do all the cutting and hammering and the sewing. Massachusetts is the shoe state par excellence. In 1835, according to Mulhall, there were in the state 30,000 more bootmakers than in 1880. Yet in the latter year, the factories produced boots worth $70 million, 14 million pounds, more than they did in 1835. Changes equally great took place in the nature of work in textile industries. In 1830, woolen, linen, and cotton manufactures were largely conducted in the household. In Hinton's Topography of the United States, we read that, quote, many thousands of families spin and make up their own clothing, sheets, table linen, etc. They purchase cotton yarn and have it frequently mixed with their linen and woolen. Blankets, quilts, or coverlets, in short, nearly all articles of domestic use, are chiefly made in the family. It is supposed that 2/3 of all the clothing, linen, blankets, etc., of those inhabitants who reside in the interior of the country are of household manufacture. It is the same in the interior with both soap and candles." But many forces were at work revolutionizing the industrial methods of the day. The steam engine was gradually replacing the water wheel, or supplementing it, when winter bound fast the rivers, thereby ensuring the employees' regularity of work in factories and releasing manufacturers from the incubus of idle capital during half the year. Then railroads and canals were rapidly increasing the facilities for distributing the products of manufacturing centers. Further great improvements in machinery placed manual labor more and more at a discount. Thus, in 1834, a spindle would spend on an average from 1/6 to 1/3 more than it did a few years previous. Indeed, it was said in 1834, that a person could spin more than double the weight of the yarn in a given time than he could in 1829. And so there resulted a complete change in the manner of life of the people. Instead of working with the old-fashioned spinning wheel in country farmhouses, or the hand loom in the rural cottage, spinners and weavers gathered together in large towns. And here we have one cause of the great growth of towns as compared with the country, which has been referred to in a previous chapter. A large proportion of the people 50 years ago were engaged in agriculture, another pursuit in which mechanical appliances have since worked a complete revolution. The transformation is shown with startling vividness by 2 extracts. "Among new inventions to increase the pauperism of England, we observe a portable steam threshing machine." New York Evening Star, August 1834. "Dr. Glenn of California has 45,000 acres under wheat. On this farm is used an improved kind of machinery. Each machine can cut, thresh, winnow, and bag 60 acres of wheat in a day." Mulhall's Progress of the World, page 499, date 1880. In view of such a contrast, we hardly need the assurance of Mr. H. Murray, who, writing in 1834, says, "Agriculture is in its infancy in the United States." The statement which follows is also interesting. "The country," he adds, "is covered with dense dark woods. Even the state of New York is still 3/4 forest." Since that period, the expansion of agriculture has been phenomenal. The farms of America equal the entire territory of the United Kingdom, France, Belgium, Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Portugal. The cornfields equal the extent of England, Scotland, and Belgium, while the grain fields generally would overlap Spain. The cotton fields cover an area larger than Holland and twice as large as Belgium. The rice fields, sugar, and tobacco plantations would also form kingdoms of no insignificant size. And such is the state of advancement reached by American agriculturists that Mulhall estimates that one farmer, like Dr. Glenn or Mr. Dalrymple, with a field of wheat covering 100 square miles, can raise as much grain with 400 farm servants as 5,000 peasant proprietors in France. Notwithstanding this, it is pleasing to know that not even with the advantage here implied are these gigantic farms able to maintain the struggle against the smaller farms owned and cultivated by families. The Republic today is, as it ever was, a nation of workers. The idlers are few, much fewer than in any other great nation. A continent lies before the American awaiting development. The rewards of labor are high, and prizes are to be won in every pursuit. The family which strikes out boldly for the West, settles upon the soil, and expends its labor upon it, may confidently look forward to reach independent circumstances long before old age. The mechanic with skill and energy rises first to foremanship and ultimately to partnership or business of his own. As the country fills, these prizes naturally become more and more difficult to secure, but the very knowledge of this acts as an additional incentive and impels men to, quote, make hay while the sun shines, close quote. The American works much harder than the Briton. His application is greater, his hours are longer, his holidays fewer. Until recently, a leisure class had scarcely been known, and even now a man who is not engaged in some useful occupation lacks one claim to the respect of his fellows. The American must do something, even if disposed to be idle. He is forced to join the army of toilers from sheer impossibility to find suitable companions for idle hours. One conversant with the mother and child lands is particularly struck with the difference between Britons and American in this regard. If a party of educated and agreeable gentlemen are wanted to join in a pleasure excursion, 20 are available in Britain to 1 in this high-pressure America. The American has always so much to do. Even when the family leaves home in the summer, the man returns to town every few days to hammer away at something. The English gentleman, on the contrary, seems always to have a few days he can call his own for pleasures. Ladies are equally available upon both sides of the ferry. The American woman seems to have quite as much leisure as her English sister. I must not fail to note, however, the signs of change which begin to appear. A small number of the best men of this generation, especially in the eastern cities, having inherited fortunes, now devote themselves to public cares, not necessarily political, as a Briton would infer, and discard the lower ambition of adding more to that which is enough. The roughest and most pressing work, that of clearing and settling the land, has been done to a great extent, and the influences of refinement and elevation are now patent everywhere. It is thus that a free society evolves that which is fitted for its highest ends. The census of 1880 shows that the number of persons pursuing gainful and reputable occupations was over 17.25 millions, or 34.5% of the total population. This proportion is greater than that shown by the census of 1870. Each census is no doubt taken in a more thorough manner than the preceding one, the last being the most complete enumeration ever made of any people. But even allowing for this, it is evident that owing to the extensions of the factory system, the increased division of labor, and especially to the greater number of occupations open to women, a larger proportion of Americans are now at work than ever before. The increased employment of women is very marked. In 1880, the ratio had increased to 1,190 as against 1,000 in 1870, nearly 12%, while that of men increased only from 1,000 to 1,067, less than 7%. It is clear that the American woman is steadily conquering her right to share with man many occupations from which she has been excluded. But her advance is, I fear, in no less degree indicative of a growing necessity to swell the earnings of the family. Lothian Bell, when in America, remarked that he had heard always of great inventions made in manufacturing by the Americans, and of their wonderful aptitude in this department of industry. But he found, after all, that Britons had done a large part of this work. This is corroborated by the horseshoe machines of Mr. Burden, a sturdy Scot, Mr. Thomas, a Welshman, who first smelted pig iron with anthracite coal, Mr. Chisholm, of Dunfermline, Scotland, who has created the extensive steel rail and steel wire mills at Cleveland, Isaac Stead, an enterprising Englishman, who first wove tapestry in Philadelphia, Mr. Wallace, founder of the famous brass mill at Ansonia, and many others. It is indeed quite interesting to note how great a proportion of the manufacturing of America is controlled by the foreign-born British. 49% of all Scotch and English in the United States are engaged in manufactures, a ratio much higher than that shown by any other nationality. Immigrants from British America are also widely occupied in manufacture, the ratio being 44%. Native Americans are mostly engaged in agriculture and contribute but 19% of their number to manufactures. 43% of the Irish-born are engaged in personal and professional services, so it can still be claimed that Britons do the manufacturing of the world, and we must credit to our race not only the hitherto unequaled sum of products of our native land, but to a large extent the still greater sum of the republics. 19 of every 100 Native Americans engage in manufacturing occupations, against 49% of these tough islanders, just 3 times as many in proportion to numbers, a ratio which is probably substantially maintained in their progeny. We must not let the Yankee claim all the credit for the manufacturing supremacy of his country. What would it have been but for the original stock? Democracy is entitled to all, for there is not in all the land one who is not a Democrat. But as between the native and imported Democrat, the strain of British blood, never excelled if yet equaled, must be credited with more than its due share. See, my countrymen, of what your race is capable when relieved from unjust laws and made the peers of any under republican institutions. Man is a thing of the spirit. The Westerner who weighed 200 pounds when drowsy and more than a ton when he was roused is exactly like the man born under a king and denied equality at birth, compared with himself when he was invested under the republic with the mantle of sovereignty. The drowsy Briton becomes a force here. The earnings of the people compare as follows with those of England, where labor is better paid than elsewhere in Europe. Average in the cotton mills, in England, 19 shillings 7 pence per week. In America, 24 shillings 1 pence per week. Now the average in woolen mills in England is 26 shillings 7 pence per week. In America, 43 shillings 3 pence per week. The artisan average in England is 31 shillings 0 pence per week. In America, New York, 54 shillings 6 pence per week. In America, in Chicago, 50 shillings 6 pence per week. The average per annum of operatives of all kinds is 35 pounds 6 shillings 1 pence in England, against 73 pounds in the United States. Messrs. Clark and Company and Coates and Company, the extensive thread manufacturers of Paisley, Scotland, who have similar mills on this side, have stated in evidence that the wages paid in their American mills are fully double those paid in Paisley. In all branches of the iron and steel manufacture, wages here are fully double what they are in Britain. The cost of living has been much greater in the Republic, not that the working men cannot live here as cheaply as in Britain, but that he will not do so. Large earnings and certainty of steady employment lead to increased wants and to their gratification. The workers demand better houses and furniture, better food, better clothing, more books and newspapers, and spend their larger earnings to secure these. There are 175,000 pianos, organs, and harmoniums annually made in America, and 3/4 of these remain in the country. Nothing is more suggestive than a fact like this, showing as it does that thousands purchase these instruments which those in similar positions in other countries would never dream of possessing. The relative cost of living in Britain and America has been subjected to a great change during the past few years in favor of the latter. It is astonishing how cheap the food and clothing of the masses have become. Though food, of course, never was as high as in Britain, for most of this goes from this side. It was in clothing that the American was at a disadvantage. Articles of similar kind are now asserted to be quite as cheap throughout America as in Britain. House rents have fallen very much indeed. The best authority we have is Mr. Josiah D. Weeks, Secretary of the Western Iron Association, an Englishman by birth who spent much time upon the other side investigating this important subject. I give his letter to me. Start of letter. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, December 16th, 1885. My dear Mr. Carnegie, absence from the city has prevented an earlier reply to yours regarding relative cost of living in the United States and Great Britain. The purchasing power of $1 in the hands of an American workman is considerably in excess of what its equivalent would be in the hands of an English workman. That is, $1 will buy more food in the United States than 4 shillings 1.5 pence will in England. It will buy considerably more flour, as you know, but little bread is bought in this country compared with the amount bought abroad, most families here baking their own bread. More meat, provisions, bacon, ham, vegetables, eggs, butter, cheese, farm products of all kinds, tea, coffee, more oil, a little less sugar, in many parts of the country more fuel. As to dry goods and clothing, it will buy more sheeting, shirting, prints or calicoes, and as much of many kinds of clothing such as working men wear, but in other cases less. House rents are higher here. It is, of course, to be understood that I am speaking so far as relates to clothing of the grades that most working men buy. Of course, imported cloths cost more, as does what is called high-class tailoring. I made a very careful estimate once with the following result. Items of expenditure, percentages of the expenditures of a family of a working man with an income of $300 to $150, £60 to £90 a year, subsistence 64%, clothing 7%, rent 20%, fuel 6%, totaling 97% so far, and then sundry expenses 3%. From $150 to $600, that's £90 to £120 a year, subsistence 63%, clothing 10.5%, rent 15.5%, fuel 6%, giving a total so far of 95%, leaving the sundry expenses to 5%. Note, the above is from the report of the Massachusetts Bureau of Labor Statistics. Now, I estimate that on subsistence, the American working man has an advantage of at least 25%. On clothing, nothing. On rent, the British workingman has an advantage of 33 1/3%, and on fuel and sundry expenses, I concede an equality. Then take the above table as representing each $1 expenditure of the American workingman. Relative expenditure of an American and English workingman in the bracket where the income is $300 to $450 per year. For subsistence, the American will pay $64, the English $80. Clothing, the American $7, the English $7. For rent, the American $20 and the English $13. For fuel, $6 for the American and $6 for the English, and sundry expenses the same $3 each. Now for the income of $450 to $600 per year, for subsistence, the American will spend $63, the English $78.75. For clothing, $10.5 for the American and $10.5 for the English. For rent, the American $15.5, the English $10.37. For fuel, the American and English both will spend $6, and for sundry expenses, both will spend $5. So, the totals for the lower wage bracket, the total is $100. For the English, $110. For the upper income bracket, the American will spend $110 and the English $110.62. That is, if the relative modes of living in England and the United States of two classes of workmen are the same, it will cost 10% more in England than in the United States. But the English workman, as a rule, does not live as well as the American, and it is just here that the fallacy exists in the statement that it costs the American workman more to live than it does the English. It does, for he lives better, spends more money, but this is not the true basis of comparison. The real question is, in which country will $1 or its equivalent purchase more of a given article of consumption of a given grade? I answer unhesitatingly, on the whole, in the United States. Very truly, Josiah D. Weeks. End of letter. As a rule, the American working man is steadier than his fellow in Britain, much more sober and possessed of higher tastes. Among his amusements is found scarcely a trace of the ruder practices of British manufacturing districts, such as cockfighting, badger baiting, dog fighting, prize fighting. Wife beating is scarcely ever heard of, and drunkenness is quite rare. The manufacturer in America considered it cause for instant dismissal, and is able to act, and does act, upon this theory, thereby ensuring a standard of sobriety throughout the works. During all my experience among working men, I have rarely seen a Native American working man under the influence of liquor, and I have never known any serious inconvenience or loss of time in any works resulting from the intemperance of the men. Even on the 4th of July, the blast furnaces are run with accustomed regularity, and if the glorious 4th be passed successfully, all other temptations are naturally harmless. It is upon Independence Day, if upon any day in the calendar, that the laboring citizen feels impelled to give vent to his feelings in violent demonstrations of irrepressible joy. This calls to mind the story of one of the principal iron masters of western Pennsylvania in the days gone by. Passing his mill on the 4th, on his way to church as a patriotic duty, for in those times churches were open for service on that day, and preachers were accustomed to torture the American eagle till it screamed, he heard the sound of busy hammers clanking rivets up. Stopping his buggy, he listened a moment in doubt, then alighted and walked to the spot to find a party of men hard at work repairing a leaking boiler. At work on the 4th of July. Degenerate Republicans! When he was on his way to church to thank God for establishing the inalienable rights of man. He was the son of an Englishman, and his father had left England because of his republicanism. He could not stand it, but cleared the mill of every man, swearing he would not have a man about him who would work a stroke upon the sacred day. His remonstrance to the manager was no less emphatic. "What are you doing?" he roared. "Repairing boilers today? Aren't there plenty of Saturday nights and Sundays for this kind of work?" To his last day, that manager never completely regained the respect and confidence of my dear old patriotic friend. This desecration of the 4th, although forgiven, was never forgotten. The settlement with the offender, too, was only partial, for my friend, while admitting that the manager was a competent man, always had a qualifying "but" at the end of the eulogy. And the "but," as we all know, had reference to the one unpardonable offense. The human bees in the American hive work in 4 grand divisions. First, 7 3/4 millions are detailed to tickle Mother Earth with the hoe, that she may smile with a harvest, and to tend the herds and flocks, the cattle upon 1,000 hills, and the sheep in the dewy fields, through which wander the complaining brooks, making the meadows green. A pleasant, healthful life is this, redolent of nature's sweetest odors, full of the rest and quiet of peaceful primitive days. These toilers grow the roses of life, and are to be much envied. And if the farmer's life in America is a life of toil, it is none the worse for that. It is the idle man who is to be pitied. The farmer is the man rejoicing, quote, "who holds his plow in joy." Close quote. Next to these envied out-of-door workers comes the 2nd division, the manufacturers, 3,800,000 strong, about half as many as the devotees of Ceres, these hardy sons of Vulcan. Every form of inventive genius or of mechanical skill finds fitting occupation in this army. Variety of pursuit is of vital consequence to a nation, and we find it here. Pent up in mills and factories from morning to night, begrimed with smoke and dirt, amid the ceaseless roar of machinery, these cunning toilers fashion the things conceived by the mind of man, from pins to anchors. In this class are embraced those who literally live in the bowels of the earth, who down deep in unfathomable mines rob the earth of her hidden treasures, and drag them forth for the uses of man. It is notable that while in agriculture only 7% of the division are females, in this branch the ratio is no less than 16%. Women do so much of the lighter manufacturing work in America, more than 600,000 being so employed. This division excites our sympathy. Their work is the least pleasing of all. Shut out from the sky and closed in mine or factory, they seem banished from nature's presence. This is the class of whom we should think most in our Sunday regulations. On that one day, let it be through nature that they look at nature's God. To shut up within walls on the 7th day the prisoners who have been incarcerated all the 6 would be cruel. Is there no reformer who will act upon the assertion that the groves were God's first temples, and take the toilers there in their only day of liberty? The annual camp meeting in the wood is fast dying out, yet it had its advantages. Poor men and women got a glimpse of nature there. The service division, which comes next, slightly outnumbers the preceding class, for it reaches 4 millions. The professions, the minister, the doctor, the lawyer, the author, etc., are all embraced. Fortunately, the noble profession of arms, that means the butchering of men, need not be counted in the Republic. The domestic servants are in themselves a host. The Irish take to this branch much more generally than any other race. Of course, the percentage of females is here far greater than in any other of the main divisions, 1,360,000 domestic Amazons being enrolled, or 1/3 of the whole. The fourth and last industrial corps is that conducting trade and transportation, numbering 1,800,000, only 60,000 of whom are females. These, combined, constitute the 17 millions of working bees who make the honey of the national hive, in which there is no room for those who toil not, neither do they spin. In that hive the drones are not stung to death at intervals, they are not suffered to come to life. If a specimen happens to escape the massacre and walks about doing no useful work to justify his existence, the public regard him much as the countryman did the dude, Masher, whom he saw for the first time promenading Broadway. Lor, what a lots of queer game one sees when one leaves home without his gun. There is an inherited suspicion in the Republican breast that the only thing good for the useless, idle, fox-hunting, pleasure-loving man, as well as for the state, if not be to shoot him, is at least to bounce him. When the fair young American asked the latest lordling, who did her country the honor to visit it, how the aristocratic leisure classes spent their time, he replied, "Oh, they go about from one house to another, don't you know, and enjoy themselves, you know. They never do any work, you know." "Oh," she replied, "we have such people too. Tramps." Quote, "Allah, Allah," cries the stranger, "wondrous sights the traveler sees, but the greatest is the latest, where the drones control the bees." Close quote. It was evidently not the democratic division of the English people which the Eastern traveler visited, but the poor oppressed land of monarchy and aristocracy, where honest labor naturally ranks below hereditary sloth. End of Chapter 5, Occupations.
Chapter 6 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 6. Education. This chapter begins with two quotations. The first by Confucius. "There being education, there will be no distinction of classes." The second by Wendell Phillips. "Education is the only interest worthy, the deep controlling anxiety of the thoughtful man." The fair fabric of justice raised by Numa, says Plutarch, passed rapidly away because it was not founded upon education. No truer reason can be given for the decay of everything good in a state. Upon no foundation but that of popular education can man erect the structure of an enduring civilization. This is the basis of all stability and underlies all progress. Without it, the state architect builds in vain. Whether the sturdy Pilgrim Fathers were conversant with the conceptions of the Greek thinkers who were filled with the projects for universal education, whether they were versed in the speculations of Plato's Republic or Aristotle's Politics, is doubtful. But it is certain that they were imbued with the spirit which animated Luther and Knox in regard to the education of the masses. The true parent of modern education was the Reformation, for did not Luther himself say that if he were not a preacher, he should be a teacher, as he thought the latter the more important office? John Knox demanded a public school for every parish in Scotland, and it was the Protestant state of Germany that first undertook the education of the whole people. Fortunate indeed for the world that the demand for religious freedom necessarily involved the priceless boon of secular education. The preamble to the Massachusetts School Law of 1642 tells the story. Quote, "It being one chief project of that old deluder, Satan, to keep men from the knowledge of the Scriptures, as in former times, keeping them in an unknown tongue, so in these latter times, by persuading from the use of tongues, so that all at least the true sense and meaning of the original might be clouded and corrupted with false glosses of deceivers, and to the end that learning may not be buried in the grave of our forefathers, in church and commonwealth, the Lord assisting our endeavors, it is therefore ordered by this court and authority thereof, that every township within this jurisdiction, after the Lord hath increased them to the number of 50 householders, shall then forthwith appoint one within their town to teach all such children as shall resort to him to read and write, whose wages shall be paid either by their parents or masters of such children, or by the inhabitants in general by way of supply, as the major part of those who order the prudentials of the town shall appoint, provided that those who send their children be not oppressed by paying much more than they can have them taught for in other towns." End quote. In 1700, the state of Connecticut enacted its system of public instruction, which embraced the following as its first obligation: an obligation on every parent and guardian of children not to suffer so much barbarism in any of their families as have a single child or apprentice unable to read the holy word of God and the good laws of the colony, and also to bring them up to some lawful calling or employment, under a penalty for such offense. The right of private judgment presupposes a judgment to judge with. This presupposes knowledge, and knowledge is the result of education. Hence the first duty of the state, as the Father saw it, was to educate the children thereof. Our Pilgrim Fathers carried with them from their old to their new home a realizing sense of the importance of this subject. It may well be said of them, as Froude has said of the Scotch, "With them education was a passion." For scarcely had they got roofs over their heads in the forest before we find them establishing public schools and appointing schoolmasters. Here is a copy of one of the earliest records of Boston. "The 13th of ye second month, 1635. It was then generally agreed upon that our brother Philemon Pyrmount shall be entreated to become schoolmaster for ye teaching and nurturing of all children with us." Next year, only 6 years after the first settlement of Boston, £400 was appropriated toward the establishment of a college. The sum exceeded the entire tax levy of the colony for the year. 11 years later, the state of Massachusetts made the support of schools compulsory and education universal and free. And we read that, quote, "In 1665, every town had a free school, and if it contained over 100 families, a grammar school. In Connecticut, every town that did not keep a school for 3 months in the year was liable to a fine." End quote. Such was the policy adopted by the men of the people who sought these northern shores that they might establish and enjoy the blessings of civil and religious liberty. Far different was the policy of the aristocratic element with which Virginia was cursed. 20 years after the establishment of free schools by law in New England, Sir William Berkeley, governor of Virginia, wrote, I thank God that there are no free schools or printing, and I hope we shall not have them these 100 years. For learning has brought heresy and disobedience and sects into the world, and printing has divulged them, and libels against the best government. God keep us from both. Even in the early part of the 18th century, says Sir Charles Lyell, quote, there was not one bookshop in Virginia, and no printing presses, though there were several in Boston, with no less than 5 printing offices, a fact which reflects the more credit on the Puritans, because in the same period, 1724, there were no less than 34 counties in the mother country, Lancashire being one of the number, in which there was no printer." End quote. Thus are the ideas and methods of democracy and aristocracy contrasted. The former is ever seeking the education of the masses. The latter, from its very nature, is ever seeking to restrain education to the few, well knowing that privilege dies as knowledge spreads. It was death to teach a slave to read. The instinct which led the slaveholder to keep his slave in ignorance was a true one. Educate a man, and his shackles fall. Free education must be trusted to burst every obstruction which stands in the path of the democracy towards its goal, the equality of the citizen. And this it will reach quietly and without violence, as the swelling sapling in its growth breaks its guard. "Ballots, not bullets," is the motto of educated republicanism, and obedience to law its fundamental requirement. Owing to the incompleteness of early censuses, it is not easy to ascertain the exact condition of education in 1830, but contemporary writers sometimes make estimates which are accessible. From these we learn that in 1831 the proportion of school children to population in America was 15%, or double the European average, and second only to that of Prussia. It would have been as high as 22%, much beyond the Prussian average, but for the slave states, where the Negro slaves were not educated. In 1832, a European visitor said, quote, "The state of New York stands foremost on the list of school children. It counts in the proportion of 1 to 3 1/2 of the number of its inhabitants. The New England states, 1 to 5. Pennsylvania and New Jersey, 1 to 8. Illinois, 1 to 13. Kentucky, 1 to 25, and so on. By way of comparison, I may just mention that Württemberg has 1 to 6, Bavaria and Prussia, 1 to 7, Scotland, 1 to 10, France, 1 to 17 1/2, Russia, 1 to 367. End quote. The condition of the country in regard to education in 1834 is summed up by a contemporary as follows, quote, "In the New England states there are not less than 500,000 children educated at the common schools, and in 1830 there were 473,508 white persons in these states between the ages of 5 and 15, and allowing for the increase of population, we may say that the benefits of elementary education are universally diffused. In the states to the south and west of New York, however, there is reason to believe that there were 1,210,000 children without the knowledge and benefits of education." End quote. Many English readers will no doubt be surprised to learn that the general government has nothing whatever to do with the education of the people. This duty belongs to the different states, and is fulfilled by them, each in its own way. A system of public education is in operation in every state and territory in the Union, and 28 out of the 38 states have provided normal schools for the training of teachers. There are 98 of these institutions. All have recognized the duty of providing for every child a free common school education. And in furtherance of this end, the general government has frequently made liberal grants of public lands to the various states. Even as early as the Continental Congress, the question of affording aid to education was discussed, and in 1785, immediately after the close of the War of Independence, Congress passed an act reserving for school purposes the 16th section of each township in the public land of the territories. When the territories were admitted as states, they were made trustees of these lands. Under this and subsequent laws, 12 of the new states came into the Union possessed of magnificent educational endowments. In 1848, Congress granted an additional section in each township for the same purpose. Nearly 68 million acres of land have been given in this manner to 27 states. Further special grants of land have, from time to time, been made for the creation of state universities, and in 1862, each state received a grant either of land within the state or an equivalent amount of scrip for the purpose of establishing and endowing schools of agriculture and the mechanical arts. The total amount of land hitherto devoted by the general government to educational endowments exceeds 78 millions of acres, an area greater than the whole of England, Scotland, and Ireland combined. Throughout the history of the Republic, great liberality has been displayed in the grants for educational purposes. The people who cannot be induced to make the salaries of officials half as large as those of the officials of the petty powers of Europe, nevertheless urge their representatives to vote millions upon millions for educational purposes. The ratio of money spent on the army to that spent on education is in startling contrast to that of Europe. America is the only country which spends more upon education than on war or preparation for war. Great Britain does not spend 1/4 as much, France not 1/11, or Russia 1/33 as much on education as on the army. Here are the figures which the patient democracies of Europe will do well to ponder. How long yet will men, instigated by royal and aristocratic jealousies, spend their wealth and best energies upon means for slaughtering each other? Chart: Annual expenditures on armaments and education by country. United Kingdom, armaments, £28,900,000. Education, £6,685,000. France, armaments, £35 million. Education, £3,200,000. Germany, armaments, £20 million. Education, £6,900,000. Russia, armaments, £33 million. Education, £1 million. Austria, armaments, £13,400,000. Education, £2,900,000. Italy, armaments, £18,900,000. Education, £1,100,000. Spain, armaments, £6,300,000. Education, £1,200,000. Other European states, armaments, £8,300,000. Education, £2,100,000. Total, armaments, £163,800,000. Education, £24,085,000. United States, armaments, £9,400,000. Education, £18,600,000. Thus, for every pound spent by Great Britain for the education of her people, more than £4 are squandered upon the army and navy. The Republic reverses this practice and spends nearly £2 upon education for every one spent for war. Truly has Longfellow written, "Were half the power that fills the world with terror, were half the wealth bestowed on camps and courts, given to redeem the human mind from error, there were no need of arsenals nor forts. The warrior's name would be a name abhorred, and every nation that should lift again its hand against a brother, on its forehead would wear forevermore the curse of Cain. While the New England states fully embraced the idea of free and universal public instruction very early in their history, the great state of New York adjoining them only reached this height after a struggle of many long years. It was not until 1851 that the popular vote sanctioned the principle that the state must educate all its children. The state now spends $11 millions per annum, more than 2 millions sterling, upon education. A free college in the city of New York is filled with the best students from the public schools. A free normal college provides higher education for female teachers, and in every part of the state, normal schools produce great numbers of accomplished teachers. The amounts expended upon education by each state per capita of school population range from $18.70, 3 pounds 15 shillings, in Nevada, to 85 cents, 3 shillings 6 halfpenny, in North Carolina, and 81 cents, 3 shillings 4 halfpenny, in New Mexico. It is an interesting fact that the states which spend most pro rata on education are not the old settled states of New England, but the young vigorous states of the Northwest. Thus Iowa spends almost double in proportion to its wealth what Massachusetts does, and Idaho, not yet admitted as a state, excels all the states in this respect. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Kansas, and Nebraska are all far in advance of the New England states. The southern states rank last, though not so far behind as might be expected. Indeed, several of them, such as Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, and South Carolina, exceed the average of the New England states. The United States have not escaped entirely the religious difficulty in this march to universal free education, but fortunately, opposition to the system has been confined to only one sect, the Roman Catholic, all others having united in giving to it enthusiastic support. The dissatisfied Catholics have not been strong enough even in the city of New York, where they are much more powerful than elsewhere in the Union, to disturb the complete exclusion of dogmatical teaching which everywhere characterizes the public schools of America. A few verses from the Bible are generally read without comment in the schools as a public exercise once each day. At this no one takes offense, and everyone, with the exception of the Roman Catholics, is satisfied, as all feel that the public school is not the proper place for religious instruction. So vitally important to the child is education considered throughout America that not even the rigid discipline of the Roman Catholic Church is strong enough to restrain Catholic parents from sending their children to the public schools. Remonstrances against this soul-destroying practice were recently made simultaneously in all the Catholic churches of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and so vehement were the denunciations hurled at offenders that the Commercial Gazette had a thorough canvass made to determine to what extent Catholics were availing themselves of the public schools. Statements were asked from the principals of 56 schools, and replies received from 24. The others declined from conscientious scruples to inquire into the religious beliefs of their scholars. Most significant this of the complete toleration which prevails in this country upon the subject of religion, and surely not without value as proving to Britain how slight is the religious difficulty, if it be a difficulty at all, in the path of free secular education. For this reason some of the strongest Catholic districts were unreported. Nevertheless, it was clearly proven that 1/2 as many Catholic children attend the public schools as the denominational schools, notwithstanding the fulminations of the priests and the command of the Vicar of Christ, the Supreme Pontiff, which is quoted in the recent attack in Pittsburgh against the godless public schools. I was so much surprised at the result here stated that before quoting it I applied to the highest authorities for confirmation. Among them, to my distinguished fellow countryman, Mr. William Wood, who has long been one of the commissioners of education in the city of New York, and he not only affirms that the result of Pittsburgh may be taken to represent the average situation throughout the country, but that in New York and other large cities, Catholic children receive their education even in greater numbers side by side with Protestant children in the state schools. So let the Church continue to issue its mandates against free, godless education in the Republic. The Pope, being infallible, must be consistent, and this is his 19th century bull against the comet, and will probably be as efficacious as the older one. The public schools are supported mainly by direct taxation, and no tax is so willingly paid as the school tax. In 1880, $82.5 million, $16.5 million sterling, were raised for schools, 4/5 by direct tax, and the other fifth being derived from rents or sale or proceeds of school lands. Following the public schools, in which every child is entitled to receive a common school education free of expense, we come to the various institutions for higher education, with which the state has nothing to do. These are mainly private schools, and depend for maintenance upon fees from scholars. Some of them are authorized by state legislative enactments to grant decrees and diplomas, but as the standards of states differ greatly, a school entitled in Tennessee to call itself a university or a college might not rank as either in Massachusetts. We must therefore caution our readers not to be misled by figures which show so many more colleges and universities in the former than in the latter. Schools higher than primary public schools in the United States number 3,650 and contain nearly 500,000 students. Of these, 364 are universities and colleges, with 59,594 students. The number of public schools in the country is estimated at 177,100, making in all 179,884 schools, and the army of teachers number 273,000, of whom 154,375 are women. A glorious army, this. Let me quote from the report which the Reverend Mr. Fraser made to the British government some years ago. Quote, "American teachers are self-possessed, energetic, and fearless, admirable disciplinarians, firm without severity, patient without weakness, their manner of teaching lively, and their illustrations fertile. No class could ever fall asleep in their hands. They are proud of their position, and fired with a laudable ambition to maintain the credit of the school. A little too sensitive of blame, and a little too greedy of praise, but a very fine and capable body of workers in a noble cause." End quote. The position of America in regard to reading and writing in 1880 is this. Out of 36.75 million persons of 10 years of age and over, nearly 5 million, or 13%, are unable to read, and 6.25 million, or 17%, are unable to write. In 1870, the percentage was 16% and 20%, respectively, so that the march against ignorance is still onward. The gain in the number able to write is significant. For every 1,000 inhabitants who could not read in 1870, there were but 853 in 1880. For every 1,000 who could not write in 1870, there were but 826 who could not do so in 1880. In this improvement, the colored population participated to almost as great an extent as the white, which encourages the friends of the race to look hopefully to their future. A satisfactory future is the great reduction of illiteracy in the foreign-born element. For of every 1,000 foreign-born who were illiterate in 1870, there were but 759 in 1880, which testifies to the well-known fact that the character of recent immigration has been far higher than ever before. Of course, the native illiterate are found mainly in the southern states and among the colored people. Of colored people more than 10 years of age in 1880, no less than 70% were unable to write, while of the native-born white, southern as well as northern, there were only 8 7/10% in this class. In the southern states, taken as a whole, not more than 60 out of every 100 inhabitants over 10 years of age can write. That the condition of the colored population is due to circumstances and not to any inherent lack of capacity or disposition, we have the best evidence in the fact that while 75 6/10% of this class in the southern states are illiterate, the northern states of the North Atlantic group represent an average illiteracy as low as 23 2/10%, or not 1/3 as great. Throughout the whole North, where the mass of the people reside, it may be said that the native-born American, male and female, can read and write, for the percentage returned as unable to do so does not exceed an average of 5%. 5 persons in every 100, most of whom, no doubt, are mentally incapacitated for instruction. If we compare the number of white males of 21 years and over who cannot read or write with those of 10 years and over, we see at once how education has advanced in recent years. The percentage of all the states rises a grade in every instance when those educated within the 10-year period only are considered. Those showing between 2 and 5% of the latter show between 5 and 10% when the 21 years class is embraced. In other words, the children of today are more generally educated than those of the preceding decade. The average percentage of white males of 21 years and over who cannot read and write is 7 8/10. Of white females to total white females is 11%. Only 3 more women than men in every 100, showing that women in the Republic are not far behind. In 1870, the percentages were as follows: male illiterates 18 2/26%, female illiterates 21 800%. The decrease of illiteracy in 10 years is one of the most surprisingly clear marks of the country's progress. Schools for the superior education of women numbered in 1880 227 and contained 25,780 students. In 1870, there were but 175 such schools and 11,288 students. These statistics show a rate of increase far beyond that of any other branch and prove how rapidly women are being advanced in education. The average wages per month paid teachers in the public schools vary greatly in the different states. Nevada pays her female teachers $77, 15 pounds, 8 shillings, and her male teachers $101.47, 20 pounds, 5 shillings and 10 pence, which is the highest. Massachusetts, $30.59, 6 pounds, 2 shillings and 4 pence, and $67.54, 13 pounds, 10 shillings and 2 pence. South Carolina, $23.89, 4 pounds, 15 shillings, 7 pence, and $25.24, 5 pounds, 1 shilling. The ratio of average attendance to school population by states in 1880 ranged from 64 in Maine to 19 in Louisiana, and the average number of school days from 54 in North Carolina to 192 in New Jersey. As we have already seen, the public schools of America cost in 1880 over 16 million sterling. This is very unequally distributed among the states. Virginia City, Nevada, spends most per head upon her scholars, namely $34.81, almost 7 pounds. Then comes Sacramento, California, with $34, 6 pounds, 16 shillings per head. The city of Boston, Massachusetts, ranks third with $33.73, 6 pounds, 15 shillings per head, which is more than 3 times that expended by London. While the American living is ever mindful of the cause of education, he does not forget it at death, and often bequeaths large sums to his favorite school or college. In 1880, such benefactions exceeded $5.5 million, £1,100,000. Now let us just pause a moment to ask how monarchical and aristocratic institutions affect the minds of wealthy people in this respect. Great Britain is, next to her child, the richest country in the world. Her aristocracy as a class is by far the richest in the world. There is none comparable to it in the Republic. But who ever heard of a nobleman leaving large sums for the higher education of his fellows, or indeed for any public use whatever? A physician in London, Sir Erasmus Wilson, dies and leaves £100,000, half of his entire fortune, to the College of Physicians and Surgeons, to be used to extend its usefulness. Who can point to a member of the aristocracy who has risen beyond his own family, which is only another name for himself? The vain desire to found or maintain a family, or to increase its revenues or estate, is the ignoble ambition of a privileged order. What they give or leave as a class, with few exceptions, is nothing to nobody. We can say of the average peer, "The wretch concentred all in self, living shall forfeit fair renown, and doubly dying shall go down to the vile dust from whence he sprung, unwept, unhonored, and unsung." The few illustrious exceptions, all the more notable for their rarity, are wholly insufficient to redeem their order from the just reproach of grasping from the too indulgent state all that can be obtained, and using it only for aims which end with self. They can justly plead, perhaps, the influence of example in the highest quarters, where surely better things might have been expected. Even thrones hoard for self in these days. But his is but the legitimate outcome of the monarchical and aristocratic idea. No fair fruit is to be expected from privilege. The Republic has a remarkable list of educational institutions bestowed upon it by its millionaires, among them Johns Hopkins University, Cornell University, Vanderbilt University, Packer Institute, Vassar College, Wellesley College, Smith College, Bryn Mawr College, and the Stevens Institute. These have each cost several millions of dollars, Johns Hopkins alone having an endowment of $5 million, £1 million, the gift of one man. Only a few days ago the announcement was made that Leland Stanford, president of the Central Pacific Railway and at present United States Senator from California, has transferred property valued at $7 million to establish a worthy university on the Pacific coast. The ratio of population to students enrolled by classes of institutions in 1880 shows that 1 out of every 5 attend the public schools, while secondary education is received by 1 out of every 455, college and university education by 1 out of every 842, commercial and business education by 1 out of every 1,848, a scientific education by 1 out of every 4,325, a theological education by 1 out of every 9,568, and a legal education by 1 out of every 16,001. Such is the record of the educational establishments of all kinds in the country as given by the census of 1880. The moral to be drawn from America by every nation is this: seek ye first the education of the people, and all other political blessings will be added unto you. The quarrels of party, the game of politics, this or that measure of reform, are but surface affairs of little moment. The education of the people is the real underlying work for earnest men who would best serve their country. In this, the most creditable work of all, it cannot be denied that the Republic occupies the first place. It is, and ever has been with all Americans as with Jefferson, a system of general instruction which shall reach every description of our citizens, from the richest to the poorest. As it was the earliest, so shall it be the latest, of all the public concerns in which I shall permit myself to take an interest." Here speaks the inspired voice of triumphant democracy, which holds as its first duty the universal education of the people. Of all its boasts, of all its triumphs, this is at once its proudest and its best. We say to the old monarchies of the world, "Behold, democracy produces as its natural fruit an educated people." End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 7. Religion. Quote, "The religion of a people prevailing at any time or place is the highest expression of which that people is then and there capable." End quote. The relation of the Church to the State is one of the problems which the Republic may be said to have solved. It is decided that it has no relation whatever. The State has as much relation to religion as to medicine, and no more, and it might as well establish homeopathy as its medical system, as episcopacy as its religion. It might as well undertake the health of the body as of the soul, indeed far better, since it is a much less complex task. In the Republic, the regulation of religious beliefs by the State would be regarded as absurd as the regulation of dress. It is not even admitted that the State has a right to patronize one form of religion, much less one sect, to the prejudice of other forms. Buddhism, Confucianism, or the crudest fetishism stand in exactly the same relation to the State as any of the sects which derive their creeds from the teachings of Christ. No form of worship, no religious creed is selected by the State for special favor. The heathen Chinese in New York may worship his ancestors with the restful consciousness that the black-coated Christian passing with gold-edged book to church is not more favored by the State. And how does this system of perfect religious equality work? Perfectly, as to all sects in general, much better than the advocates of the State Church system in the motherland could believe for the Anglican Church in particular, which is vigorous to a degree which might well be envied by the parent stem. So far from religion being neglected by the people, the number of religious edifices in proportion to population is far greater in America than in Britain, and the congregations frequenting them are quite as large. In England there are 35,000 churches, or 144 to each 100,000 inhabitants. In the United States there are 92,000 churches, or 181 to each 100,000 inhabitants. Of the latter, more than 80,000 are owned by Protestants. The steps leading to this remarkable result display the same general character as every other kind of advancement in America, progress by leaps and bounds. At the beginning of the century, students of Yale and Harvard were accustomed to call themselves by the names of French and German infidels, and only a small proportion of the students in colleges were church members. All this has been changed. From 1870 to 1880, Harvard, the most advanced of all universities, graduated more than 1,400 young men, only 2 of whom publicly registered themselves as skeptics. In 1800, when the population of the United States was about 5 millions, the number of communicants in the various churches was 364,000, an average of 1 to 15 of the population. In 1880, with a population of 50 millions, the number of Protestant communicants was more than 10 millions, an average of 1 in 5. If the members of the Roman Catholic Church be included, the proportion will be largely increased. The multiplication of handsome religious edifices is equally remarkable. Many American churches are noted for their beauty. All the large cities have examples of church architecture which would not discredit towns having a history as old as that of Coventry, and in rural districts the church spire rises above the cottages and trees as frequently as they tower over the hamlets in the old country. One of the grandest churches of modern times is undoubtedly the Roman Catholic Cathedral of Fifth Avenue, New York, a massive Gothic structure of white marble, and in the same avenue are quite half a dozen other churches of great beauty and architectural merit. It is estimated that 30 millions, or nearly 3/5 of the entire population of the country, are within the pale of the Christian Church. 24 millions of these are Protestants, of whom the Methodist and Baptist claim the largest proportion. Next in numerical order come the Presbyterian, Roman Catholic, Lutheran, Christian, Disciples of Christ, Congregational, Episcopal, United Brethren, and a host of sects which it would tire one to enumerate. The buildings and other property belonging to these various bodies are estimated to be worth in the aggregate upwards of $350 million, £70 million. The clergy in the United States, upwards of 77,000 in number, are maintained solely by the worshippers. The government, of course, gives nothing to any. There is no dissent, because no sect is preferred. The leading part which religion played in the settlement of this continent had an effect which continues to mark the American of today. He is a church-going person and a liberal contributor to the cause of the church, though he has outgrown the strict and narrow creeds of early days. As late as 1705, aristocratic Virginia decreed 3 years' imprisonment and many political disabilities upon any one who should a second time assert disbelief in the Trinity and the Scriptures. But the government of New Amsterdam was rather more advanced, for in 1664 it decreed that no person who professed Christianity should be molested, fined, or imprisoned for difference of religious opinions. The revolutionary struggle quickened the march towards complete religious toleration. The fear that England would establish the Episcopal Church in America, if the colonies should be subdued, drew together all the other sects, and all favorable to religious equality, and therefore opposed to the claims of the English Church. This, says John Adams, contributed as much as any other cause to arouse the attention, not only of the inquiring mind, but of the common people, and urged them to close thinking on the constitutional authority of Parliament over the colonies. And the intensity of colonial opposition to the state church is shown by the special instructions of the Assembly of Massachusetts to its agent in London in 1768. The establishment of a Protestant episcopate in America is very zealously contended for by a party in the British Parliament, and it is very alarming to a people whose fathers, from the hardships they suffered under such an establishment, were obliged to fly their native country into a wilderness in order peaceably to enjoy their privileges, civil and religious. We hope in God that such an establishment will never take place in America, and we desire you would strenuously oppose it. In addition, therefore, to the dissatisfaction which the state church produces at home, it is justly to be charged with being one of the chief causes which led to the loss of the colonies abroad. When the colonies triumphed, and a constitution had to be made for their government as a nation, there was but one course possible. Since no sect could be given a preference, and especially not the Episcopal sect, which had been the least loyal of all to the cause of independence, it followed that perfect equality must be established. The state must protect all religions alike, and accordingly the Constitution provides that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Such is the charter under which Jew and Gentile, Christian, Mohammedan, and Hindu stand equal and secure in their rights. The various states soon followed the spirit of this law, Virginia taking the lead. Provision for the support of the clergy was erased from their constitutions, and yet the variety of healthy and vigorous religious life in the United States today is greater than anywhere else in the world. So much for a free church in a free state. We are unable to make comparisons between the amounts contributed each year for religious purposes 50 years ago and those of today, because the census returns are silent upon this point. At the time of the Revolution, 1776, there were 1,461 ministers and 1,951 churches, which gave one minister for every 2,053 souls, and a church for every 1,538. In 1880 there was a minister for every 660, and a church for every 553. This shows that although the country has increased in population at a pace unknown before in the history of mankind, its churches and ministers have not only kept abreast of this movement, but have actually exceeded it. Wherever the American settles, he begins at once the erection of his schoolhouse and his church. The principal sects, according to the census of 1880, numbered as follows: Methodist, 3,286,158. Baptist, 2,430,095. Presbyterian, 885,468. Lutheran, 569,389. Disciples of Christ, 556,941. Congregational, 384,800. Episcopal, 336,669. The Roman Catholic Church claimed in 1883 to have 6,832,954 adherents of that faith in the United States, but church membership is not reported. This estimate includes all the members of those families which are in any way connected with it. The adult membership may therefore be estimated at 2/5 of the above, nearly 2¾ millions. The American reader knows that in Britain the state continues to establish and endow one among the numerous Protestant sects, which it calls the Church of England, and another called the Church of Scotland. With delightful impartiality the state endorses the Episcopal form as the Church, i.e. the true divine system south of the Tweed, and is equally assured that north of that small river the aristocratic apostolic succession becomes inoperative, and the democratic Presbyterian idea constitutes the Church. Parliament is supreme over both, and Her Majesty is the defender not only of the faith, but of both faiths. In England she is a devout Episcopalian, in Scotland a Presbyterian. But as all Scotland is of the latter faith, and the sects represent only the minor differences which inevitably crop up among the polemical Scots in any institution, secular or religious, the State Church, although partaking of the nature of privilege, and hence insulting to the other sects as implying their inferiority, is not, in Scotland, to the same degree the irritating and almost intolerable grievance which it is in England. A Presbyterian family in Scotland may not belong to the established Church, and yet retain its social position. In England it would be almost, if not quite impossible, for the Church people constitute society. Episcopacy is the only fashionable form of religion, the only form that is good form. It is the rule, and exceptions to it are not numerous, for episcopal clergymen in the country districts to decline to meet the ministers of other denominations who are not clergy at all, in the estimation of these, the only true successors of the apostles. Instead of being a bond of peace among people in England, religion is made by a state-preferred sect a bone of contention, and produces more discord than the Episcopal Church heals. These bitter quarrels do not even end at the grave. Most unseemly and discreditable disputes occur even there over the right or non-right of the members of other churches to be buried among their own people in the only graveyard of the district. One cannot but marvel that a people so given to the observance of the outward proprieties of life should permit scenes which I am sure have not their like in even the most ignorant lands. A recent various act of Parliament does something to remedy the evil, but the matter is still far from being upon a proper footing. The sale of livings is another scandal which Americans will hear of with perhaps equal surprise. There frequently goes with the land purchase the right of appointing the clergyman of a district, and as the emoluments may be great, this post has a marketable value. It ranks just as so many additional acres in appraising the estate, and we constantly see advertisements offering for sale a clergyman's position to such and such a living. It matters not what the character or attainments of the purchaser may be, if in orders. If he has the cash and buys his appointment, then he is the lawful minister of the unfortunate congregation, and it is powerless. This system results in another evil. The rich purchaser may not have the slightest idea of pursuing his holy calling. He buys a revenue of say £1,000 per year, and he hires a poor curate for £150, and the difference is his profit upon the investment. One step further, if my American reader is in a state to believe anything more monstrous in the path of this established church. The right to appoint a minister at the death of a present incumbent is often sold by public sale. A poor, faithful clergyman is old and must soon die. How much bid for his place, gentlemen? Going, gone. This is church life in England. I often wonder how one of our bishops of the Episcopal Church can cordially take by the hand of his fellow bishops of England, the receivers of the disreputable fruits of this system. Archdeacon Farrar has just been good enough to tell us he does not wish it disturbed. Of course not, but he is not in a position to judge impartially, since he cannot be held to have quite clean hands himself.
The evils of the state church
flow from its parent, the monarchy, of which it is the legitimate offspring. Its archbishops and bishops residing in palaces and rolling in wealth are the religious aristocracy. The thousands of poor curates who drag out existence upon pittances represent the masses. The revenues of the state church exceeds £5,000,000 sterling. The church owns all kinds of property and is squeamish about none. An editorial in the London Times recently called attention to the charge that the Archbishop of Canterbury, walking between certain of his residences or churches in London, would pass 100 gin palaces erected upon land owned by the church, upon which the rents were raised from time to time as the vile trade flourished. But church people who will sell the right to cure the souls of men naturally do not hesitate to sell the right to destroy their bodies, both strictly for cash. The present Church of England of the monarchy is in the respects I have noted unworthy of fellowship with its purer offspring of the Republic, but my readers will not have failed to observe that all the evils which cling to it flow from its degrading connection with the state, as our own Episcopal Church abundantly proves that they are not inherent in the system. When the political aspect of the matter be settled, as it is settled here, the branch of the Episcopal Church in Britain will become as pure as the other. After a trial of free and independent existence, nothing is more certain than that a proposition from the government to give to the Protestant Episcopal Church of America the position in the state at present occupied by the Episcopal Church in England would be overwhelmingly rejected by that body as injurious to the life and usefulness of the organization, and derogatory to the true position of religion.
If the Church of England enjoyed 1 year's freedom from state control in like manner, it could never be induced to return to its present dependence upon the state.
As the British landlords stand today, who once stood bewailing the coming ruin from the repeal of the Corn Laws, as the American slaveholders stand, who once stood predicting a saturnalia of bloodshed in the South when the slaves were freed, so will the English churchman stand who sees the state church ruined by its separation from the state. Short-sighted men! From the day the Church of England is free and independent of the state, its power and influence will begin to grow with redoubled strength, and all the other sects will be stirred to increased effort. Indeed, an independent Church of England, which no longer implies the inferiority of others, may prove itself the power which is finally to absorb within its folds all the sects and restore to Great Britain the unity of religious form unfortunately lost when the political invaded the religious domain. The breadth of view, the large tolerance, the fading importance attached to mere dogmas of man's own creation, which characterize the present Church, appear admirably suited for a foundation upon which, after the scandals resulting from state control are eliminated, can be built a Church which will draw all religious people to its fold, and become in reality, as in name, the Church of England. We do not yet see in the Republic a tendency to the obliteration of sects.
We do see, however, that the preliminary stage toward this has been developed.
The sects are mingling more and more one with another in many great works. Cooperation embracing all the sects is noticeable. The Jewish rabbi, the Catholic priest, and the Episcopal minister, and those of all the other denominations are constantly seen together, occupying the same platform and advocating the same measures. When this stage of progress toward unity is fully developed, the next step is not far distant. Without church rate or tithe, without state endowment or state supervision, religion in America has spontaneously acquired a strength which no political support could have given it. It is a living force, entering into the lives of the people and drawing them closer together in unity of feeling and working silently and without sign of the friction which in the mother country results from a union with the state, which, as we have seen, tends strongly to keep the people divided one from another. The power of the Church in America must not be sought, as Burke said of an ideal aristocracy, in rotten parchments, under dripping and perishing walls, but in full vigor and acting with vital energy and power, in the character of the leading men and natural interests of the country. Even if judged by the church accommodation provided and the sums spent upon church organizations, democracy can safely claim that of all the divisions of the English-speaking people it has produced the most religious community yet known. End of Chapter 7. Religion.
Chapter 8 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 8. Pauperism and Crime. The poor ye have always with you, and the criminal classes as well. But the poor can be made few, and the criminals less vicious by proper treatment upon the part of the state. No test of the place a state occupies in civilization is surer than the lightness of its punishments and the care taken of its poor. A pitying spirit towards these unfortunate classes, and not that represented by the grim authority of the law, is that which in the end lessens crime and pauperism, and best befits an educated community. For the end of all punishment, and that alone which justifies it, is not the vindication of the outraged law, but the desired amendment of the offender. Thoughts of the Sages. In the old books, periodicals, and newspapers, which have been searched for facts throwing light upon the condition of America half a century ago, frequent reference has been found to the comparative freedom of America from beggars and paupers. A writer in Deboe's commercial magazine at this period said, "Throughout the greater part of Virginia and Kentucky, pauperism is almost unknown." I passed some time ago the poorhouse of Campbell County, Kentucky, and there was not a solitary inmate. And I have known a populous county in Virginia to have but one. And during a prolonged tour through the States by Captain Alexander of the British Army in 1832, only one beggar was seen. But with many such indications of the absence of poverty among Americans 50 years ago are found complaints that large numbers of European paupers were brought in. Thus, we read in the New England Magazine for 1833 that a memorial was presented to the General Assembly by the Mayor and City Council of Baltimore, calling their attention to the evils arising from the influx of foreign paupers. The memorial states that the number of emigrants who arrived at the port of Baltimore in 1831 was 4,381. And in 1832, 7,946, a large proportion of whom were destitute of the means of subsistence. Also that of 1,160 persons admitted to the almshouse in that city in 1831, 487 were foreigners, and that of this number 281 had been in the country less than 6 months prior to their admission, and 121 less than 1 week. The Philadelphia National Gazette stated in 1834 that
An active and intelligent guardian of the poor in that city has declared that the support of our own poor would be an insignificant charge, and that more than 3/4 of the paupers in the almshouse are exported from Europe. Sometimes a whole family will come almost directly from the ship to the almshouse. The New York Advertiser relates that in the course of the present season, 1834, an Austrian armed ship has been dispatched from that country to this, with a large number of persons on board, who were of a character which the Austrian government did not incline to suffer to remain within their own territories, and therefore sent them out in the very imposing manner just mentioned, and landed them in the city of New York. 20 years later there was the same cause of complaint. It is related in Booth's History of New York that during the winter of 1855 there was much suffering among the poor of New York, who, unable to find work, paraded the streets with banners and mottos appealing for aid. Soup kitchens were opened in every part of the city, where the hungry were fed from day to day. In the 7th Ward alone, in one day in January, 9,000 persons were fed by public charity, not one of whom, it may be remarked in passing, was an American. And now again there is an outcry against the importation of paupers, which even yet has not ceased. But poverty was not the only charge brought against foreigners. They formed a large proportion of the criminal class. The criminal statistics of early censuses are so incomplete as to be untrustworthy. But Mulhall's statement of present facts also represents the case in the past. He says, "It is remarkable that although foreigners compose but 1/7 of the population, they supply 14,000 offenders, or 30% of the total. The proportion of paupers to total population is less in the United States than in any other country. Indeed, the difference is so great as to be almost incredible. Britain has a pauper army of more than 1 million, or 1 pauper to every 34 persons. America, with her greater population, has only 250,000, or 1 pauper in every 200 of her inhabitants. This statement is fairly representative of the differences between the Republic and other European nations, though in 1 or 2 cases the difference in favor of the Republic is even greater, as will be seen by the following table. United Kingdom. Number of persons relieved, 1,037,000. Ratio to population, 33 per 1,000. Italy. Number of persons relieved, 1,365,000. Ratio to population, 48 per 1,000. Prussia. Number of persons relieved, 1,310,000. Ratio to population, 50 per 1,000. Austria. Number of persons relieved, 1,220,000. Ratio to population, 35 per 1,000. France. Number of persons relieved, 1,151,000. Ratio to population, 32 per 1,000. Low Countries. Number of persons relieved, 1,010,000. Ratio to population, 105 per 1,000. Spain and Portugal. Number of persons relieved, 596,000. Ratio to population, 30 per 1,000. Scandinavia. Number of persons relieved, 301,000. Ratio to population, 38 per thousand. Switzerland. Number of persons relieved, 140,000. Ratio to population, 54 per thousand. Total number of persons relieved, 8,130,000. Ratio to population, 41 per thousand. United States. Number of persons relieved, 225,000. Ratio to population, 5 per thousand. End of table. Thus it appears that for every pauper in the United States, there are 21 paupers in Holland and Belgium and 6 in the United Kingdom. It should be further remarked that of the registered paupers maintained at public expense in America, more than 1/3 are foreigners. The native paupers constitute 0.010% of the native population. The foreign paupers, 0.34% of the foreign-born element, 3 times more than their due proportion. It is gratifying to note that the colored race shows the smallest proportion of pauperism, further discrediting the wild predictions of their idleness and dissipation so common before emancipation. Reduced to percentages of the whole total of each element, the white paupers are 0.14 and the colored 0.09. The American poor law system is very different from that which in England has done so much to foster the idle and improvident at the expense of the industrious and prudent. In many cities, bureaus of charity connect the official with the private distribution of alms, and these often procure work for the indigent instead of giving them money. The recipients of relief in America have not been taught to look always to the state for pecuniary help, and the union of public and private charity is useful in maintaining this desirable state of mind amongst the poor. Where paupers regard charity as a right, they are apt to demand it in cases where they would hesitate to ask for favors. The cost of the system compared to that of Great Britain, where $50 million is annually spent on paupers, further commends it. The Republic spends on its poor not 1/3 as much as England. The causes of the comparative freedom of America from pauperism are not far to seek. In a new country, no one who is willing to work need suffer from poverty, and there is no class in America content to remain idle. Then the defective classes bear a smaller proportion to the population than is found in old countries, where the conditions of life are harder, and lack of proper food and clothing and shelter results in imperfect development. The small proportion of deaf, dumb, and blind persons in the United States is also in a measure due to the healthful nature of the foreign element. Defective persons remain at home in Europe, and only the sound and vigorous emigrate. The potency of this factor is shown by the circumstance that while in the United States there is only 1 blind person in 2,720 inhabitants, and 1 deaf and dumb among 2,094. In Ireland, the proportion is 1 blind in 894 and 1 deaf and dumb in 1,340. Private charity does much to remove what trace of poverty and distress there is in America. Orphanages, industrial schools, blind asylums, institutions for the deaf and dumb, and other charities are very numerous and are increasing in number. The census returns show that there are about as many inmates in these as in the public institutions. charitable institutions classed as miscellaneous, number 430. Besides these, there are 56 institutions for deaf and dumb persons, 30 institutions for the blind, and 13 schools for feeble-minded children. In the treatment of these three most important classes, democracy shows to much advantage. The reports of foreign writers seem to be unanimous in the opinion that in no other country is so much care and attention bestowed upon them as in America. Many of the prevailing improved modes of teaching have been first introduced in the American institutions. Thus, America exhibits not only the least poverty, but also the best system of alleviating it. More than half the distressed within her borders are relieved by voluntary charity, and this is ever encroaching on the fields of state charity. It is a decided gain to the world when compulsory charity, such as annually forces 10 millions sterling from the pockets of the British taxpayer, is replaced by the charity which blesses equally him who gives and him who takes. And this is a change which is rapidly taking place in America. It may safely be predicted that with the growing self-dependence which republican institutions foster, state charities will be substantially restricted to such as have reached beggary through gross misconduct. The close relation which exists between poverty and crime has received verification and repeated emphasis since Quetelet first published the results of his inquiries. In England, it has been repeatedly shown that hard times bring increase of crime, and Dr. Meyer has shown that in Germany a rise in the price of flour is attended by an increase of robberies. Cheap food, on the other hand, is accompanied by diminution of crime. A scientific principle is thus added to sentiment in the song of the English roast beef. The man that's well fed, sirs, can never do ill. Accordingly, we find that offenses against property are fewer proportionately in the United States than in European countries. The influence of free and universal education, together with that of political institutions which at every point inculcate self-respect and stimulate ambition, must be accorded much weight in keeping the Republic the freest of all civilized nations from pauperism and crime. Humanitarian progress in the treatment of criminals in America is wholly the work of the last half-century. The present generation will scarcely credit the inhuman treatment which the delinquent classes received during the preceding generation. Here are a few examples, taken from trustworthy sources, which give us the sad picture of the past. During more than 50 years, from 1773 to 1827, the enlightened state of Connecticut had an underground prison in an old mining pit in the hills near Simsbury, which surpassed in horrors all that is known of European or American prisons. The passage to the Newgate prison, as it was called, was down a shaft by means of a ladder to some caverns in the sides of the hill. Here rooms were built of boards for the convicts, and heaps of straw formed their beds. The horrid gloom of these dungeons can be realized only by those who pass along its solitary windings. The impenetrable vastness supporting the awful mass above, impending as if to crush one to atoms, the dripping waters trickling like tears from its sides, the unearthly echoes, all conspire to strike the beholders aghast with amazement and horror. Here from 30 to 100 prisoners were crowded together at night, their feet fastened to bars of iron and chains about their necks attached to the beams above. The caves reeked with filth, occasioning incessant contagious fevers. The prison was the scene of constant outbreaks, and the most cruel and degrading punishments failed to reform the convicts. The system, says the writer quoted above, was very well suited to make men into devils. The prisoners educated one another in crime. The midnight revels were often like the howling in a pandemonium of tigers, banishing sleep and forbidding rest. At Northampton, Massachusetts, a dungeon is described, only 4 feet high, without window or chimney, the only ventilation being through the privy vault and to orifices in the wall. In Worcester, a similar cell was only 3 feet high and 11 feet square, without window or orifice, the air entering through the vault and through the cracks in the door. This was connected with a similar room for lunatics. At Concord was a cell of like construction, and in Schenectady, New York, it is related that 3 men confined a few hours in such a dungeon were found lifeless, though afterwards they were revived. Mr. Edward Livingston, the great penal reformer of this country, mentions in 1822 that from 1,500 to 2,000 persons of both sexes were committed to prison in each year in New York City, all being presumed to be innocent, and the large proportion really so, and were forced into association with old criminals, eating, drinking, and sleeping with them. Then, after having learned the lesson of crime, they were turned out to practice it. These were the good old times we often hear of but never read about. The barbarity of the punishments which characterized the period immediately succeeding the Revolution had been much mitigated before 1830. And the substitution of milder punishments has since gone on with the amelioration of the criminal's life in prison. Surer convictions and lighter sentences mark the progress of penal reform. In a century or two, the most potent deterrent to crime will probably be the simple notice in the press that in the city court yesterday the conduct of so-and-so was disapproved by the jury. A thoroughbred needs neither whip nor spur. An educated man born of educated parents is the human thoroughbred. The progress made in the treatment of youthful criminals is also to be credited to the half-century we are considering. Before 1830, little or nothing had been done to effect a distinction or even a separation in jail between children and adult criminals. The result of unrestricted intercourse between them may be imagined. The boy guilty of a first offense was lost. The veteran in crime became his hero, and he only longed for discharge that he might emulate his exploits. Young girls in like manner were confined with the most hardened women, with similar results. Strange as it may seem to my readers of today, it was not till 1824 that the first reformatory, the New York House of Refuge, was built. Its influence for good was felt at once, and others were soon established, and in 1874, just 50 years after the initiation of the movement, there were 34 reformatories in the country, valued at nearly $8 million. The average number of inmates was 8,924, while up to that date no fewer than 91,400 402 boys and girls had been received, and nearly 70,000 were reported as permanently reformed, saved. These useful institutions are an immense advance on the prisons which preceded them. The youth is no longer confined with the mature criminal. The sexes also are separated, and at night, as a general practice, there is but one child in each cell, or, if in a large dormitory, the children are carefully watched to prevent evil communications. They are all taught useful trades and have regular day instructions in schools, besides religious teaching on Sunday. After their term of sentence has expired, or previously if their good conduct permit, they are indentured with worthy and respected farmers and mechanics. Numerous societies exist in the large cities for the care of destitute children, the best known being the Children's Aid Society of New York, the growth and success of which have been remarkable. It began its labors in 1853 and has provided more than 30,000 homeless children with homes and work in the country. Its lodging houses shelter an average of 600 per night. Its industrial and night schools educate and partly feed and clothe more than 10,000 children per year. Its great aim is to save the vagrant, homeless, and semi-criminal children of the city by drawing them to places of shelter and instruction, and finally transforming them to selected homes in the country, there being almost an unlimited demand for children's labor in this country. The result of these efforts is startling. The commitments for vagrancy in New York City fell from 2,161 in 1861 to 914 in 1871, and of young girls for petty stealing from 1,133 in 1860 to 572 in 1871, the population having increased in the interval 17%. Here is the true point at which to grapple with the difficulty, right in the beginning, before the innocent child learns the ways of its elder associates. America has not been backward in applying modern ideas in the treatment of prisoners. Her penitentiaries now compare favorably with those of other nations, while no nation probably has gone so far in substituting mild for severe punishments. Repugnance to the death penalty is so strong that it has been abolished in several of the states. The large state prisons keep their prisoners steadily at work together during the day and separate them in the cells at night. In some cases, the labor is sold to contractors who pay so much per man, but it is said that this system does not work well, as it brings outside influence into contact with the prisoners. It is more desirable that state officials should superintend and dispose of the work. Many of the prisons are self-supporting or nearly so, while that of Ohio yields an annual profit to the state. None of the prisons rank higher than that of this state at Columbus. In it, the convict may by good behavior diminish his sentence 5 days a month, and may receive an allowance not exceeding 1/10 of his earnings. At the end of his term, if he has gained the full commutation, he is restored to his rights of citizenship. No cruel or degrading punishments are employed, and no distinctive prison clothing is worn. The prison library is much used. Sunday school and prayer meetings are constantly attended, and there are 200 well-conducted members of the prison church. In the Massachusetts State Prison, the convicts established among themselves a society for mutual debate and improvement. Teachers and chaplains are appointed for prisons, libraries provided, and in short, these institutions are conducted upon the idea that it is not so important to punish the offender for what he has done as to improve him, so that he will not be likely to break the laws again. In no department of human effort has a greater change been made for the better in America than in the treatment of the vagrant and criminal classes. How to punish the ignorant and misguided offender is not so eagerly discussed as how to prevent his growing up in ignorance and sin, and thus becoming an offender. Nor does the question how to punish the criminal rank with the much more important query how he can be reformed. This is the first consideration, and he is surrounded with libraries, teachers, chaplains, to save him as much as possible from vile associates during his prison life, and save him, if possible, from himself. In Du Bois' History of Criminal Law, we are shocked to read that in the 14th century, 3 swine were tried before a legal court and sentenced to death for murdering a shepherd. The whole herd was also condemned as accomplices, and that part of the sentence was only remitted on appealing to the Duke of Burgundy, whose pardon was granted with all the forms of chancery. And Barriat-Saint-Prix enumerates more than 80 condemnations to death or excommunications pronounced from 1120 to 1741 against every kind of animal, from the ass to the grasshopper. To us, such grotesque proceedings in the name of justice are incomprehensible. The next generation, or the next beyond, will probably read with horror of our inflicting the death punishment upon human beings. 2,000 years ago, Confucius was asked by the king whether the unprincipled should not be killed for the sake of the principled. The sage replied by asking another question. Sir, in carrying on your government, why should you kill at all? Surely it is time for us to ask that question now. It is not the least sign of the Republic's position among nations that in many states the death penalty is already a thing of the past. The civilization of a people may be tested by the character of their punishments. The milder these are, the more civilized the nation, as that home is to be rated highest in all the land in which the mildest system of parental government prevails, in which reproof takes its gentlest forms and yet suffices. Judged by this standard, the democracy stands this test well. End of Chapter 8. Pauperism and Crime.
Chapter 9 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 9. Agriculture. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. Isaiah. Ceres is the prime divinity of the Republic. To her the American makes his most profound obeisance. Upon him her sweetest smiles are lavished in return. In 1880 the principal nations stand thus in the value of their agricultural and pastoral products. At the head is the Republic, with $3,020,000,000. That is 604 million pounds. Having marched in little more than a century from the foot to the head of the column, Russia, with her immense area and 100 millions of population, follows at a respectful distance with $2,545,000,000. That is 509 million pounds.
Imperial Germany, with her $2,280,000,000, that is, £456,000,000, is so closely followed by La Belle France as to render the struggle for precedence quite interesting, for France shows $2,220,000,000, or £444,000,000, $225,000,000 being the production of the juicy grape. Next comes Austria with 322 millions as the product of her extensive cornlands and Hungarian plains. And then sixth in the row comes the beautiful Isle of the Sea, small but mighty, with $1,280,000,000, or £256,000,000, a prodigious sum for her small area. Italy, Spain, Australia, and Canada come last on the list, with a united product little more than half that of the Great Republic. What will the next decade show? Perhaps no change in the order in which the nations stand, but it is certain that further and further from her second, and more removed from any, will stand the Republic. God bless her. No victory of peace was so long deferred, or so complete when it came, as the conquest of the soil. 100 years ago, agriculture was in a little better condition all over the world than it was 1,000 years before. Indeed, it has been boldly asserted that the Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, and Assyrians cultivated their soil better than any portion of the earth was tilled even a century ago. The alternation of crops was almost unknown. The fields exhausted by frequent repetition of the same crop were allowed to lie fallow, as in the time of Moses. Drainage where practiced was of the rudest kind, and in the sodden ground crops were thin and poor in quality, and unhealthy as food. Farming implements were of the most primitive type. The plough generally used was little better than that of Virgil's time, and only scratched the ground. The sower, with basket suspended by a cord round the neck, walked over the field, throwing handfuls of grain on each side, as described in the parable, and as shown even now by pictures in rural almanacs. The reaping hook, almost as old as the hills on which waved the ripened corn, was the only means of cutting it, while only the thresher's weary flinging tree of Burns enabled the farmer to separate the grain from the straw. In breeding and rearing cattle, progress had been equally insignificant. The quality of food given to cattle was so bad that attention to breeding alone availed little in improving stock. The average weight of oxen and sheep sold in Smithfield Market has more than doubled since the middle of the last century, a result to be ascribed to improved feeding quite as much as to increased care and breeding. The primitive condition of agriculture in America a century and a quarter ago is well illustrated in the following extract from a work by the Swedish traveler Kalm. Speaking of the James River colonists, he says, quote, "They make scarce any manure for their cornfields, but when one piece of ground has been exhausted by continual cropping, clear and cultivate another piece of fresh land. When that is exhausted, proceed to a third. Their cattle are allowed to wander through the woods and uncultivated grounds, where they are half starved, having long ago extirpated almost all the annual grasses by cropping them too early in the spring, before they had time to form their flowers or to shed their seeds." Close quote. And the imperfect feeding caused the cattle to diminish in size generation by generation, till they grew so stunted and small as to be appropriately called runts. The advance made in agriculture and cattle raising during the last half-century has been prodigious, and much of it is due either to the creation by American inventive genius of mechanical appliances, or to enforced European inventiveness resulting from American competition. From the earliest times, American statesmen have directed their energies to the advancement of agricultural arts. Washington, with a burden of care such as has been the lot of few, found time to superintend agricultural operations and experiments. The importance of agriculture to civilization formed the text of his last annual message to Congress. In the last elaborate production of his pen, written only a week before his death, was a long letter to the manager of his farms, containing 32 folio sheets of directions for their cultivation during several succeeding years. Most of Washington's successors to the presidency gave personal attention to agriculture. One of the most distinguished of them, Mr. Jefferson, invented the hillside plow, and Adams, Calhoun, Clay, and Webster forgot the anxieties of statesmanship and the peaceful pursuits of the farm. Beginning thus early, the advancement of agriculture has continued to be the first care of American statesmen and the American people, with the result that the Republic leads the world today not only in amount of agricultural products, but in excellence of agricultural methods. 1/4 of the total wealth of America is employed in the cultivation of the soil, and that is about the proportion which agriculture contributes to the industrial product. Statistics for 1830 being untrustworthy, comparisons cannot be made with so early a period, but taking the figures of the census of 1850, which was very complete, we find that in the short space of 30 years, the amount of improved land more than doubled. The following table shows the extent and regularity of the progress made in 10-year increments from 1850, 1860, 1870, and 1880. Total acres in farm, 293,560,614, 407,212,538, 407,735,041, and 536,681,835. Acres improved, 113,032,614, 163,110,720, 188,921,099, and 284,771,042. Number of farms, 1,449,073, 2,044,077, 2,659,985, 4,008,907. The average size, 203 acres, 199 acres, 153 acres, and 134 acres. It will be seen that the tendency is towards smaller rather than larger farms, notwithstanding the gigantic holdings which have been the fashion in recent years in some of the northwestern states. The average farm has fallen in size from 203 acres in 1850 to 135 acres in 1880. As this result has been reached under a system of absolute freedom, we are justified in assuming that the cultivation of holdings small enough to be worked by one family without employing help is found to be the condition best fitted for survival. When the writer was in the Northwest upon the huge estates there, sagacious agriculturalists in the district predicted that the small farmer upon his 80 or at the most 160 acres would eventually drive out the great capitalist who had undertaken to farm thousands of acres by means of others' labors. This is most cheering news, for it is manifestly better for the state that a race of citizens, each his own master and landlord, should inhabit the land and call a small portion of it his own, than that one man should be lord over thousands of acres and over hundreds of farm laborers. Political and economical ends fortunately unite in this the grandest of all branches of industry in the nation. The centralization which seems inseparable in manufacturing is not, we may console ourselves, to invade the realms of agriculture. The state is still to rest in security upon millions who possess and cultivate the soil divided into small farms. Such citizens are the very lifeblood of the Republic. The improved land in 1880 was but 15% of the total area, but even then, according to Mulhall, it produced 30% of the grain of the world. The capital invested in farms and farming was $10,600,000,000, that is, £2,120,000,000, being more than 3 times as much as that invested in manufacturing, the next largest industry. The difference between acres in farms and acres improved is that the former includes woodland and forest, which, although owned by the farmer, has not yet been cleared for crops. This is on the average nearly one-half of the farm, so that the productive acreage of the country may be, and no doubt soon will be, largely increased by the present farmers without adding greatly to the number of farms. The total number of acres under crop is 284,771,042 acres, of which permanent meadows, pastures, orchards, and vineyards comprise 61,703,898 acres, the remainder being tilled land, and land sown with grass in rotation of crops. It was a great survey at the beginning of the century to look back over 65,000 square miles that had been brought under cultivation in the preceding decade. Between 1850 and 1860, however, 215,000 square miles had been turned into farms, and between 1870 and 1880, 297,000 square miles. Thus, in 10 years, territory equal in extent to Great Britain and France combined was added to the cultivated area in America. Even yet, the progress continues. During the last year, the sales of public lands to settlers exceeded 16 million acres, an area as great as Belgium and Denmark combined. In Dakota alone, the new farms of 1883 exceeded 6 million acres, one-third of all Scotland. In the face of such facts, it is clear that the Americans are the greatest agricultural people of the world, and that no other race has spread so diligently and so profitably over so great an area. In 1880, an inquiry was made for the first time in the United States into the tenure of farms, whether cultivated by their owners, rented, or worked on shares, with the result shown in the following table. Under 3 acres in farms, worked by owners, 2,601, or 60%. Rented, 875, or 20%. Worked on shares, 876, or 20%. 3 and under 10 acres, 85,456 worked by owners, or 63%. Rented, 22,904, or 17%. Worked on shares, 26,529, or 20%. 10 and under 20 acres in farms, 122,411 worked by owners, or 48%. 41,522 rented, or 16%. Worked on shares, 90,816, or 36%. From 20 to under 50 acres, 460,486 worked by owners, or 59%. 97,399 rented, or 13%. 223,689 worked on shares, or 28%. 50 and under 100 acres, 804,522 worked by owners, or 78%. 69,663 rented, or 7%. Worked on shares, 158,625, or 15%. 100 and under 500 acres, 1,416,618 worked by owners, or 84%. 84,645 rented, or 5%. 194,720 worked on shares, or 11%. 500 and under 1,000 acres, 66,447 worked by owners, or 87%. 3,956 rented, or 5%. 5,569 worked on shares, or 8%. For 1,000 acres and over, 25,765 were worked by owners, or 90%. 1,393 farms were rented, or 5%. 1,420 farms were worked on shares, or 5%. This corroborates the current belief that the majority of farms in America are cultivated by their owners, nearly 3 million of the 4 million farms being of this class. 8% of the total were cultivated upon shares. The farms most frequently rented for money are the smallest farms, and their number steadily decreases. Only in the South does the system of renting, especially for a share in the proceeds, prevail to any great extent. The system has grown up since the war, in consequence of the subdivision of the great plantations, most of the lessees being colored people. It marks a temporary stage of development, succeeding slavery, and is certain to pass away as the renters are able to buy the land from the former owners, their old masters. The free play of individual forces tends to make the cultivator of the soil its owner. There is no law of primogeniture or of entail in America, and the transfer of land is scarcely, if any, more difficult than the sale or purchase of a horse. The reputed value of farmland is $19.21 per acre, nearly £4, not much more than the rent per annum of some of the land in Britain. It ranges from $34, nearly £7, in the North Atlantic group of states, to $7.35, or £1.10 in the states of the Southern Central Group. From 1850 to 1860, the value of farms more than doubled, while population increased only 35%. On account of the Civil War, the increase from 1860 to 1870 was less than that of population, but from 1870 to 1880 it rose 37%, which was 7% greater than the increase of population, so that the tendency hitherto has been for land to increase in value even faster than the population. This has made the farmer of America highly prosperous during the past 30 years, for even if he has only made a living for himself and family from the produce and improved his land, he stands today with a property worth 3.5 times its value 30 years ago. For every $500, £100, invested in his farm, he has $1,750, or £350 today. Had he rented his farm from some huge landlord, this unearned increment would have gone to the landlord, and the worker would have been left where he began, except for the savings in money he might have been able to make. The rise of values going on around him, which he did so much to produce, would have been of no benefit to him. He would not have been half the man he is, nor worth half as much to the state. That state alone is absolutely secure from violent measures whose soil belongs to the mass of its well-doing citizens. Improved implements and machinery have revolutionized agriculture in America. Their value in 1830 is estimated at but $150 million, or 30 million pounds. In 1850 it exceeded 450 million, that is 90 million pounds. The widespread use of machinery is mainly due to 3 causes: the scarcity of labor, which has in turn stimulated the fertility of American invention, and the readiness, amounting almost to anxiety, of the farmer to adopt the latest and best devices. Then the greater portion of the soil under cultivation is level and without obstructions, and is admirably adapted for the use of machinery. It is no wonder that under such conditions America should be the foremost agricultural country of the world. No other country on earth has a chance in comparison. Even gigantic Russia grows not much more than half as much. Here is the record as given by Mulhall. In this table we have the country, the acres under grain, and the production in bushels. The United States, 118 million acres, and 2,698,000,000 bushels. For Russia, 158 million acres, 1,585,000,000 bushels. Germany, 43 million acres, 990 million bushels. For France, 40 million acres under grain. Production in bushels, 840 million. Austro-Hungary, 35 million acres under grain, 520 million bushels. United Kingdom, 12,500,000 acres, 445 million bushels. Spain, 15 million acres, 300 million bushels. For Italy, 18 million acres under grain, 270 million bushels in production. For Canada and Australia together, 14 million acres, 140 million bushels in production. Just cast your eye over the march of the last 30 years and satisfy yourself that the Republic has traveled with its 7-leagued boots on. In 1850, only 867 million bushels were produced. 10 years more, 1,200 million. 10 more, 1,400 million. And finally, 10 more in 1880, 2,700 million bushels from the generous bosom of Mother Earth. Of this aggregate, 1,750 millions were maize, 460 millions wheat, and 407 millions oats. The maize or Indian corn crop is therefore double that of wheat and oats. Maize, which is mostly consumed at home, is the staff of life for the hog, and horses and cattle are also fed upon it to a great extent throughout the country. Nevertheless, the export trade has grown year after year. 20 years ago, not $10 million or 2 million pounds worth were sent abroad. In 1880, it was more than 5 times that sum. A grand sight is a field of corn on a hot day. I remember being upon a train in southern Illinois which, on account of obstructions on the line, had to lie upon a siding for several hours. Nothing but corn was in sight over the great level plain. I wandered among the immense stalks, some at least 14 feet high. A heavy dew had fallen during the night, and the hot morning sun was now well up in the heavens. Crack after crack resounded like pistol shots. It was the corn bursting its coverings. I imagined I could actually see it grow. I know I felt it do so. What would America do without its maize and cotton, the 2 pillars upon which its agricultural supremacy so largely depends? She is pretty sure of the future, however, for upon no other portion of the globe can these be grown to such advantage. England is more interested in the wheat than in the maize crop. Well, the increase in this indispensable cereal has been even greater than in any other crop. It is doubtful whether any agricultural growth was ever as rapid as that of wheat in this country during the past 30 years. Down to 1859, the Republic used to import wheat at intervals from Europe, yet she is now the purveyor of the staff of life for mankind, producing 1/4 of the world's crop. In 1850, only 100 million bushels were grown. In 1860, the crop was 173 millions. Not bad, being an increase of 70% in 10 years. But in 1870, the amount was 287 millions, and in 1880 we find the crop 459 millions. It exceeded 500 millions of bushels last year. 25 years ago, in 1860, the export of wheat and flour averaged between 6 and 8 millions sterling. In 1880, $190 million, or 38 million pounds worth, were sent forth, of which Britain alone received $175 million, or 35 million pounds. The reported decrease in acreage under wheat this year, in 1885, on account of low prices, will prove, in my opinion, to be only temporary, pending the adjustment to a standard of lower values. This great cereal will be grown and delivered in British ports in constantly increasing quantities at prices even lower, if necessary, than those which have surprised so many eminent authorities. The British commissioners who recently visited us and reported upon the agricultural situation did not allow for the shrinking of the excessive margins of profit which the growth in transportation and merchandising of wheat have hitherto yielded at every stage of the operation. I differ from most of the foreign experts and believe that a continuance of the present depression throughout the world will send plenty of American wheat to the ports of Britain at lower prices than those of today. We shall see. The Republic has never yet had to show what it could do when put to it. One is surprised to find that oats are so largely grown in America, for so little is heard of that modest grain compared with its much talked of neighbor. The northwestern states are admirably adapted to its growth, and instead of Scotch and Irish oatmeal being imported for human food, as it was until recently, the native article is found fully equal to it in quality. Such was proved to be the case at the last Paris exhibition. Indeed, nothing surprised me so much as to hear my Scotch visitors to America 3 years ago declare that American oatmeal porridge surpassed the Dunfermline article. The other indispensable commodity for a Scotchman, however, they pronounced miserable. Neither bourbon nor old Monongahela found favor with them. The verdict was that only by a stretch of politeness, almost to bursting, was the stuff worthy to take the revered name of whiskey. This, however, is a matter of taste, for more topers in the world prefer the Republican to the queer Scotch article. The production of barley increases rapidly. The census of 1850 shows that only 5 million bushels were grown then. In 10 years it had increased to 16 millions, in 10 more, in 1870, to 29 millions, while 1880 shows 44 millions of bushels. So much for bold Johnny Barleycorn. The acreage under barley in 1880, yield per acre 22 bushels. The United Kingdom had then 660,000 acres more devoted to this grain, so the barley crop of America is not yet equal to that of the old home. But its increase of growth here is extraordinary, for between 1850 and 1860 it was 206%. It more than doubled in 10 years. California is the leading state in barley, and New York comes next. In the United States in 1880, 1,840,000 acres were sown with rye. Product, 20 million bushels. Rye does not figure in the returns for Britain, which are before me. The authorities say that very little is now grown there. After all, it is not maize, cotton, wheat, oats, barley, or rye which is ruler in the agricultural kingdom, but a more modest grass. Hay is the most valuable of all American crops. The amount cut in 1880 exceeded 36 millions of tons grown on more than 30 millions of acres. It has kept pace with its rivals, for in 1850 not quite 14 million tons were grown. Even 20 years ago, but 19 millions were reported, so that it has nearly doubled in 2 decades. Sorghum is the only important plant of recent introduction. Though a stranger, it seems to thrive in its new home, and its cultivation spreads rapidly. In 1880, more than 28 million gallons of molasses were made from it, more than half a gallon for every man, woman, and child in the country. We now come to the great southern staple, King Cotton, an ancient and honorable potentate truly, for does not Herodotus tell us 450 years B.C. that the Indians were then weaving it into cloth? And did not Caesar cover the Forum and the Sacred Way too with awnings of cotton to shade the dignitaries of the imperial city from the rays of the sun? In 1621 the first cotton was planted in America. It did not take kindly to the climate. Many experiments failed, although repeated at different times and at various places, and more than 157 years elapsed before a pound of cotton was exported. In 1784 a small quantity of cotton was imported into Liverpool, where it was at first considered as an illegal transaction, as it was not supposed possible for it to have been the growth of any of the states of the Union, and when, about the same period, a duty was proposed in the United States Congress on the import of foreign cotton, it was declared by one of the representatives from South Carolina that the cultivation of cotton was in contemplation by the planters of South Carolina and Georgia, and that if good seed could be procured it might succeed. We ought never to give up readily a new thing, whether plant or idea, for success often lies just beyond the last failure. For the 6 years following, the exports to England were respectively 109, 389, and then 842 bags. After independence, in 1776, cotton began to attract special attention. Whitney's gin for separating the seeds from the fiber removed the only obstacle to its almost unlimited production. A tariff upon the importation of cotton goods led to the manufacture of cloth at home, and cotton cultivation receiving a further impetus America soon became the leading source of supply for the world. Not to go back further than half a century, we find that in 1830, 966,845 bales were grown. In 1880, the crop was 5,757,397 bales, valued at $275 million, or 55 million pounds. Of the 1830 crop, $30 million, or 6 million pounds, was exported. Of the 1880 crop, $220 million, or 44 million pounds, of which England took nearly two-thirds. The latter, however, included manufactured cotton, of which in 1830 there was none, so that the value of the cotton exported exceeded that of wheat by $30 million, 6 million pounds. Tobacco growing still continues to prosper in America, although surely the coming man is not to smoke. Chewing is already a thing of the past, and the pipe and cigar are doomed. Before many generations, the smoker will be considered as disgusting as the chewer is today. America increased her crop 80% from 1870 to 1880, and 638,000 acres are now devoted to the weed. Its value in 1880 was 3.5 million sterling. Brother Jonathan makes a fair division of his tobacco with the rest of mankind, for he sends just about half of it abroad, and smokes the other half himself. Take a cigar, he says, and hands one to less favored nations, reserving only one for himself. Generous fellow, Jonathan. We must not ignore the so-called fruit of old Ireland, the potato, which, however, is a native, true American in origin. America does her share in growing potatoes, those apples of the earth. In 1880 she produced 203 millions of bushels, a little more than 4 bushels to every man, woman, and child. I do not believe I had my fair proportion, which for every adult must be 6 bushels, nor do I think anyone in America will admit having devoured his share. He will rather dispute the census returns. As none were exported, we must pass as a potato-eating people, or suspect our fellow citizens of Irish descent of having eaten more than their share, which they probably did. The enormous quantity of fruit grown and consumed in America surprises the visitor. Notwithstanding its cheapness, the orchard products in 1880 were valued at $52,500,000, or £10,500,000 pounds, and there was imported an average of 6 pounds of fruit to each person, worth altogether about $20 million, or 4 million pounds. The total value of the year's product of Uncle Sam's farm in 1880 was $2,225 million, or 445 million pounds, and it was not a good year for prices either. He has netted much more than that since, more than $2,500 million, or 500 million pounds. Indeed, Mulhall values the total agricultural products for 1884 at no less than $2,721,500,000, or 544,300,000 pounds. Let us now glance at the livestock upon his gigantic farm and their products and see what he has to show us there. He first asks us to review his hogs, a motley mass ranging from the patrician Howard, he of Bedford N.P., down to the plebeian, long-snouted grunter, which must root or die. 56 3/4 millions march past. Imagine their salute. Every man, woman, and child in the land owns one hog and a little more. Now comes his cattle with their glowering eyes, and the line stretches till nearly 46 millions are counted. 18.5 millions of them are milch cows, the most widely scattered and most equally diffused of all his beasts. Throughout America, every family of 3 persons have one milch cow, and a fraction of another one. Exhibits his sheep next, 45 millions of them, and enough left over to stock an ordinary country. Not quite a sheep to every inhabitant, but pretty near. Will it please you now to look at Uncle Sam's horses? Trot them out, 12 millions and a half of these useful, noble animals, ranging from the fastest trotters in the world, from Maud S., with a record of 1 mile in 2 minutes, 8 3/4 seconds, to the half-wild Tacky of Florida. There they are, followed by more than 2 millions of mules and asses, which close the long procession. The census proves that, on the average, every family in the country really owns a horse, a cow, 4 pigs, and 3 sheep. Not a bad start for a young farmer. Where the livestock upon Uncle Sam's estate ranged 5 abreast, each animal estimated to occupy a space 5 feet long and marched round the world, the head and tail of the procession would overlap. This was the host of 1880. That of 1885 would be ever so much greater, and still it grows day by day, and the end of its growth no man can foretell. Having reviewed the livestock, let me now conduct you to the dairy to see the butter and cheese departments. 400,000 tons of butter were made in 1880, an average of nearly 16 pounds for every man, woman, and child in the country. Ah, the Yankee's bread is buttered in more ways than one. In 1870, 80,000 tons of cheese were made. In 1880, 120,000 tons. Since the introduction of the factory system, cheese manufacturing has increased enormously. The American does not care for cheese as his progenitor does. What he makes he sends largely abroad to figure as Stilton, Cheshire, or Cheddar in Britain, for he manufactures all brands, and you cannot tell the Republican article from its monarchical prototype. The cheese exported in 1881 was worth more than 3.25 million sterling. These statistics laid before the National Butter, Cheese, and Egg Association at its late meeting in Chicago represent that the annual value of dairy products in this country is $100 million, or 20 million pounds, while the amount of capital interested in cows is said to be greater by $40 million, or 8 million pounds, than that invested in bank stocks. What does the American do with all the products of this livestock and dairy? First, he supplies his own wants, and these are great, for 56 millions of the most prosperous people in the world, every one of them determined to have the best he can afford, and accustomed to the most expensive food, consume an enormous amount. The surplus he exports, and Britain is by far the largest recipient, taking in many articles half of all he has to spare. In 1870 began a new traffic, the exportation of living cattle, of which $400,000, 80,000 pounds worth, were sent to Britain. In 1880 this trade exceeded $12,500,000, 2,500,000 pounds. The exportation of fresh beef was tried in 1875, and in 1880 the value of this article exported was $7,500,000, 1,500,000 pounds. The American hog has been a prime favorite in Europe during the past 20 years. In 1860 the amount of hams and bacon exported was only $2,050,000, 410,000 pounds. In 1880 the demand was for more than $50 million, or 10 million pounds worth. Britain takes the greater part. What a prejudice against American hams and bacon formerly existed there! I remember walking one day through a curer's establishment in an English town where the pigs of the district were killed, and he was supposed to deal only in the genuine home article. He furnished, no doubt, the much praised ham and sweet bacon of which my friends boasted as so different from the foreign article. A pile of half-hidden boxes, marked Chicago, caught my eye. I called the proprietor aside and asked whether the contents were superior or inferior to the domestic. He smiled and said, "Sometimes the one and sometimes the other," adding, "We are queer folk. The American article now stands upon its merits, but many a ton of it is still sold as genuine English. $85 million, 17 million pounds, is the annual revenue of Uncle Sam from his pigs. But little mutton is sent abroad. The value of the exports in 1884 was less than $300,000, 60,000 pounds. But with the steady and rapid improvement in the breed of sheep which is taking place in America, we may anticipate at no distant date a large trade in this article, which Australia has found so profitable. 20 years ago the mutton of America was not worth eating. It is still inferior to that of Britain, but it is growing better every year. Whether it can ever reach the grade of the best Scotch is doubtful, but the improvement in the sheep here is shown by the increase of wool, which is beyond the increase in the number of sheep. Between 1850 and 1860, the increase of wool production was 14%. During the next decade, it was 66%, and between 1870 and 1880, no less than 147%. The average fleece in 1850 was but 2 3/10 pounds. In 1880, it had nearly doubled, 4 4/10 pounds. The fleece of a sheep in the north averages more than 5 pounds, but in the genial south the animal does not need so warm a coat. If God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb, he also adapts the fleece to the climate, and sees that the southern sheep is not overburdened. In this matter of sheep's covering, one agrees with the sage who said that, although the Lord does temper the wind to the shorn lamb, the Lord considers it man's business not to shear too close. Wool growing in America shows the usual increase. In 1830, the fleece was but 18 millions of pounds. In 1850, 52 million. In 1860, 60 million. And in 1870, 100 million. In the last 10 years, it has much more than doubled, for in 1880 the fleece weighed 240 millions of pounds. Could anyone believe that America grows more than double the amount of wool grown in the United Kingdom? It surprised me to find that such was indeed the case, for the fleece of the latter in 1880 was but 112 millions of pounds. As one travels through Britain, go where he will, he is scarcely ever out of sight or out of hearing of the omnipresent sheep. In English meadows and on heather hills the white specks dot the ground. In our coaching tour we seem to pass through endless herds of sheep on both sides of the road, while upon this side of the Atlantic we scarcely see the innocent creatures, and indeed what can be called a flock is the rarest sight. Yet the stragglers counted upon the 5 million square miles exceed the crowded flocks of Britain, whose pastoral beauties they so much enhance. Mulhall gives the average of wool per sheep in the United Kingdom as 4 pounds, and that of America as 5 pounds, which is correct if the southern sheep be not included. This is another surprise to me. I should have said the average amount of wool upon the British sheep far exceeded that of its seemingly less prosperous transatlantic fellow. It is evident that America is more favorably placed for sheep growing than is generally supposed. Is there anything, I wonder, in the agricultural or livestock line in which he cannot excel? Let me call the attention of my readers to the significant fact that no articles of general consumption have increased in price in America during recent years except beef, mutton, and pork, which have advanced inordinately, the opening of European markets to American producers having naturally reduced the supply at home. With these exceptions, the cost of living has been much lessened. The growth of this export trade is seen by the following figures. In 1870, the total value of exports of meat in the hoof, fresh or preserved, was only $17,500,000,000, or 3,500,000 pounds. In 5 years it had run up to nearly $70 million, or 14 million pounds, and in 1880 no less than $117,500,000, 23,500,000 pounds worth were taken from the home market. America was not prepared to undergo this unexpected drain, hence the change in values. The export value of beef in 1870 was less than $20, 4 pounds per head. In 1880 it was not far from $75, or 15 pounds. 3½ beeves were thus supplied 10 years ago for the cost of one in 1880. A similar appreciation has taken place in the value of sheep, the price of which, $2, 8 shillings per head in 1871, rose to $4.25, 17 shillings 9 years later. In live hogs we have the same result, though these obtained their maximum value in 1874, when each hog exported cost more than $10, 2 pounds. Restrictive legislation in various countries having interrupted the trade, prices during 1880 averaged only $5, or 1 pound, per head. But even had no hostile legislation been passed, the capacity of this country to supply in a short time any number of hogs required must have occasioned a rapid fall in prices. What has happened with hogs must happen soon with cattle and sheep. Look out for a great fall in these from the figures of 1880. The Republic was taken unawares. Let us see what will be her response after a few years to the demands upon her ever-growing herds. To conclude with a summary, the farms of America comprise 837,628 square miles, an area nearly equal to one-fourth of Europe, and larger than the four greatest European countries put together, Russia excepted, namely France, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Spain. The capital invested in agriculture would suffice to buy up the whole of Italy, with its rich olive groves and vineyards, its old historic cities, cathedrals, and palaces, its king and aristocracy, its pope and cardinals, and every other feudal appurtenance. Or if the American farmers were to sell out, they could buy the entire peninsula of Spain, with all its traditions of medieval grandeur, in the flatlands which the Hollanders at vast cost have wrested from the sea, and the quaint old towns that they have built there. If he chose to put by his savings for 3 years, the Yankee farmer could purchase the fee simple of pretty Switzerland as a summer resort, and not touch his capital at all, for each year's earnings exceed $550 million, 110 million pounds. The cereal crop for 1880 was more than 2 billions and a half bushels. If placed in one mass, this would make a pile of 3.5 billion cubic feet. Built into a solid mass as high as the dome of St. Paul's, 365 feet, and as wide as the cathedral across the transepts, 285 feet, it would extend a solid mass of grain down Fleet Street and the length of the Strand to Piccadilly, thence on through Knightsbridge, Hammersmith, and South Kensington, to a distance of over 6 miles. Or it would make a pyramid 3 times as great as that of Cheops. If loaded on carts, it would require all the horses in Europe, and 1 million more, 33.5 millions, to remove it, though each horse drew a load of 2 tons. Were the entire crop of cereals loaded on a continuous train of cars, the train would reach 1.5 times round the globe. Its value is half as great as all the gold mined in California in the 35 years since gold was found there. The corn and cotton fields of America form kingdoms in themselves, surpassing in size of some of those of Europe. In 1884, more than 500,000 animals were sent to Europe alive, while nearly 1 billion pounds of meat were sent over. And 4 years before, the total value of meat on the hoof, fresh or preserved, sent to Europe was $1,175 million, 235 million pounds. It is hard to realize just what this muster really means. If the Atlantic could be crossed as the Red Sea was by Moses' host, and these animals were placed 10 abreast, each averaging 5 feet in length, the procession would be 50 miles long. Such a line the Republic sends every year to Europe. The dead meats being far beyond this, however, in value, for as usual here we find the dead as compared to the living in the great majority. Of cheese, 113 million pounds were exported last year, 1884, while 1/5 that quantity of butter was sent to lay upon the bread which the Republic had sent to Europe. She is no niggard, this Greater Britain. She scatters her bounties not only profusely, but in palatable portions. May her capacity for good works never grow less. These enormous food exports suggest serious thoughts concerning the future. The populations of the Old World are fast increasing without any extension of soil or corresponding increase of productiveness. Since the beginning of the century, 172 millions of Europeans have grown to 312 millions. This is an advance unprecedented in the history of the Old World. Without the enormous shipments of food from America and other places, such an increase would probably have been impossible. The present consumption of food by Europe is vastly greater than its production. The deficit per year of grain is 380 million bushels, more than a bushel for every man, woman, and child in Europe, while that of meat amounts to 853,000 tons, 6 pounds for every man, woman, and child. The future growth of Europe, therefore, seems chiefly dependent upon supplies of food from abroad, mainly from America. Every addition to the population must be fed, for the most part, from without. The United Kingdom is particularly thus dependent. Mr. Giffen estimates that 12 millions, 1/3 of the whole population, already live on imported food. It would be difficult to exaggerate the consequences of this fact, ever growing in importance. The social and economic changes involved may be of the most radical character. No doubt, as Mr. Caird and other eminent authorities state, that by better and more thorough cultivation, the soil of Europe, and especially that of Britain, can be made to yield an increase, but we assume that this can be obtained only at greater cost and to a small extent. The proportion of Europeans dependent for food upon the New World will probably increase from year to year. Happily, there is no question as to its undeveloped resources, which are capable of extension quite sufficient to meet any possible demand for a period, if not quite as far as we are tempted to look ahead, certainly quite as far as we can see ahead, which is a very different matter. When we think over the changes produced during 50 years' march of this republic, we must surely hesitate to speculate beyond what the next 50 years are to bring, and for 50 years ahead, at least, we can see that America can give Europe all the food it can require. Beyond that, let posterity manage for itself. The man who is always telling you what he would have done if he had been there in any given emergency is he who never gets there. And none of my readers will ever get there to the day when the Republic cannot respond to any call made upon her for agricultural products. Millions and millions of fertile acres, under sunny skies and watered with refreshing showers, still lie before us, only awaiting the plow to respond with food for man. It is in the cultivation of this heritage and the building up of the cities and of the roads and railways and telegraphs which must accompany this work, and the erection of schoolhouses and churches throughout the land, that the American people will find their proper development. Not in chasing the fiction of the carrying of merchandise upon the high seas, for which they must contend at a disadvantage. Much less should they call for the building of warships. The present lack of a navy ensures the nation a dignified position. It is one of the chief glories of the Republic that she spends her money for better ends, and is nothing worthy to rank as a ship of war. To build a few small ships and call them a navy will invite comparison, and the rascally comparative must only make the Republic ridiculous, for she either wants the strongest navy in the world or none. If she builds the weakest, she builds her ships for the stronger enemy to sink or capture, if she ever has an enemy, which is to be doubted unless she flaunts before the other powers great monster ships expressly designed to work them injury. There is an effort to produce a scare just now in regard to her defenseless seacoast. Any small power could attack her ports and levy contributions, as it is said. So any man who walks down Broadway may be attacked by a disorderly fellow, but no one suggests that we walk about, therefore, in coats of mail. There is not a port of America which could not be efficiently closed, if necessary, against an assailant before he had time to reach it, though there is little prospect that the Republic will ever have an assailant if she remains unarmed. When nations provide themselves with arms ostensibly for defense, offense travels not far in the rear, accompanies it as shadow does substance. Shakespeare tells us how oft the means to do ill deeds make ill deeds done. I beseech my fellow Republicans to leave to the monarchies of the old world the folly and the crime of building and maintaining these vast engines of destruction, the mere possession of which tends to make war between nations which would otherwise have remained at peace. Of all the lessons which the democracy has given, or is capable of giving, to people in less advanced stages of political development, this ranks supreme, that peace has its victory still more renowned than war. So far, the democracy can congratulate itself that its country's reputation rests not upon conquest nor wars of aggression, but upon the nobler foundation of peaceful, orderly, industrial development. Men and brethren, let us see to it that our representatives do not tarnish this record by stripping the Republic of the majestic robes of golden peace and arraying her in the panoply of barbarous war. End of Chapter 9. Agriculture.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mario Pineda. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 10, Part 1, Manufactures. In a general way, it may safely be predicted that the nation which has the most varied industry is likely, all other things being equal, to be the most prosperous, powerful, and contented. Agriculture, though the first and most essential of all callings, is still far from yielding the best results from a commercial and industrial point of view. England's supremacy. Genes. Labor is discovered to be the grand conqueror, enriching and building up nations more surely than the greatest battles, says Channing. Of this truth, the Republic is proof conclusive, for she has become the greatest manufacturing nation of the world by labor, not by luck. What men call luck is the prerogative of valiant souls. Since the earliest period in their history, the American people have devoted great attention to and manifested unusual aptitude for manufactures. The first colonists fully realized their importance, and so energetically did they devote themselves to their development that by 1670, when the population numbered less than 200,000, their progress had already begun to excite the jealousy of the mother country. Despite the restrictions which Great Britain placed upon the colonial trade, the manufacture and commerce of America grew rapidly. The moral cost at which the advance was made, however, was very great. It may be gauged by the fact, certified by the Honorable David A. Wells, that the colonists were a nation of lawbreakers. 9/10 of the colonial merchants were smugglers. 1/4 of the whole number of the signers of the Declaration of Independence were bred to the contraband trade. John Hancock was the prince of contraband traders, and, with John Adams as his counsel, was on trial before the Admiralty Court in Boston at the exact hour of the shedding of blood at Lexington to answer for $500,000 penalties alleged to have been by him incurred as a smuggler. The evils and sufferings caused by the narrow policy of the home government can be but vaguely conceived even in view of this wholesale demoralization of a generous and otherwise law-abiding people. The efforts of the British to cripple the industries of America did not end, as might be supposed, with the success of the Revolution. Transatlantic manufacturers sought to continue their repressive measures long after independence was achieved, and their methods of procedure took many a curious turn. Bishop, the historian of American industry, says, "It was supposed to be an object worth large sacrifices on the part of the English manufacturers to break down the formidable rivalship of growing but immature manufacturers in America by means of heavy consignments of goods to be disposed of at auction, and upon the most liberal credits to the merchants." That this policy had the approval of eminent British statesmen is shown by the remarkable language of Mr. Brougham in Parliament soon after the peace, 1815, when he declared, in reference to the losses sustained by English manufacturers in these transactions, that it was even worth while to incur a loss upon the first exportation in order by the glut to stifle in the cradle these rising manufacturers in the United States, which the war had forced into existence contrary to the natural course of things. All this is in the past, and is only referred to as essential to a proper understanding of the subject under review. Britain did what she did because in those days nobody knew any better, as explained in the chapter upon occupations. The steady nature of the progress of American manufactures is indicated by the ever-increasing ratio of manufacturers to population. This is shown by Mulhall as follows. Product per inhabitant. 1830, 1.8 pounds sterling. 1840, 5.7. 1850, 9.1. 1860, 12.2, 1870, 21.2, 1880, 22. An increase of more than 10 times the products per inhabitant in 50 years. It is interesting to note that as the country became more densely settled, the importance of manufactures relative to agriculture increased. In 1850, the capital invested in manufactures was only 8% of that in agriculture. In 1860, it was 13%, in 1870, 19%, and in 1880, it reached 23%, or nearly 1/4 that of agriculture. In 1870, the value of the products of manufacture less than of raw materials was 71% of the value of agricultural products, while in 1880, the proportion had risen to 89%. So that great as the growth of agriculture has been in America, and the world has never before seen the like, that of manufactures has been even greater. No statement in this book will probably cause so much surprise as that the young Republic and not Great Britain is today the greatest manufacturing nation of the world, for she is generally credited with being great only in agriculture. The annual product of each operative has advanced in value from $1,100, 220 sterling in 1850, to $2,015, 403 sterling in 1880, a result largely due to improvements in methods of machinery. This cause, joined to the increase in number of workers, resulted in an advance of total manufactures from $1,060,000,000, 212 million sterling in 1850, to $5,560,000,000, 1,112,000,000 sterling in 1880, an increase of nearly 600% in 30 years. During the same period, the increase of British manufacture was little more than 100%. Their total in 1880 was but $4,055,000,000, 811 million sterling. An industry which has attained gigantic proportions during the 50 years under review is that of flouring and grist mills. Indeed, if we judge by value of products, this is the foremost industry of the United States, for the product of 1880 exceeded $500 million, 100 million sterling. The capital invested in this industry was $177,400,000, nearly 36 million sterling, there being in operation no fewer than 24,000 flouring and grist mills with a daily capacity of 5 million bushels, sufficient, if need be, to grind flour for not only the 50 millions of Americans, but for 300 million Europeans, who annually consume 1,347,000,000 bushels. The value added to the food by milling was 13% of the cost of the grain. During the decade ending 1880, the capital employed in this industry increased 46%. The grain dealt with increased 47%. Wages increased 49%. The number of hands employed, however, diminished slightly, a circumstance due to improvements in machinery. This is a growing characteristic of all American industries. The drudgery is even being delegated to dumb machines, while the brain and muscle of men are directed into higher channels. The industry next in importance, judged by value of product, is slaughtering and meat packing. Though of comparatively recent origin, this industry has attained enormous proportions. The capital employed in 1880 was about 10 million sterling, furnishing employment to more than 27,000 hands, whose wages amounted to $10,500,000, 2,100,000 sterling, an average of nearly $400 or 80 sterling each. The beeves slaughtered number 1,700,000, sheep 2,200,000, hogs 16 millions. This was enough to give every man, woman, and child in America and Great Britain half a pound of meat thrice a week for a year. That this industry is to undergo vast developments is shown by the attention paid to the pastoral interests. Farming stock increased 33% all round during the 10 years ending in 1880. There were in that year nearly 150 million cows, sheep, and hogs in the United States. It is at Chicago that the traveler sees the murderous work going on upon the grandest scale, for in 1880 5¾ million pigs were turned into pork and 500,000 cattle packed. So rapidly is this industry increasing that in Chicago alone 1,180,900 cattle were killed last year. The perfection of the machinery employed is illustrated by the claim Chicagoans make for it, viz., that you can see a living hog driven into the machine at one end and the hams from it safely delivered at the other end before the squeal of the animal is out of your ears. But as Matthew Arnold said when asked to see this verified, or at least the foundation upon which the story rests, "Why should I see pigs killed? Why should I hear pigs squeal?" he declined. My readers can therefore see, if so inclined, one of the sights which a distinguished traveler missed, which is ever a great advantage. The iron and steel industries rank next in importance, the product for 1883 being valued at $400 million, 80 million sterling. The production of pig iron has increased at a prodigious rate. The output for 1883 was 5¼ million tons, more than 13 times the quantity produced in 1840. With this unparalleled increase in quantity, there has gone a corresponding improvement in quality, which has placed American iron and steel on a par with the best produced by the Iron King, Great Britain. In 1870, the United States was much below France or Germany as regards the manufacture of steel. 10 years later, it produced more than these countries together. America now makes 1/5 of the iron and 1/4 of the steel of the world, and is second only to Great Britain. In steel, America will probably lead the world in 1890, as may be seen from the following summary. 1850, Great Britain, 49,000 tons. United States, no data. Germany, 22,000 tons. France, no data. 1870, Great Britain, 245,000 tons. United States, 64,000. Germany, 170,000. France, 94,000. 1881, Great Britain, 1,780,000 tons. United States, 1,374,000 tons. Germany, 865,000. France, 418,000. Probably the most rapid development of an industry that the world has ever seen is that of Bessemer steel in America. As the foregoing table shows, there were only 64,000 tons of all kinds of steel made in 1870. Of these, only 40,000 tons was Bessemer. 12 years later, 1882, the product was 1,250,000 tons. This is advancing not by leaps or bounds. It is one grand rush, a rush without pause, which has made America the greatest manufacturer of Bessemer steel in the world. Last year, the Republic made 1,373,513 tons, which was 74,000 tons more than Great Britain made. In steel rails, her superiority is more marked. The output of Great Britain was 647,000 tons against 954,000 made in the United States. Pennsylvania wears the Iron Crown, nearly 1/2 of capital invested being there, while 46% of the total product is contributed by it. Ohio ranks second, New York follows, with Illinois closely treading on her heels. The future outlook for the iron and steel industries of America is highly encouraging, for ironstone in greater or less quantities has been discovered in most of the newly opened states of the West. The production of iron was commenced between 1870 and 1880 in no less than 6 states: Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, Oregon, and Texas, and in New Hampshire in the East. These infant industries are rapidly developing, but a great increase of population must take place near them before the aggregate product can reach a high figure. Pennsylvania will probably increase her iron and steel product in the future as fast as these new districts. Closely following the iron and steel manufacturers comes the lumber trade, an industry peculiarly American. Since 1850, the value of annual product has increased fourfold, the capital employed having advanced in nearly the same ratio. In 1880, this industry gave employment to 148,000 hands who received wages to the amount of nearly $32 million, $6,400,000 sterling. The product was worth $233,268,729, $46,653,745 sterling. The principal seat of this industry is Michigan, a region which 50 years ago had not been invaded by the woodcutter. The capital invested in the lumber trade in that state was nearly $40 million in 1880, or more than 1/5 of the total lumber investment of the country. The amount of superior timber cut in 1880 in the 3 principal lumbering states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, was 7,500,000,000 feet. This is exclusive of many millions of railroad ties, staves, and sets of headings out of inferior wood. In the southern states, more than 1,500,000,000 feet of pine were cut in 1880, while it was estimated that there remained standing not less than 216 billion feet. But full statistics of the enormous quantities of wood available in the various states are unattainable. Texas is said to have 21 billion feet of loblolly pine, of which 61.5 million feet were cut during 1880. At the present rate of cutting, the timber area of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota will last, along with for growth, from 20 to 25 years, but that of the South, which is 4 times as great, is said to be ample for an indefinite period. Enormous forests are being opened in Washington Territory, Oregon, and Northern California. The cutting of trees may be conducted more methodically in the future than in the past, but there is little danger of the supply diminishing. There are vast regions in America where the raising of timber is the only cultivation possible, and other places where trees can be more profitable ground than anything else. This will always remain so that there need be no apprehension either that the forests will be totally destroyed or that the supply of merchantable lumber will fail. The quality and variety of American woods are almost too well known to need emphasis. The ash, cherry maple, mahogany, walnut, and many other valuable varieties are exported to Europe, frequently cut and shaped, ready to be put together as finished work. The wealth of America's forests is illustrated by the collection of native woods in the New York Museum of Natural History, which comprises more than 400 different varieties. The wealth of the Republic would be but partially estimated if, upon Uncle Sam's great estate, we omitted the growing timber, from the live oak of southern Florida up to the huge pine, hewn on, not Norwegian, but northwestern hills. Foundry and machine shop products rank next in value. The value placed on these is more than $214 million, $42,800,000 sterling, so that the value of the iron industries of America, as indicated above, ought to be increased by this sum. Cotton manufactures have increased at a great rate in many lands, but nowhere so rapidly as in America. Those of England in 1880 were nearly 6 times greater than in 1830. Those in America were 18.5 times greater. The competition of mother and child lands in this important industry is briefly shown by the following table, which also shows the small amount consumed by other countries. Consumption of cotton in million pounds. 1830. Great Britain 250, United States 52, Germany 56, France 87, various 162, total 607. 1840. Great Britain 454, United States 135, Germany 120, France 110, various 231, total 1,150 million pounds. 1860. Great Britain 1,140, United States 410, Germany 220, France 215, various 286, total 2,271 million pounds. 1870. Great Britain 1,101, United States 530, Germany 260, France 250, various 239, total 2,380 million pounds. 1880. Great Britain 1,404, United States 961, Germany 390, France 340, various 649, total 3,744 million pounds. It appears from the above that the cotton industries of America have increased nearly 3 times as fast as those of the rest of the world. The motherland still leads finally in the race, however. Grand, plucky little racer. One dislikes to see a big overgrown giant chasing you with his 7-league boots on, but do not be too much discouraged. He is your own son and bodes no harm. You thought him of what his strain is capable. The prize will still remain in the family. You who love primogeniture so dearly, every one to his taste, surely cannot grudge your eldest boy anything. At the beginning of the century, although the cotton crop was only 1/77th what it was in 1880, only 2% of it was manufactured at home, as against 31% in 1881. In this, as in many other industries, we see the parent and child land in friendly rivalry, absorbing the great bulk and leaving the rest of the world nowhere in the race. Thus, the two nations combined take 2/3 of the whole and leave but 1/3 for the rest of the world. The capital invested in cotton manufacture in the United States in 1880 was $208 million, $41,600,000 sterling. The number of operatives was 172,554, who received in wages $42 million, $8,400,000 sterling. The value of the product exceeded $182 million, nearly 40 million sterling. Compared with the figures of the previous decade, the capital shows 47% increase, number of looms 49% increase, number of operatives 28%, and cotton consumed 58%. It is a noteworthy fact that the American method of cotton manufacture is the most economical of labor in the world. An American operative deals with 1/6 more material than the British operative, 1/3 more than the German, 2.5 times as much as the French or Austrian, and 5 times as much as the Russian. This may be in part explained by the fact that the proportion of men is greater in American than in European factories, though the superior nature of American machinery is the main causal difference. The Native American and even the acclimatized European is not content to remain in any position which he thinks can be as well or better filled by a machine. If there is no such machine in existence, he sets his wits to work and invents one, and the patent laws of the country give him ample protection at a merely nominal cost. This is the chief reason why America produces more per head than any other country. The American woolen industry also has expanded greatly during recent years. Since 1860, it has increased threefold, an increase 6 times as great as that of Britain, which during the same period was only 57%. In 1880, the United States were hardly behind Britain in product, the total manufactures being as follows: United Kingdom, 338 million pounds; United States, 320 million pounds. Pounds per inhabitant, United Kingdom 9.8, United States 6.6. Value, United Kingdom 46,100,000 sterling, United States 43 million. Since 1880, the Republic has no doubt left her parent far in the rear. In 1883-84, about 396 million pounds of wool were consumed in the United States, and 320 million pounds of this was grown at home. The wool production is now about 6 times greater than it was 25 years ago, and already exportations are assuming important figures. Uncle Sam may be destined soon to clothe as well as to feed his European brother. The capital invested in woolen manufacture in 1880 was about 19 million sterling. The hands employed exceeded 86,000, who received wages to the amount of $26 million, more than 5 million sterling, an average of nearly $300, 60 sterling each. Although between 1870 and 1880 the capital invested increased to 21.5%, the number of establishments decreased 31%. As machinery is improved and elaborated, its costs tend to put small capitalists out of the competition and to increase the average size of the manufacturing establishments. That great improvement in machinery took place during the decade is shown by the fact that the value per hand added to the materials by manufacturers increased 17.25%, and that concentration of labor into larger establishments occurred is shown by an increase of 76.5% in the average capital per establishment, and an increase of 58% in number of hands per establishment. The manufacture of mixed textiles for 1880 reached a value of $66,250,000, $13,250,000 sterling. Silk manufacturers employed capital to the amount of $19 million, $3,800,000 sterling, and labor to the amount of 31,000 hands, who received $9,146,705, $1,829,341 sterling in wages. The net value of materials used was $18,500,000, $3,700,000 sterling, and value of the products $34,500,000, $6,900,000 sterling. Worsted goods were valued the same year at $33 million, $6,600,000 sterling, while hosiery and knit goods reached $29 million, $5,800,000 sterling. In the carpet trade, which is of recent origin, we have another example of the concentration of capital and labor in large establishments. Since 1870, the decrease in the number of establishments has been marked. Yet has the capital nearly doubled, and the product increased 83% in the decade. For 1880, the product was worth $21,750,000, $4,350,000 sterling, and consisted of 22 million yards of two-ply ingrains, 9.5 million yards of tapestry, 4 million yards of Brussels, and half that quantity of Venetian carpets. One is startled to find that more yards of carpet are manufactured in and around the city of Philadelphia alone than in the whole of Great Britain. It is not 20 years since the American imported his carpets, and now he makes more at one point than the greatest European manufacturing nation does in all its territory. Truly, the old lands are fast becoming petty little communities, their populations so small, their products so trifling, in comparison with those of the giant of the West. The manufacture of boots and shoes is one of the oldest and most important industries of America. It is also one of the best developed not simply in regard to size, but in perfection of methods. Here, machinery seems to have reached its culmination. The human hand does little but guide the material from machine to machine, and the hammering, the stamping, the sawing are all done by the tireless energy of steam. It is no fiction to say that men put leather into the machine at one end and it comes out a perfect fitting boot at the other. By means of such a machine, a man can make 300 pairs of boots in a day, and a single factory in Massachusetts turns out as many pairs yearly as 32,000 bootmakers in Paris. In 1880, America had 3,100 of these mechanical St. Crispins, making new pedal coverings every 4 months for 50 million people. The old-fashioned cobbler with last and thatching end is as surely doomed to extinction as the New Zealand Maori. Even the small capitalist who is willing to adopt the most approved methods when able finds himself placed hors de combat by his stronger rivals. In 1870, America had 3,151 bootmaking establishments, employing 91,702 men. 10 years later, the workmen had increased to 111,152, but the number of establishments had fallen to 1,959, a decrease of nearly 38%. Even yet, machinery continues to be improved. In the decade ending 1880, the increased number of hands was but 21.25%, but the increased value of products was 41.5%. The increase of capital was 43.25%. How far the concentration of capital is destined to go, no one can foretell. The survival of the fittest means here the survival of the most economical, and that large establishments are more economical than small ones is proved by the non-survival of the latter. It is probable that the only limit to the concentration of labor is that imposed by the capacity of the directing mind which presides over it. End of Chapter 10, Part 1, Manufactures. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mario Pineda. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 10, Part 2, Manufactures. There are many other industries which claim by their importance some mention here, but lest details should become tiresome to the reader, there is appended in tabular form a few particulars of the most important industries hitherto unnamed. But even the most conscientious reader is hereby specially permitted and advised to skip this table. The author did not make it, you know, and he is only solicitous for the text. Manufactured leather curing. Establishments 2,319. Capital 16,878,520. Hands 11,053. Wages 1,845,413. Value of product 71,351,297. Tanning 3,105 establishments. 50,222,054 capital. 23,821 hands. 9,204,243 in wages. 130,348,336 value. Manufacture, shipbuilding, 2,188 establishments, 20,979,874 in capital, 21,345 hands, 12,713,830 in wages, 36,800,327 in value. Paper, 692 establishments, 46,421,202 in capital, 24,422 hands, 8,525,355 in wages, 55,109,914 in value. Glass, 211 establishments, $19,844,699 in capital, 24,177 hands, $9,144,100 in wages, 21,154,571 in value. Dyeing and finishing, 191 establishments, 26,223,981 in capital, no data for hands, no data for wages, 32,297,420 in value. Sugar and molasses, no data other than value for 155,484,915. Printing and publishing, no data except for value at 90,799,442. Agricultural implements, no data except for value at $68,640,486. Furniture, no data except for value, $68,037,902. Carriages and wagons, no data except for value, $64,951,617. Drugs and chemicals, no data except for value, $38,173,658. Clothing, men's, ready-made, no data except for value, $209,548,460. Clothing, women's, ready-made, no data except for value at $32,004,794. Railroad and streetcars, no data except for value at $27,997,591. Hardware, no data except for value, $22,653,693. Sewing machines, no data except for value, $13,863,188. In this table, the two items which will probably most excite surprise are those which seem to tell us that the sober-suited male spends 6 times as much for his clothes as the more gaudily dressed branch of the race. The explanation of this is found in the enormous development of ready-made clothing in the country. Let anyone stop for a moment at the windows of one of these establishments, which generally occupy entire squares in most of the cities, and notice at what extremely low prices quite respectable clothing is offered, and if he be a British visitor, few sights will more surprise him. Prices are not above those in Britain, and the clothing is better made. The material may, however, not be quite so good, for a mixture of inferior stuff is suspected in the home product. Still, it is excellent and serviceable, and is constantly improving in quality. There is seen in this branch another development of the wholesale idea, which gives America its good and cheap watches and many other things. In the manufacture of men's clothing, men are divided into classes, and 1,000 suits are cut and sewed by machinery for each class from the same material. Only the misshapen man is now compelled to be measured and fitted by himself. The garments adopted for boys' wear offered by these wholesale manufacturers are so much more varied in style and so much cheaper than can be obtained from smaller tailors that this branch may be said to be entirely monopolized by the manufacturers. Prices are lower than those prevailing in Britain for similar garments. Not only the working classes, but all except the few rich, are fast becoming patrons of these ready-made establishments, which, it may be mentioned, do a strictly cash business. This in itself is one reason for the lower prices, and it exerts a decided influence for good upon the habits of the poorer people. Here again we have that law of concentration which seems inseparable from manufacturing, the smaller being constantly merged into the greater factories. When we come to the dress of delightful, vain woman, however, we have a total arrest of this concentration. Her tastes or whims are so numerous, so diverse, that she must express herself in her dress, and sometimes very loudly too. Still, in this we can at least ask the world to judge between the monarchy and the democracy without fear of the verdict. The American woman of all classes sets an example to her monarchical sister in dress. The full-blown wife of the local magnate from the provinces, decked out in all the colors of the rainbow, and apparently with a ramrod down her back, which extends high through her neck too, and probably divides into 2 prongs midway, one going down each leg to her feet. That spectacle has no compeer upon this side of the water. Even the wife of the California miner who has made his pile, or of the Pennsylvania speculator who has struck oil, seems to submit herself to a tolerable dressmaker before she appears in public in New York or Washington. Still, there is no possibility of success if the attempt were made to manufacture 1,000 bonnets or dresses of any one pattern. That any other woman had one of these would render the next hideous, positively offensive to the aesthetic sense of the second purchaser. The guarantee required by the purchaser of a fashionable bonnet apparently is that it can be worshipped without breaking the commandment. There must be nothing like it in the heavens above, nor in the earth beneath, nor in the waters under the earth, and in many cases there is not. For this reason, if there be a reason at all, we find the census reporting that men spend 6 times the sum that women do upon clothing. Were the receipts known and reported of the thousands of small retail dressmakers who supply the principal parts of the women's dress, we should no doubt find these figures more than reversed. The power used in manufactures in the United States is equal to 3,410,837 horsepower, a force capable of raising a weight of 17 billion tons 1 foot high. Of this force, 64% is steam power and 36% water power. The increase of total power between 1870 and 1880 was 45%. In the same time, the increase in product of manufacturers was 58%, another sign of improved machinery. The increase of power per hand in all branches of manufacture amounted to 10%, which indicates the extent of the transfer from manual to mechanical power during that period. The transfer is still going on, and man is ever getting nature to work more and more for him. 100 years ago she did little but grow his corn, meat, and wool. Now she cuts the corn, gathers, binds, threshes, grinds, bakes it into bread, and carries it to his door. The wool she spins, weaves, and sews into garments, and then stops not until she has placed it within the future wearer's reach, be he ever so far away. Or she will carry him wheresoever his lordly desire may lead him. Across continents and under seas she flies with his messages. Ever obedient, ever untiring, ever ready, she grows more responsive and willing in proportion as her lord makes more demands upon her. Already she has taken to herself the drudgery which long burdened man, and under triumphant democracy she is ever seizing on other work to relieve him, and leave his life freer for happiness. In other lands men are not so happy. Instead of making conquests over nature, they strive for conquests over each other, incited thereto by selfish and conceited kings and self-styled noblemen. But the end is near. It is probable that it is by an industrial conquest feudalism and standing armies in Europe are to be overcome, and that has already begun. America, blessed land of peace, is inundating the world not only with her products, but with her gospel of the equality of man as man, and the old-time nations will soon be forced to divert their energies from war to peaceful work. The position America has acquired not only as a manufacturer of the coarser products, but of more artistic articles, is remarkable. In all articles of silverware, for instance, no nation competes successfully with her. A New York establishment, which dwarfs all other similar establishments in the world, carried off the gold medal for artistic work in silver at the Paris exhibition of 1855 and also of 1878, also the gold medal from the Emperor of Russia. 20% of all this enormous manufacture of silverware is now sold abroad. In this branch, as in engraving, the Republican workman has achieved preeminence. This is but the beginning of his triumphs in the higher branches of art. Others are as certain to follow as the sun is to shine. For the manhood and intelligence of the workman, his position of equality in the state must find expression in his work. We have an interesting example of Republican success in another branch of manufacture, that of watches. It is not very long since every watch carried by the American was imported. Today, America exports watches largely to most foreign countries and especially to Europe. These indispensable articles were formerly made by hand in small factories. Switzerland, the land of cheap labor, was the principal seat of the manufacture. 35 years ago, the American conceived the idea of making watches by machinery upon a gigantic scale. The principal establishment made only 5 watches per day as late as 1854. Now 1,300 per day is the daily task, and 6,000 watches per month are sent to the London agency. 3 other similar establishments, conducted upon the same general plan, are kept busily employed. In short, the Republic is now the world's watchmaker. Notwithstanding the fact that labor is paid more than double that of Europe, the immense product, the superior skill of the workmen, and the numerous American inventions connected with the business enable the Republican to outstrip all his rivals. It will soon be so in all articles, which can be made of one pattern in great numbers, for in such cases the enormous home market of the American takes so much more of any article than the home market of any other manufacturer that he is enabled to carry on the business upon a gigantic scale and dispose of his surplus abroad. In confirmation of this, now let us take the manufacture of thread, for which the 2 Scotch firms at Paisley, Scotland, are so justly celebrated the world over. The pioneer firm began operations in Paisley in 1798. The other followed in 1820. They began to manufacture in the United States in 1866 and 1869, not 20 years ago. Yet their combined capital in works upon this side already about equals their capital in Paisley, the product of 60 years' growth. In other words, 20 years in the Republic has equaled 60 in Scotland. In 20 years more, Clark & Coates will, in all probability, consider the original home works in dear old monarchical Paisley as but a branch of the main stem in the great Republic. Another illustration of the same character is seen in the manufacture of pig iron. The writer well remembers raising a laugh not 20 years ago at the table of one of the Scotch iron kings, the Bairds, by prophesying that even their enormous product would soon be reached by a manufacturing concern in America. Where would the laugh be now? The Bairds do not produce nearly as much today as the American concern, and next year the difference in favor of the Republican manufacturer will be much greater, as their capacity is constantly being increased to meet the swelling demands of the new country. So it is in every branch of manufacture, so rapidly is the child land dwarfing her illustrious mother. One has only to have faith in the Republic. She never yet betrayed the head that trusted or the heart that loved her. In Mr. Pigeon's clever book, All World Questions of New World Answers, which is, upon the whole, the best book of its kind that I know of, we find the author unerringly placing his finger upon the one secret of the Republic's success, viz., the respect in which labor is held. If I wish to indicate one of the sharpest contrasts between men in the world, and few will deny my right to judge here, I should say that which exists between the artisan and monarchical Britain and Republican America. I echo every word Mr. Pigeon says. Gloss it over as we may, there is a great gulf fixed between the ideas of Old and New England in this radical question of the dignity of work. Our industrial occupations consist, speaking generally, of mere money spinning. The places where and the people by whom we carry them on are cared for economically, and that is all. It is not in our business, but by our position, that we shine in the eyes of ourselves and our neighbors. The social code of this country drives yearly numbers of young men, issuing from our public schools and universities, either into the overcrowded learned professions or into government clerkships, whose narrow round of irresponsible duties benumbs originality and weakens self-reliance. Capable, educated girls are pining for a career in England, while posts, even the most important, are filled in New England by young ladies, the equals of ours in everything which that phrase denotes, and their superiors in all the qualities that are born of effort and self-help. It is no one's fault, and I am not going to rail at the inevitable. We were originally a feudal country, and cannot escape the influence of our traditions. The man who does service for another was a villein in the feudal times, and is an inferior now, just as a man of no occupation is a gentleman, and a governess a person. Use has made us unconscious of the fact that the dignity of work is a mere phrase in our mouths, while it blinds us to the loss of national energy, which avenges outraged labor. Let us look to it, while the battle of free trade rages across the Atlantic, as rage it soon will, that we import some American readiness and grip into our raw rooms and offices some sense of the dignity of labor into our workshops. This writer truthfully gives the facts, but into the causes of this sense of the dignity of labor in the Republic and its absence in the monarchy he has not ventured to seek. let me supply the slack. If you found a state upon the monarchical idea which necessarily carries with it an aristocracy, by so much more as you exalt this loyal family and aristocracy, you inevitably degrade all who are not of these classes. That is clear. If at the pinnacle you place people who are exempt from honest labor for recompense, whether such a state labor be such as that rendered by ministers, physicians, lawyers, teachers, or other professional men, or tradesmen or mechanics, if you create a court from which people in trade or artisans are excluded, if you support a monarch who declines to have one in trade represented to her even at the state reception, those entailing upon honest labor the grossest insult, what can be the result of the system but a community in which dignity of labor has not only no place, but one in which, as in Britain, labor is actually looked down upon? This is the very essence of the monarchical idea. The Queen of Great Britain grossly insults labor every moment of her life by declining to recognize it, and all her entourage, from the Duke who walks backwards before the Lord's Anointed for 4,000 a year, down or up to the groom of the stall, whatever that may be, necessarily cherish the same contempt for those who lead useful lives of labor. Mr. Pigeon would cure this evil of his country by giving a better education to the people. So far, so good, but until this educated people goes to the root of the evil and sweeps away the present foundation upon which their government rests, and founds in its place a government resting upon the equality of the citizen, he might legislate from June to January, year after year, and labor will still hold no honored place in the state. How can it ever be even respected so long as a monarch and a court despise and insult it? Nature rejects the monarch, not the man, the subject, not the citizen, for kings and subjects, mutual foes, forever play a losing game into each other's hand, whose stakes are vice and misery. Never will the British artisan rival the American until from his system are expelled the remains of serfdom and into his veins is instilled the pure blood of exalted manhood. Ah, Mr. Pigeon, you should know that before you can have an intelligent, self-respecting, inventive artisan like the American, the state must first make him a man. Of course, we hear the response to all this from the ostrich class. Britons have done pretty well, have they not? So far, they have managed not only to hold their own in the world, but to successfully invade many provinces naturally belonging to others. Have not the British race come out ahead? Granted. And why? Because until recently they have had as competing races less free men, and therefore less men than themselves. Compare a Briton and his political liberties with a German, or with any continental race, and the law I indicate receives confirmation. The freer the citizen, the grander the national triumphs. Who questions that the overthrow of the doctrine of the divine right of kings and the supreme authority of Parliament have not exerted a powerful influence upon the national character? And when a new race appears which enjoys political equality, shall the law not hold good, and the prize fall for the freest, and therefore to the best man? And this is precisely what is going on before our eyes. Will any competent judge of the two countries upon this vital point dispute the immense superiority of the Republican workmen? Will not Mr. Howard of Bedford, for instance, or Mr. Lothian Bell, or Mr. Winsor Richards, or Mr. Edward Martin, all of whom have investigated the subject, will they not tell their fellow countrymen, as I tell them, and as Mr. Pigeon tells them, that the citizen leads the subject? The theory of the equal status of the working man in the state here lies at the root of his superiority, both as a citizen and as a skilled workman. We find that in handling a shovel, which few native Americans do, the British man in his cool climate can do more work than his fellow countrymen can do, or at least than he does here. But when we come to educated, skilled labor, the average Briton is not in the race. Nor will he be until he is too subject to no man, but the proud citizen of a commonwealth founded upon political equality. The stuff is in him, but the laws of his country stifle it at his birth, and prevent its proper development all the years of his life. The struggle for existence has already begun afresh, this time other weapons than the spear and sword. European nations must rid themselves of the weight they now carry if they would not fall further and further behind in the race. The people must first take their political rights and secure perfect equality under the laws. This obtained, The rest is easy, for the people of all countries are pacific and bear nothing but goodwill to each other. Where ill will has grown, it is the work of hereditary rulers and military classes, not responsible to the masses. From the jealousies and personal ambitions of these, the people are happily free, and hence, from their advent to power, there must come a rapid diversion of force from international war into the peaceful channels of industrial development. The reign of the democracy means ultimately no less than the reign of peace on earth, among men goodwill. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 11, Mining. Quote, deep in unfathomable mines of never-failing skill, he treasures up his vast designs and works his wondrous will. Close quote. In preceding chapters, the superlative form of adjectives has been so often applied to America when contrasted with other lands that many a foreign reader who now for the first time realizes the magnitude and greatness of the Republic may not unnaturally begin to feel dubious about it all. He may be inclined to believe that it is not a veritable nation to which such magnificent attributes are ascribed, but some fabled land of Atlantis. Nevertheless, it is all real and true. The Republic is surely, as we have already seen, the largest, most populous, wealthiest civilized nation in the world, and also the greatest agricultural, pastoral, and manufacturing nation. And now we have one more claim to make. It is the greatest mining nation as well. Greatest on the surface of the soil, as she undoubtedly is, her supremacy below the surface is yet more incontestable. Over every part of the vast continent, nature has lavished her bounties in a profusion almost wasteful. Beneath fields of waving corn, ripening in a perfect climate, are layers upon layers of mineral wealth. Deposits of gold, silver, coal, iron, copper are found in quantities unknown elsewhere, and the rocks yield every year rivers of oil. To crown her bounty and aid in its utilization, and as if in pursuance of the law, to him that hath shall be given. Nature has lately blessed her with a gift as remarkable as it is rare, an agent rich in beneficial influences and helpful to a degree which renders every other natural gift prosaic in comparison. Natural gas, a fluid distilled by nature deep in the earth and stored in her own vast gasometers, requiring only to be led into workshops and under boilers to do there the work of 1,000 giants. Let me describe this new wonder first. 7 years ago, a company was drilling for petroleum at Murrayville, near Pittsburgh. A depth of 1,320 feet had been reached when the drills were thrown high into the air and the derrick broken into pieces and scattered around by a tremendous explosion of gas, which rushed with hoarse shriekings into the air, alarming the population for miles around. A light was applied, and immediately there leaped into life a fierce, dancing demon of fire, hissing and swirling around with the wind and scorching the earth in a wide circle around it. Thinking it was but a temporary outburst preceding the oil, men allowed this valuable fuel to waste for 5 years. Coal in that region cost only 2 or 3 shillings per ton, and there was little inducement to sink capital in attempts to supersede it with a fuel which, though cheaper, might fail as suddenly as it had arisen. But as the years passed, and the giant leaped and danced as madly as at first, a company was formed to provide for the utilization of the gas. It was conducted in pipes under the boilers of ironworks, where it burned without a particle of smoke. Stokers and firemen, and all the laborers who had been required to load and unload coal, became superfluous. Boring began in other districts, and soon, around Pittsburgh, there were 20 gas wells, one yielding 30 million cubic feet a day. A single well has furnished gas equal to 1,200 tons of coal a day. Numerous lines of pipes, aggregating 600 miles, now convey the gas from the wells to the manufacturing centers of Pittsburgh and Allegheny City and their suburbs. The empty coal bunkers are being whitewashed, and where in some works 120 coal-begrimed stokers worked like black demons in Hades feeding the fires, one man now walks about in cleanly idleness, his sole care that of watching the steam and water gauges. The erstwhile smoky city is now getting a pure atmosphere, and one would little suspect that the view from the cliffs above the Monongahela River included the 1,000 hitherto smoky furnaces of the Iron City. Private residences in Pittsburgh are supplied with natural gas, and all heating and cooking are done with this cheap fuel. Already 10,000 tons of coal per day are displaced by it, and slack, which even before the application of natural gas was worth only 3 shillings per ton in Pittsburgh, is now almost worthless. At present, gas wells in and around Pittsburgh are so numerous as to be counted by hundreds. The number of companies chartered to supply natural gas in Pennsylvania up to February 5, 1884, was 150, representing a capital stock of many millions. Since that date, numerous other charters have been granted. More than 60 wells have been drilled at Erie, Pennsylvania. Gas has also been found in small quantities in the states of Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Alabama, Kansas, Dakota, and California. It is used for manufacturing purposes upon a small scale in 8 towns in New York, in 24 towns in Pennsylvania, and 5 in Ohio. But so far, the region around Pittsburgh is the only one in which the much-desired fuel has been found in abundance. New uses are constantly being discovered. Glass is made purer by means of the gas, the covered pots formerly used in the furnaces being found unnecessary. Iron and steel plates are cleaned and prepared for tinning by passing a current of gas over them while red hot. The old process of pickling in acid solutions caused partial corrosion of the plates, which required to be carefully cleaned from the acid. It is also useful in cleansing delicate fabrics. The dephosphorization of iron through the agency of natural gas is being attempted with partial success. The attempts, however, have resulted in the formation of carbon, which has been found suitable for electric light carbons. In every department of industry, discoveries are constantly being made which, if not so important as those named, are yet of great value. The gas at present running to waste within piping distance of Pittsburgh is estimated at 70 million cubic feet per day. Closely allied to natural gas is natural oil, or petroleum, for gas is probably the distilled product of the oil, forced by subterranean heat and pressure out of the carbonaceous deposits, which abound throughout Pennsylvania. Though rock oil was known to the early Chaldeans, and is referred to by Herodotus, Pliny, and other ancient writers, it was not utilized for manufacturing purposes until 1847, when Young, of Glasgow, made lubricating oil from petroleum obtained from Derbyshire, England. Then began in England and America the distillation of oil from coal, and in 1860 there were in the United States not less than 40 factories producing about 500 barrels per day. But these were doomed to speedy extinction, for in the preceding year a company had been formed in Pennsylvania to drill for the oil which was seen oozing in various places from the river banks and floating on the water. The Indians, by spreading blankets over this surface, used to collect small quantities of this oil to mix with their war paint and for medicinal purposes. Crude petroleum, under the name of Seneca oil, had so late as 30 years ago the reputation of a universal curative. The quack advertisements which set forth the virtue of this medicine began, quote, "The healthful balm from nature's secret spring, the bloom of health and life to man will bring. As from her depths the magic liquid flows to calm our sufferings and assuage our woes." Close quote. It sold then for $2.08 per bottle. Alas for human credulity! Since the oil, which once cured everything, brings but $1 per barrel, it has lost all virtue and cures nothing. The first drilling in Pennsylvania resulted in a flow of 10 barrels a day, which was sold for 50 cents a gallon. A period of wild excitement followed. Wells were sunk all over the country. Some were failures, but oil was often reached. Of one well, it is recorded that it yielded 450,000 barrels of oil in a little more than 2 years, while another is said to have given not less than 500,000 barrels in a 12-month. An oil property, Story Farm, Oil Creek, with which I was intimately connected, has a remarkable history. When, about 22 years ago, in company with some friends, I first visited this famous well, the oil was running into the creek where a few flat-bottomed scows laid filled with it, ready to be floated down the Allegheny River upon an agreed-upon day each week, when the creek was flooded by means of a temporary dam. This was the beginning of the natural oil business. We purchased the farm for $40,000, 8,000 pounds, and so small was our faith in the ability of the earth to yield for any considerable time the 100 barrels per day which the property was then producing, that we decided to make a pond capable of holding 100,000 barrels of oil, which we estimated would be worth, when the supply ceased, at $1 million, or 200,000 pounds. Unfortunately for us, the pond leaked fearfully. Evaporation also caused much loss, but we continued to run oil in to make the losses good day after day until several 100,000 barrels had gone in this fashion. Our experience with the farm may be worth reciting. Its value rose to $5 million, 1 million pounds. That is, the shares of the company sold in the market upon this basis, and 1 year it paid in cash dividends $1 million, 200,000 pounds, rather a good return upon an investment of 8,000 pounds. So great was the yield in the district that in 2 years oil became almost valueless, often selling in bulk as low as 30 cents per barrel, and not infrequently it was suffered to run to waste as utterly worthless. But as new uses were found for the oil, prices rose again, and to remove the difficulty of high freights, pipes were laid, first for short distances, and then to the seaboard, a distance of about 300 miles. Through these pipes, of which 6,200 miles have been laid, the oil is now pumped from 2,100 wells. It costs only 10 cents to pump a barrel of oil to the Atlantic. The present daily yield of the oil-producing district is about 70,000 barrels, and the supply, instead of diminishing, goes on increasing yearly. More than 38 million barrels of 33 gallons each were in store one day in November 1884. The value of petroleum and its products exported up to January 1884 exceeds in value $625 million, 125 million pounds. In the Pittsburgh district, we find another mineral deposit of immense value, a remarkable coal seam of great thickness, which makes a coke of such quality as to render it famous throughout the continent. It is so easily mined that a man and a boy can dig and load nearly 30 tons in 10 hours. in Chicago and St. Louis, in the blast furnaces of Pittsburgh, and in the silver and lead mines of Utah, this coke, compact, silvery, and lustrous, is an important factor in the metallic industries of the Republic. It gives Pittsburgh advantages which cause it to rank as an iron producer in advance of towns situated on the very beds of ironstone. Well may the Iron City burst into song. Quote, I am monarch of all the forges. I have solved the riddle of fire. The amen of nature to need of man echoes at my desire. I search with the subtle soul of flame the heart of the rocky earth, and hot from my anvils the prophecies of the miracle years blaze forth. I am swart with the soot of my chimneys, I drip with the sweat of toil, I quell and scepter the savage wastes, and charm the curse from the soil. I fling the bridges across the gulfs that hold us from the to-be, and build the roads for bannered march of crowned humanity. Close quote. In the same lucky state of Pennsylvania are deposits of valuable anthracite coal, which, though including in all an area of only 470 square miles, are of immense thickness. These deposits, which in parts vary from 50 to 700 feet thick and average about 70 feet, make this wonderful region of greater value than many coal fields of 10 times the area. Near Pottsville there is a thickness of 3,300 feet of coal measures. The cubic contents of the anthracite coal field, allowing 50% for loss in working, is estimated at 13,180,535,000 tons of merchantable coal, a store capable of furnishing the present consumption, or 30 million tons per year, for 439 years. By that time, men will probably be burning the hydrogen of water, or be fully utilizing the solar rays or the tidal energy, or using some undiscovered means of profitably getting heat and power by diverting natural phenomena. They will probably not feel the want of anthracite coal. At present, however, this fuel is especially precious on account of its hardness, density, and purity, which render it available for iron smelting without coking, while to its freedom from smoke is due the pure atmosphere of Eastern American cities. The view from Brooklyn Bridge would delight a Londoner used to the murky atmosphere of the English metropolis. He would see the roofs and chimneys of 2 great cities for miles, but hardly a particle of smoke to mar the purity of bright air, or sully a sky which rivals that of Italy in clearness. In 25 states and territories distributed all over the continent, north, south, east, and west, from Alabama to Rhode Island, and thence to California and Oregon, coal is now being mined, while it is known to exist in several others. The future value of this extensive distribution of coal can be but vaguely estimated, but taken in connection with the fact that iron ore is found in nearly every state of the Union and is mined in 29 of them, it is clear that its value in the near future will be enormous. A vast expansion is taking place in the coal industry. In 1850, the total product was but 7.25 million tons. In 1880, it was 71 million tons, and in 1884, it reached 97.5 million tons. Including the local and colliery consumption, the figures for 1884 approximate 107 million tons. That of Great Britain for the same year was 160 million tons. The rest of the world produced only 130 million tons, so that mother and child lands together produced more than twice as much coal as all the world beside. To the world's stock of gold, America has contributed, according to Mulhall, more than 50%. In 1880, He estimated the amount of coal in the world at 10,355 tons, worth $7,240,000,000, £1,448,000,000. Of this, the New World contributed 5,302 tons, or more than half. Australia and the United States have competed keenly during the last 30 years for precedence, but it remains with the Republic. The struggle is thus indicated. 1851 to 60, U.S. 102 million sterling, Australia 104. 1861 to 1870, U.S. 98 million sterling, Australia 82. 1871 to 1880, U.S. 70 million pounds sterling, Australia 72. 30 years, U.S. 270 million pounds sterling, Australia 258. In 1881, 2 and 3, the Republic was leading by $4 million, 800,000 pounds sterling, per year. The world's production of gold during the above 30 years was worth $3,930,000,000, or 786 million pounds sterling, so that Australia and America produced together about 5/7 of the whole. The yearly production of gold in the United States since 1880 has averaged $31,250,000, $6,250,000 pounds sterling, being 1/3 of the total product of the world. Of silver, America has contributed to the world's supply even in larger ratio than that of gold. Of the 193,000 tons estimated to have been produced during the last 500 years, the Americas contributed 162,200 tons, or 84%. Though this was mainly the product of Mexico and Peru, the United States of late years have come to the front. The following table gives the world's production since 1850. In millions of pound sterling, 1851 to 60, Spanish America 49, U.S. 10, Germany and Austria 15, various 7, for a total of 81 millions sterling. 1861 to 1870, Spanish America 64, U.S. 16, Germany and Austria 18, various 12, for a total of 110 millions sterling. 1871 to 1880, Spanish America 70, U.S. 68, Germany and Austria 20, various 22, for a total of 180 million sterling. For the 30 years, Spanish America 183, U.S. 94, Germany and Austria 53, various 41, for a total of 371 million sterling. The difference between 16 and 68 marks the increase of silver mining in the Republic, which has taken place in 10 years, an increase almost incredible. One of the most remarkable veins of metal known is the Comstock lode in Nevada. This lode, to which Mark Twain has given a European celebrity by his description in Roughing It, is of great width and extends over 5 miles. It is as if Oxford Street and Uxbridge Road were filled to the housetops with rich gold and silver ore from Holborn Viaduct to Acton. In 14 years, this single vein yielded $180 million, 36 million pounds. In 1 year, 1876, the product of the lode was $18 million, 3,600,000 pounds in gold, and $20,500,000, 4,100,000 pounds in silver, a total of $385 million, or 7,700,000 pounds sterling. Here again is something which the world never saw before. Since 1880, the annual product of silver in the United States has averaged $46,200,000, or £9,240,000. If the present rate of increase is maintained until 1890, the next decade will show 100 million sterling as the Republic's addition to the silver of the world. The increase from 16 to 68 in 10 years is remarkable, but it is more wonderful that the rate should be maintained. America also leads the world in copper, the United States and Chile contributing nearly one-half the world's supply. The product of the Republic has increased sixfold since 1860. In that year, the total product was 5,388 tons. In 1870, 12,600 tons. In 1880, 27,000 tons. And the yield for 1884 was no less than 63,555 tons. There is revolution for you. From 650 tons in 1850 to 63,000. On the south shore of Lake Superior, this metal is found almost pure, in masses of all sizes up to many tons in weight. It was used by the native Indians, and traces of their rude mining operations are still visible. One mine in this district, known as the Calumet and Hecla, produces nearly 30% of the whole copper output of the United States, about 18,000 tons in 1884. It paid its owners $4 million, 800,000 pounds, for 2 years' dividends. Copper mining is carried on in 21 states and territories, and ore has been found in several others. This industry is rapidly developing, and doubtless before the next census, the annual output will be double what it is now. In 1870, the importation of lead into the United States amounted to 42,000 tons. In 10 years, this had fallen to 4,000 tons. Then the tables were turned, and the United States, instead of importing lead, began to send it abroad, although in small quantities. In 1884, it was exported to the amount of 26,000 pounds. This implies a rapid development of lead mining in the Republic. Indeed, in 1880, America was the first lead-producing country in the world, though Mulhall places her slightly behind Spain. The progress of the industry is shown in the following table, which also indicates the stages of the competition. These figures are all in metric tons. Great Britain, in 1830, 48,000 tons. 1850, 55,000 tons. In 1880, 51,000 tons. And in 1883, 39,817 metric tons. In Spain, 1830, 23,000 metric tons. 1850, 27,000 metric tons. 1880, 92,000 metric tons. 1883, 127,000 metric tons. The United States, according to Mulhall, 1830, 3,700 tons. 1850, 36,000 metric tons. And 1880, 89,000 tons. The United States, according to Whitney and Caswell, in 1830, 8,000 tons. In 1850, 22,000 tons. In 1880, 97,825 tons. 1883, 140,000 tons. The difference in the two American estimates for 1880 is probably due to the fact that the census statistics of the production of lead are only partial. In Utah, for example, which is not reported as producing any, lead is mined and smelted in connection with silver. Its product in 1880 was 15,000 net tons, and that of Nevada 16,159. The product of Colorado alone was 35,678 tons. The lead district of the upper Mississippi and of eastern Missouri jointly produced 27,690 tons, while another district of southwestern Missouri and southeastern Kansas is reported to have produced 22,625 tons the previous year, so that even the larger estimate would probably have to be increased were accurate figures at hand. Caswell's estimate for 1884 is 140,000 tons, of which 120,000 tons are desilverized lead. Lead is produced in 13 states, mainly in the West. Colorado wears a leaden rim to her silver crown, she alone producing twice as much as the lead mines of Great Britain. Indeed, a single mine at Leadville produces 2/3 as much as all Great Britain. Although lead is here only a byproduct of silver mining, the Horn Silver Mine in Utah produced in 1884 40,000 tons of ore, averaging 30 9/100% of lead and 39 ounces of silver, the latter alone nearly paying all the expenses of extraction, treatment, and marketing. Here again, the owners got $1 million for a year's dividends. The world's production of lead for 1883 was 454,000 tons. Of this, more than half was produced by two countries, the Republic and Spain. Zinc is now produced in America in large quantities. Previous to 1873, the amount obtained was very small, but in 1880, the year's product greatly exceeded that of Great Britain, being 23,239 tons against 15,947. In 1884, the domestic product had increased to 35,000 tons. The import of zinc into the Republic has fallen off in a corresponding degree, being but 1/5 what it was in 1873, while prices have been reduced about 80%. The Republic already ranks third among the zinc producers of the world. The mineral resources of the United States comprise also quicksilver, the ores of chrome and nickel and cobalt, platinum, iridium, antimony, arsenic, etc., etc. Salt deposits are worked in various states, and sulfur, graphite, and gypsum abound. Mineral phosphates are found in South Carolina, where they are worked into fertilizers for domestic consumption. Granite, marble, sandstone, and other fine building stones and roofing slates are abundant and form the object of large and profitable industries. The treasures of earth have been among the most important elements in the growth and prosperity of the Republic. Besides great and direct gains, there have been many indirect benefits resulting from the opening up and settlement of extensive regions. Large towns have sprung up with magic growth in the wilderness. Where miners settled, agriculturists and mechanics soon came to minister to their wants. In this way, some of the richest and largest towns of the West originated. San Francisco is the most notable instance. A later example is furnished by Leadville, which 10 years ago was the center of a barren, uninhabited region, the haunt of the catamount and grizzly bear. Now it is a town of wide streets and handsome stone buildings, courthouse, hospitals, churches, schools, and all the attributes of a large civilized city. The surrounding district is populated by agriculturists. In 10 short years, the discovery of a rich lead vein has transformed the wilderness into an Arcadia. Where, a few years ago, the only sounds heard were the growl of the coyote or the occasional whoop of the savage, the busy hum of a city, the lowing of cattle, and the beat of a steam crusher now wake the echoes of the hills. The Republic seems to stand like the variety shopkeeper in Colorado, who put up in his shop in a flaming placard, quote, "If you don't see what you want, just ask for it," close quote. We have only to want a mineral and seek for it when nature places it before us. A few years ago, there was not a pound of Spiegel so essential for the Bessemer steel process, made in the United States. We had not the proper ores, we said. 100,000 tons were used every year, and every ton was imported. Today, we have the ores from Lake Superior, from Virginia, from Arkansas, and all the spiegel we need can be made at home. So too with ferromanganese. This is a metallic substance as essential for the manufacture of mild steel as spiegel is for steel rails. $80 a ton was paid by our manufacturers up to last year, and every ton came across the sea. We needed the precious ore, and presto, a rich mine appears in Virginia and another in Arkansas. It has been tested, and the former is pronounced to be the richest and purest in the world. It will make ferromanganese, said our manager. Sure? Yes, sure. Try it. The result? The Republic may be shut off tomorrow from foreign spiegel and ferromanganese and scarcely know it. Within her own broad bosom, she has all the requisites for the manufacture of any kind of steel. Tin is the only metal she now lacks. But let no one be surprised to read someday the announcement that all other deposits of tin in the world sink into insignificance compared to those just discovered in America. But even without this one precious mineral, my readers will surely conclude from the story of the mineral treasures of the Republic, which I have attempted to tell, that this is indeed the favored land. That the reader may the better be enabled to estimate the extent of the enormous mineral treasures of the Republic, I will summarize in order the several principal deposits and contrast them with those of each country which ranks next to America in mineral wealth. We will begin with the black diamond coal as the mineral which perhaps lies closest to the root of industrial success. How, then, is the democracy provided with this indispensable treasure? Well, the coal area of the United States comprises 300,000 square miles. Great Britain's coal field, 12,000. The whole of the world has but 400,000 square miles. The Republic, therefore, has 25 times the field of the parent land, and I am almost ashamed to confess it, she has 3/4 of all the coal area of the earth. For shame, to leave only 1/4 for all the rest of the world. In good round Scotch I say to her, "The deil's greedy, but you're misled." So it is, my readers, but as sure as death we cannot help it. Let us see about the precious metals. Gold and silver have I none was not written of this giant. She has contributed to the stock of gold in the world, estimated at 10,300 tons, more than 1/2 of the whole. Australia has given her a close race during the past 30 years, but the Republic remains ahead. In silver, the Republic begins to challenge even the fabulous mines of Mexico and Bolivia, still classed as Spanish America, from which most of the silver supply of the world has hitherto been drawn. In the 10 years between 1850 and 1860, these mines furnished more than half of all the silver produced. In the next decade, 1860 to 1870, it was still the same, $320 million, 64 million pounds, being their product, while the total was but $550 million, 110 million pounds. In these 2 decades, the infant Republic produced only $50 million, 10 million pounds, and $80 million, 16 million pounds, respectively. But with the discovery of the silver mines of Nevada and Colorado, which lay till then in the untrodden wilderness, the United States came rapidly to the front, and in the last decade From 1870 to 1880, she shows $340 million, 68 million pounds, as against the $350 million, 70 million pounds of all the Spanish America mines together. Germany and Austria produced about $100 million, or 20 million pounds, and various countries as much more. Since 1880, the race is more and more to the Republic, for the average product of her silver mines since then exceeds $46,250,000, 9,250,000 pounds per annum, 1/3 of the silver production of the world. Leaving the yellow Giordi and the white Moni, as Bassanio did, let us see how it fares humbler, dingy, dull copper, the bawbee. The world's production of copper in 1883 was exactly 200,000 tons. Of this, America supplied more than 1/4, 52,000 tons. The whole of Europe gave only 71,000 tons. Chile, but 41,000 tons. Is it not amazing that one nation should in itself have each of the three metals in such abundance? Australia has gold, and the Republic says to her, "So have I," in value greater than yours. Mexico and Bolivia call, "Here stand we with the dazzling mines of Peru," and the Republic answers, "Our silver mines exceed those treasures." Chile has been the main source of the copper supply, and now the Republic dwarfs her in her own special field. It was not copper, after all, Bassanio preferred, but the dull leaden casket. Let us see, then, about this valuable article. The world produced in 1883 454,000 metric tons, and of this the Republic contributed 140,000, more than 1/4. Spain comes next to her with 127,000, followed by Germany with 95,000. Britain figures here for 40,000 tons, not a bad showing for so small an area. In zinc, the Republic is making fast strides. Its manufacture may be said to have begun about 1870, when only 7,000 tons were produced. The product in 1884 reached 38,000 tons. The British product in 1883 was 23,000 tons, but either of these is insignificant compared with Germany's contribution, 116,000 tons. We shall see how long it will take the young giant to forge alongside of his great German competitor in this branch of manufactures. 20 years may do it, or even less. Thus the Republic supplies 1/4 of the lead, 1/4 of the copper, 1/3 of the silver, 1/2 of the gold of the world. Monster of the Pactolian stream, must everything you possess and everything you touch turn to gold, that you may dominate the earth? Thank God these treasures are in the hands of an intelligent people, the democracy, to be used for the general good of the masses, and not made the spoils of monarchs, courts, and aristocracy, to be turned to the base and selfish ends of a privileged hereditary class. The weakest nation may rest secure, Canada on the north and Chile on the south, for the nature of a government of the people is to abjure conquest, to protect the weak neighbor from foreign aggression, if need be. Never to molest, but to dwell in peace and loving neighborliness with all. The Republic is, indeed, the child of covetous, grasping, and ever-warring Britain, but being relieved of monarchical institutions and the militarism which is their necessary following, she has thrown away the rude sword and scorns to conquer except through love. It is a proud record for the democracy that the giant of the Western continent is not feared by the pygmies which surround him, but is regarded with affection and admiration in the day of prosperity, and as a sure and potent defender upon whom they can safely call in the day of trouble. Had the monarchy retained possession of the country, how different must have been the result. added to the inevitable wars of an aristocratic and military system, there would have been the hate of republics as republics, for no royalist ever would let a republic live if he could help it. For though not generally wise, they are not quite so devoid of reasoning self-interest as to court self-extinction. Every weak nation upon the continent would have lived in fear. No neighbor ever liked the British. No neighbor ever can until the masses are known to them and make the government of England in its dealings with other nations a true expression of themselves. The people of Britain are most lovable. Its ruling classes are just what monarchy and privilege make of men and women, selfish, narrow, conceited, and tyrannical, and wholly unmindful of others. For this reason, while the British have always been feared, they have never been loved by other races. All this will change, however, when the democracy rules their country. The parent land will become in Europe what the republic is upon the American continent. The unselfish counselor, the guide, the true and trusted friend of its less powerful, less advanced nations. It is not by wicked conquest over other states, but by honest, peaceful labor within its own bounds and with the goodwill of all its neighbors that the democracy builds up the state. End of chapter 11. Mining.
Chapter 12 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria James. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 12, Trade and Commerce. The chapter begins with a quote. "The great ships which pass between the old and the new lands are shuttles weaving a glorious web. Already arbitration has been fully spelled out upon the pattern, and now comes the motto, peace and goodwill forever." Close quote. The United States of America furnish the only example in the world's history of a community purely industrial in origin and development. Every other nation has passed through its military stage. In Europe and in Asia, in ancient times as well as in modern, social development has been mainly the result of war. Nearly every modern dynasty in Europe has been established by conquest, and every nation there has acquired and held its territory by force of arms. Men have been as wild beasts slaughtering each other at the command of the small, privileged classes. The colonies of America, on the other hand, were established for commercial purposes, and generally the land they acquired was obtained by purchase or agreement, and not by conquest. Devoted to industry, the American people have never taken up the sword, except in self-defense or in defense of their institutions. Never has the plow, the hammer, or the loom been deserted for the sword of conquest. Never has the profession of arms been honored above or even equally with other professions. Indeed, before the Civil War, soldiers were objects of popular ridicule, and even now, when almost every American above 40 years of age has either himself shouldered a musket or has relations who have fought for the unity of the country, the soldier of fortune, a type common among other people, is unknown. Such a man as the sanguinary author of Under 14 Flags, a book descriptive of his butchering of fellow men under 14 different flags, would provoke among Americans feelings of repugnance and disgust. American regiments are regiments of workers. Emblazoned on their banners are not the names of cities sacked or of thousands slaughtered, but the names of inventors, civilizing influences, labor-saving machines. "By this sign shall ye conquer," was also the divine prediction for them, but the symbol was the plow, not the cross-shaped hilt of a sword. The two armies are those which the poet Holmes has so well contrasted. "One marches to the drumbeat's roll, the wide-mouthed clarions bray, and bears upon a crimson scroll, our glory is to slay. One moves in silence by the stream, with sad yet watchful eyes, calm as the patient planet's gleam that walks the clouded skies. Along its front no sabers shine, no blood-red pennons wave. Its banner bears the single line, "Our duty is to save." While the millions of Europe have been struggling in the thralls of military despotism, the American people have been for 100 years peacefully working out a career of usefulness. The result is that their industrial successes have placed them at the head of the world in wealth and power. While practically independent herself, America has become indispensable to Europe. Without her bountiful supplies of cotton, grain, and meat, millions of Europeans would lack food and clothing. The commercial history of the United States may be set forth in a few words. The net imports, including coin and bullion, $22.5 million, 4.5 million pounds, in 1790, were $75 million, 15 million pounds, in 1830. And in the next term of 50 years, we find them bounding from this figure to $740 million, 148 million pounds. The exports show even a more rapid advance, for these began in 1790 at $20 million, 4 million pounds, reached $60 million, 12 million pounds, in the 40 years to 1830, and during the past half-century, we find them $725 million, 145 million pounds, so that in 50 short years, the foreign commerce of the Republic has increased 11-fold. The amounts of imports per capita of the population has increased during the last 50 years from $6.25, 1 pound 5 shillings, to about $15, 3 pounds, while exports increased from $5, 1 pound, to $16.60, 3 pounds 6 shillings. Let us see what the few leading articles are which go to make up this commerce. What did the Republic buy from the world in 1883? Sugar and molasses to the extent of $100 million, 19,875,000 pounds. Surely Brother Jonathan has a sweet tooth, for he spent more for sweet things than for anything else. For wool and woolen goods he spent $55 million, 11 million pounds. For chemicals, $45 million, 9 million pounds. Even cotton goods, though he exports them himself, he wanted from others, to the tune of $35 million, 7 million pounds. Some curious things in cotton, I suppose, which pleased his fancy, or her fancy more likely. Silks he paid just a little more for, or $37 million, 7.4 million pounds went for those. The Scotch says, "She never bode for a silk gown that did not get the sleeve on it." The American woman goes for the full gown and gets it, although now it is generally of domestic manufacture, no matter what may be the label. Raw silk to be manufactured is imported to about 1/2 the value of imported silks, which proves how very much more is made at home than is bought abroad, the value of the raw silk being many times less than the finished goods. His cup of coffee costs the American $42 million, 8.4 million pounds per year, and tea $17 million, 3.4 million pounds. These are the principal purchases he makes from others. Now what does he sell to these good friends whom he honors with his patronage? He does a thriving business truly in this department. First come his cotton exports. The world bought from him in 1883 $250 million, 50 million pounds. Then his wheat department disposed of $120 million worth, 24 million pounds, and in the form of flour $55 million more, 11 million pounds. Meat, eggs, butter, and other provisions kept not a few of his hands busy, for no less than $107 million, 21.4 million pounds, had to be sent forward to satisfy the world's wants. Even petroleum, to the extent of $45 million, 9 million pounds, he sent forth to light the world, and nasty tobacco to end in smoke cost his customers that year no less than $22 million, 4.4 million pounds. Wood and its manufactures to the extent of $26.5 million, 5.3 million pounds, was taken, a great deal of it, no doubt, in the shape of furniture. Iron and steel manufactures make a much better showing than expected, for he really exported these, such as sewing machines, agricultural machinery, and 1,001 Yankee notions, to the sum of $22.5 million, 4.5 million pounds. And finally, Uncle Sam sends from his big farm some of his millions of live cattle and sheep, and gets $8.5 million, 1.7 million pounds for them. These products are drawn from several departments, which may be classed under the general heads of agriculture, manufactures, mines, forests, etc., and tabulated as follows with the amounts contributed by each. Agriculture, $550 million, 110 million pounds. Manufactures, $20.5 million, 4.1 million pounds. Mining, $56,250,000, 11,250,000 pounds. The forest, $7,050,000, 1,410,000 pounds. The fisheries, $7,250,000, 1,250,000 pounds. All others, $7,250,000, 1,250,000 pounds. Thus does he, the young hopeful, lay under contribution all wealth-producing sources to swell his prosperous and rapidly increasing business with the world. We see that, notwithstanding the almost incredible expansion of home manufactures, the American citizen imports more and more from other lands. See him only 50 years ago patronizing other people to the extent of $6.25, £1 5 per year, and now every man, woman, and child spends $15, £3, for foreign goods. His tariff may be very high and quite outrageous in the opinion of many, yet he buys about 3 times as much per head under it as he did 50 years ago. It cannot be so very bad after all, although it is none the less true that year after year America gains firmer control of her own markets for the manufactured articles. Every year sees a decrease of these relatively to the total imports. In crude and partially manufactured articles, imports are increasing. In 1860, for instance, the proportion of these was only 26%, but by uninterrupted advances every decade it rose in 1885 to 40% of the total importations, while manufactured articles fell from 74 to 60% of the whole. The balance of trade, to which, despite the teaching of economists, Americans still attach great importance, had during the last 10 or 11 years been continually and greatly in favor of the Republic. In the space of 50 years, foreign commerce has increased 5-fold. It has nearly doubled since 1860, in spite of the check it received during the war. It increased greatly in 1880 and reached its maximum in 1883. Since that time, there has been a falling off of 14% due to the protracted period of depression. Up to the year 1876, with a few exceptions, the imports were in excess of the exports of merchandise, the maximum difference being reached in 1872, when the excess was $182 million, 36.4 million pounds. Since then, the balance has been the other way, the highest figure being reached in 1879, viz. $264 million, 52.8 million pounds. Taking the period from 1860 to 1885, imports increased 63%, while the increase in exports was 129%. It is usual to speak of the Republic as without commerce. Much dire prophesying of coming decay is indulged in because the sea-going commerce is now chiefly carried in foreign ships. The tendency is to limit the term commerce to the carriage of merchandise to and from other countries. So limited, America has indeed little to boast of. The change from wooden to iron and steel ships cut her out of a large part of the carrying trade which no fiscal regulations or lack of regulations can possibly restore. For the same reason that water will not run uphill, ships cannot be sailed by dearer to cheaper countries. Had America 10,000 large ships, their crews from chief engineer to cabin boy would be foreigners, because these can be secured cheaper in Liverpool or Antwerp than in New York. Americans can do better than sail the seas for the pittances earned by the men of the older lands. The first cost of ships must necessarily, for the same reason, be much more here than upon the Clyde. If the navigation laws were repealed tomorrow, no American capital would purchase foreign-built ships for trade abroad, and if they did, the flag might indeed be the Stars and Stripes, but ship and crew would be British. The voice might be the voice of Jacob, but the hand would be the hand of Esau. In no sense would the commercial marine thus created be American or add to American wealth. For generations yet to come, the attempt to become the chief carriers of merchandise, if made, must result in failure and render the Republic ridiculous. Here is the fable which meets the case. "Aha," said the turtle to the lion as the latter proudly walked the shore. "Any kind of a beast can walk on the land as well as you do, but let us see you do this." And then it turned a somersault in the sea. The lion tried. Result: the turtle fed upon the lion for many days. America has no business with ocean navigation till her continent is filled and prices of labor and material are down to the European basis. Let her leave the stormy sea to the motherland, whose home is on the ocean wave, and stick to land as her natural heritage. Columbia's home is on the fertile prairie. Notwithstanding all this, America still manages to do some of the carrying trade in her wooden ships, in the construction of which she has her rivals at a disadvantage, because the timber is here. She carried, in 1880, about $280 million, 56 million pounds, or more than 1/6 of her whole foreign commerce. The coasting trade of America, from which foreigners are excluded, presents a fairer showing, being 34 million tons. The total seagoing tonnage of the nation in 1884 was 3,181,804 tons, which places her next in rank to Britain and far ahead of any other nation. From the unique position of Britain as the carrier of the world, it follows that her people have unconsciously been led to attach far too much importance to the foreign trade as it concerns nations in general. Even in her own case, it is trifling compared to her internal commerce. Her railways alone carry 3 times as much as all her ships, foreign seagoing, and domestic traffic combined. Quote, "The milkman who brings the daily portion of milk to him who dwells in city or town," says Edward Atkinson, the American Adam Smith, "represents a commerce of vast proportions, almost equal in this country, in its aggregate value, to the whole sum of our foreign importations." Close quote. The home commerce of America, as compared to her foreign, is as 21 to 1, and even Britain's gigantic foreign commerce is only 1/6 as great as the home commerce of America. The shipping engaged in this internal commerce has an aggregate tonnage of 1 million tons, which, added to the seagoing, gives as the total American tonnage engaged in commerce 4,250,000 tons, as against the 7 million tons of Britain. The total American traffic with foreign nations is 16 millions of tons. If every ton carried in foreign ships were carried in American ships, the additional trade would not be as great as the natural increase of her home commerce for a single year. Truly a paltry prize to contend for and make such a fuss about. The American coasting tonnage alone more than doubles the entire foreign traffic, 34 as against 16 million tons. While the domestic commerce by rail is reported as 291 and by steamers on lakes and rivers as 25.5 millions of tons. Thus it appears that our internal commerce, of which so little is heard, is more than 20 times greater than the foreign trade. 1 ton of foreign to 20 tons of domestic commerce. Really, there is no greater impostor than the distinguished stranger known as foreign commerce. The interdependence of our states, and hence the commerce between them, is shown in an interesting way by an illustration borrowed from my friend Mr. Edward Atkinson. Quote, "A homely illustration in a subject not fitted for poetic treatment, nor likely to appeal to the imagination, commerce in hogs. The great prairies of the West grow corn in such abundance that even now, with all our means of intercommunication, it cannot all be used as food, and some of it is consumed as fuel. It often happens that the farmer upon new land, remote from railroads, can get only 15 to 20 cents per bushel for Indian corn, at which price, while it is the best, it is also the cheapest fuel that he can have, and its use is an evidence of good economy and not of waste. Upon the fat prairie lands of the West, the hog is wholesomely fed only upon the corn in the milk or corn in the ear. Thence he is carried to the colder climate of Massachusetts, where by the use of that one crop in which New England excels all others, ice, the meat can be packed at all seasons of the year. There it is prepared to serve as food for the workman of the North, the freeman of the South, or the artisan of Europe, while the blood, dried in a few hours to a fine powder, and sent to the cotton fields of South Carolina and Georgia to be mixed with the phosphate rocks that underlie their coastland, serves to produce the cotton fiber, which furnishes the cheapest and fittest clothing for the larger portion of the inhabitants of the world. Here then is commerce, or men serving each other on a grand scale, all developed within the century, and undreamed of by our ancestors. The vast plains of the West, enriched by countless myriads of buffalo, can spare for years to come a portion of their production force. Commerce sets in motion her 1,000 wheels, food is borne to those who need it, and they are saved the effort to obtain it on the more sterile soil of the cold North. Commerce turns that very cold to use. The refuse is saved, and commerce has discovered that its use is to clothe the naked in distant lands. Borne to the sandy but healthy soils of Georgia and South Carolina, it renovates them with the fertility thus transferred from the prairies of Illinois and Indiana, and presently there comes back to Massachusetts the cotton of the farmers, the well-saved, clean, strong, and even staple, which commerce again has discovered to be worth identifying as the farmer's, not as the planter's crop, made by his own labor and picked by his wife and children." Close quote. Much is said in Britain about the tariff policy of the Republic, but the results of that policy, I fear, are but little understood. The general impression is that the duties charged are so exorbitant as seriously to cripple trade between the old and new lands. So far from this being true, Britain has no customer to whom she sends so much of her manufactures, nor any with whom her trade increases so rapidly. This so-called highly protective and heavily taxed republic imports more British goods than any other people. Here are the figures for 1883, which was a poor year for American business. Britain sent goods to India in that year valued at 24 millions sterling, to Germany 19 millions, to France 18 millions, and to the Republic 27 millions sterling. The total importations of America that year were $725 million, 145 million pounds, and of this vast sum, more than a full one-third, or $250 million, 50 million pounds, came from Britain and British possessions. $185 million, 37 million pounds, came from Great Britain and Ireland proper. Footnote: the difference in value between this 37 million pounds and the 27 million pounds reported as exports that year from Britain to the United States may be found in the differing values at the place of manufacture in Britain and value in America duty paid. To show how overwhelmingly the Republic buys from Britain, we have but to contrast its purchase from other lands. France in 1882 supplied only $90 million, 18 million pounds worth of goods, and Germany but $56 million, £11.2 million worth. The combined trade of these two principal sources of supply after Britain exceeds but little more than one half of Britain's sum, including British possessions, nor do they combined come near equaling the purchases from Britain proper, for together France and Germany sent but $146 million, £29.2 million, while Britain sent $196 million, £39.2 million. Britain could lose either France or Germany, and almost both combined as purchasers, and her trade would not suffer as much as from the withdrawal of the much-abused American. Is it not time for the monarchy to be just a little mindful of this fact, and to behave itself accordingly toward its dutiful offspring, who year after year increases his patronage and takes of her manufactures more than he takes from all the rest of the world? The question of free trade in America is one which will not be within the reach of practical politics in the lives of those now living. To bring it about, one of two courses is necessary. Either the revenue must be raised by increased internal taxation, or the duty must be enormously raised upon the only necessaries of life which America imports largely, sugar, coffee, etc. Neither of these seem probable. A new duty upon the food of the people of Britain is just as probable as one in America. Even Democratic President Cleveland, in his first message to Congress, states that any reduction in the tariff should be made in the duties now imposed upon the necessaries of life. The tendency is all in this direction. The second course would be to raise revenue by direct taxation. This is the ideal standard, and the Republic in its march may someday work up to it, and give another advanced political lesson to others. So far, no nation has ever tried even to approach it. Evidently, it is not for our day or generation. What, then, is the possible and consequently the only probable outcome of tariff discussion? Nothing beyond a possible gradual reduction of duties at intervals of some years, say 5 or 6% each decade. But these reductions, speaking generally, will be made only upon such articles as can be manufactured profitably here, with lower than the existing duties, nor will the duties be lowered to a point which will cripple the home manufacture. The question is not now which policy is the better for a new nation, free trade or protection, but how is the huge fabric of manufactures to be dealt with, the greatest in the world, as we have seen. It has been called into existence upon certain conditions and has accommodated itself thereto. The conservatism of the democracy is so ingrained as to justify one in prophesying that great care will be taken not to disturb it unduly. I often hear surprise expressed in Europe that the vast body of consumers should bear so contentedly the extra cost upon what they purchase, the result of heavy duties. The explanation is twofold. First, manufacturers are spreading rapidly over most of the states. The southern states of Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri, and others, for instance, are really protective states now from this cause, as are Minnesota and Michigan in the Northwest. But the second cause lies much deeper. Prices of articles are no longer generally fixed by the foreign, but by the home competition. One instance may illustrate many other branches in which the consumers buy what they need very cheap, in many cases about as cheap as the European does, wholly irrespective of duty. The duty upon steel rails is, say, $17.50, £3 11 shillings per ton. Market price in Britain, £5 shipside Liverpool, total in New York, provided they were transported and laid down there for nothing, would still be $42.50 or £8 10 shillings. The railroads of America have had no difficulty in purchasing hundreds of thousands of tons at $28, £5 12 shillings, and they know well that if any considerable portion of their requirements had to come from abroad, the cost would very greatly exceed this. In clothing, which was formerly the article upon which the greatest difference in price existed between the two countries, the case is much the same. Some competent friends who have been visiting us assure me that prices generally are as cheap as at home, and in some cases even cheaper. Foreign competition has been recommended as the necessary and certain cure against exorbitant profits being exacted by the home manufacturer to the detriment of the consumer. Very good, but precisely the same cure is found from vigorous home competition. As far as the foreigner was concerned, as we have seen in the case of steel rails, the American manufacturer might have had $42.50 per ton for rails which he was forced to sell for $28, which was only the British price, $25 with a fair rate of transportation to New York, and expenses incident thereto, without a penny added for duty. What forced him to do so and give the consumer rails for $28? Home competition. Even our monarchical friends in Canada bought steel rails from American mills last year because the cost was less than was demanded for those of British manufacture, although both were alike as to duty. I merely venture to give the facts bearing upon the present aspect of the question as far as the Republic is concerned, that those in Europe who bewail the hard fate of the consumer here may be comforted, for truly he is not paying the fair cost of his supplies plus the duty, but only the unprecedentedly low prices established by the close and unremitting competition of the home manufacturers, and these prices, as has been shown in the chapter on manufactures, are, with rare exceptions, not much above those of Britain. It is for these reasons that the consumer is not troubling himself, and cannot be made to trouble himself, very greatly with the question of the tariff. Far be it from me to retard the march of the world towards the free and unrestricted interchange of commodities. When the democracy obtains sway throughout the earth, the nations will become friends and brothers, instead of being, as now, the prey of the monarchical and aristocratic ruling classes, and always warring with each other. Standing armies and warships will be of the past, and men will then begin to destroy custom houses as relics of a barbarous monarchical age, not altogether from the low plane of economic gain or loss, but strongly impelled thereto from the higher standpoint of the brotherhood of man. All restriction upon the products of other lands will then seem unworthy of any member of the race, and the dawn of that day will have come when, man to man the world o'er, shall brothers be, and all that. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 13, Part 1. Railways and Waterways. And you will then, when the colonies achieve independence, see how the earth will be beautified. What culture! What new arts and new sciences! What safety for commerce! Navigation will precipitate all the peoples toward each other. A day will come when we will go into a populous and regulated city of California as one goes in the stagecoach of Meaux. Marquis d'Argenson, 1745. The inhabitants of the tight little island of Britain or of the miniature states of Europe can have no conception of distance as understood by the American. The vastness of the American continent gives a corresponding width to the conceptions of space formed by its inhabitants. The state of New York is almost as large as England, while Texas is larger than France or England and Germany combined. California has a greater area than Austria and some other states and territories known only by name in England, like Nevada, Colorado, Oregon, and Nebraska, have areas greater than several European kingdoms. The distance from New York to Chicago exceeds that from London to Rome, while San Francisco is farther from the Atlantic coast than Quebec is from London. The journey from Philadelphia to New Orleans is nearly twice as great as that from London to St. Petersburg, while Jerusalem, Cairo, Cyprus, Constantinople, Astrakhan, and Tenerife are all nearer to Hyde Park Corner than Salt Lake City is to Boston, and Salt Lake City is only 2/3 of the way across the continent. During the Civil War, the frontier defended by General Grant exceeded in length a line drawn from London across the Channel and continent to Constantinople, thence through Asia Minor and Palestine to the Great Pyramid at Cairo, and thence still on up the Nile as far as the First Cataract. And this line, if drawn, would be many miles shorter than the journey from New York to the city of Portland, Oregon. These comparisons will help the British reader to conceptions which are as familiar to the American as the star-spangled emblem of his nationality. It will also help the European to form a slight estimate of the labor and cost by which there has been spread over this vast continent a network of railways which ramify it in every part. 100 years ago, America was almost as much a dark continent as Africa is now. A few adventurous pioneers and explorers had forced their way to the Father of Waters and descended by it to the Gulf of Mexico. But a transcontinental journey was unthought of until 1803, when at the recommendation of President Jefferson, an exploring expedition was sent to the Pacific under command of Captain William Clark and Meriwether Lewis. It was considered a wonderful feat when the little party under their charge penetrated the wilderness across the mountains and down the westward slope to the mouth of the Columbia River on the Pacific, 2 years and 4 months being required for the journey and return. Even in 1830, there were no facilities for internal travel. The states along the coast had constructed rough turnpike roads, and railways were just introduced. But the heart of the continent was practically closed to all but the most adventurous. 2/3 of all the mails were carried in lumbering stagecoaches, with bodies hung upon leather straps that they might swing freely in any direction without being knocked to pieces as they struggled over the corduroy roads. A trip in one of these vehicles tossed the traveler as if he were in a fishing smack upon the channel in a storm. The other third was carried upon the backs of horses and in sulkies. Steamboats were carriers over only a few small short routes, and there were only 23 miles of railway laid in all the land. All this was as late as 1830, just over 50 years ago. The discomforts of stagecoach traveling in America cannot even be guessed at in these days of palace cars and 40 miles per hour express trains. The books of early visitors are full of invective and complaints at the horrors of an American stage. The Norwegian Arfvedson wrote in 1832, a traveler intending to proceed thence from Augusta, South Carolina, by land to New Orleans, is earnestly recommended to bid adieu to all comforts on leaving Augusta, and make the necessary preparations for a hard and rough campaign. If he has a wife and children unprovided for, and to whom he has not the means of leaving a suitable legacy, let him by all means be careful to insure his life to the highest amount the office will take, for the chances of his perishing on the journey are 10 to 1, calculated according to the following table of casualties: 1 by horses running away, 2 by drowning, 3 by murder, 4 by explosion. Miss Martineau, in 1834-5, thus describes her experiences. The mail roads are still extremely bad. I found in traveling through the Carolinas and Georgia that the drivers consider themselves entitled to get on by any means they can devise, that nobody helps and nobody hinders them. It was constantly happening that the stage came to a stop on the brink of a wide and a deep puddle extending all across the road. The driver helped himself without scruple to as many rails of the nearest fence as might serve to fill up the bottom of the hole or break our descent into it. On inquiry, I found it was not probable that either fence or road would be mended till both had gone to absolute destruction. The traffic on these roads is so small that the stranger feels himself almost lost in the wilderness. In the course of several days' journey, we saw, with the exception of the wagons of a few encampments, only one vehicle besides our own. It was a stage returning from Charleston. Our meeting in the forest was like the meeting of ships at sea. We asked the passengers from the South of news from Charleston and Europe, and they questioned us about the state of politics at Washington. The eager vociferation of drivers and passengers was like such as is unusual out of exile. We were desired to give up all thoughts of going by the eastern road to Charleston. The road might be called impassable, and there was nothing to eat by the way. Even as late as 1850, Sir Charles Lyell says, after comparing the risks, it seems to be more dangerous to travel by land in a new country than by river steamers. And some who have survived repeated journeyings in stagecoaches show us many scars. The judge who escorted my wife to Natchez informed her that he had been upset no less than 13 times. To the inconvenience of stage traveling, described in these extracts, must be added that of being jolted over corduroy roads made of logs placed longitudinally across the road with nothing to fill up the inequalities of surface. On roads where there was no competition, the slowness of the stages was very exasperating. One writer says, "We scarcely averaged more than 3.5 miles an hour, and in urging the drivers even to this speed, had to submit to no little insolence into the bargain." The insolence of drivers is complained of by nearly all the English travelers at this period. Passengers had also to look after their own baggage, and to get out into the mud and rain to fasten it to the coach when the jolting had loosened the straps. The Democratic Review for September 1839 says that in 1835 the speed of communication achieved by the express mail was deemed almost the acme of mail improvement, and as examples it mentions the following. From New York to Washington, 1 day, 8 hours. From New York to Richmond, Virginia, 2 days, 13 hours. From New York to Columbia, South Carolina, 6 days, 3 hours. From New York to Milledgeville, Georgia, 7 days, 15 hours. From New York to Mobile, Alabama, 12 days, 12 hours. From New York to New Orleans, 14 days, 0 hours. From New York to Columbus, Ohio, 4 days, 16 hours. From New York to Indianapolis, Indiana, 7 days, 14 hours. From New York to St. Louis, Missouri, 13 days, 10 hours. From New York to Huntsville, Alabama, 11 days, 22 hours. From New Orleans to Montgomery, Alabama, 3 days, 21 hours. From New Orleans to Nashville, Tennessee, 10 days, 0 hours. From New Orleans to Louisville, Kentucky, 13 days, 0 hours. From New Orleans to Cincinnati, Ohio, 14 days, 11 hours. From New Orleans to Columbus, Ohio, 16 days, 9 hours. From New Orleans to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 15 days, 5 hours. How diverse were the means of travel in those days is well illustrated by a journey from Troy to Chicago made in 1832 by Mr. Philo Carpenter. He took the Erie Canal to Buffalo and thence went by lake steamer to Detroit. 4.5 days was then the usual time for this passage. From Detroit, Mr. Carpenter went by weekly mail coach to Niles, and then took passage from Niles to the mouth of the St. Joseph River on a flatboat. Thence he was conveyed by 2 Indians in a bark canoe which they improvised as far as the mouth of the Calumet, where one of the Indians was seized with the colic, and they refused to proceed further. Our traveler then bargained with the settler for the use of a lumber wagon drawn by oxen, and with this he eventually reached Fort Dearborn, as Chicago was then called. The limited express now does this journey in 24 hours, and the traveler never has to leave his peripatetic hotel. After 1830 came the transition period, when primitive railways began to compete with canal boats and stagecoaches. In the Philadelphia Public Ledger for May 22, 1836, appeared the following advertisement, headed by a primitive-looking engine and cars. Fare reduced to $12. New express fast packet line from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, the only line exclusively for passengers, via Lancaster and Harrisburg railroads and Pennsylvania canals. Leaves daily at 6:00 a.m. through in 3 days. For passage, apply to at the office 51 Chestnut Street below 3rd Street. John Cameron, agent. And 2 years later, in the same journal appears the following. Fare reduced. Leach and Company's packet line to Pittsburgh via railroads and canals, through in 4.5 days. Upon one of these canal boats I saw arrive in Pittsburgh the first locomotive that ever came west of the Ohio River. The early railroads seemed very rude judged by modern standards. Passenger cars were small vehicles holding no more than 18 to 24 passengers, and not much, if any, heavier than the large stagecoaches. The iron used for rails was flat bar iron, from 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch thick, spiked on wooden sleepers, which were lightly tied and on tracks not perfectly graded or heavily ballasted. The locomotives weighed from 2 to 6 or 7 tons, and drew corresponding loads. Great weight and high speed would have destroyed the tracks. One of the dangers of travel was from snakeheads, caused by the loosening of the ends of the thin rails, which, bending up, were caught between the wheels and driven through the bottom of the cars, wounding or impaling anyone who sat over the point of entrance. Instead of grading up or down steep declivities, cars were passed over the incline by counterweights of box cars, loaded with stone which balanced them like window weights, and made it easy to pass up one as the other went down. 20 miles a year were in those days rapid railroad building. The first railway trains were drawn by horses or mules, though locomotives were early introduced from England and duplicated in America. An account of the Mohawk and Hudson Railroad, printed in Williams' Register for 1833, concludes with the words, "Passengers are carried upon this road in coaches, drawn by horses and by the locomotive engines, whose powers are not yet conclusively tried." And from a passage in the Charleston Patriot for April 1830, it would appear that other means of propulsion had been tried. Yesterday afternoon, a sail was set on a car on the railroad before a large assembly of persons. It went at the rate of 12 to 15 miles per hour, with 15 persons on board. Afterwards, 13 persons and 3 tons of iron were carried at the rate of 10 miles per hour. Considering the haste and the imperfect manner in which the sail was got up, the result was highly gratifying. But the most curious of propelling machines was one invented by Detmold. This was an engine run by a horse walking on an endless platform like the early horse ferries. This curious machine carried passengers at the rate of 12 miles an hour. Observe how the interior of the continent had been thrown open to civilization. A Santa Fe merchant wrote in 1830, "On the day of our departure, with wagon trains drawn by mules, from Independence we passed the last human abode upon our route. Therefore, from the borders of Missouri to those of New Mexico, not even an Indian settlement greeted our eyes." And when wagons, instead of pack mules, were first used for internal transportation, the extraordinary nature of the change was sufficient to justify the following in Niles' Register for May 8, 1850. A party of 70 men with 10 wagons was recently fitting out at St. Louis for an expedition to the Rocky Mountains. What next? Nearly 30 years later, a regular stage line was established by the Pikes Peak Express Company between the Missouri River and the Rocky Mountains. Transportation was effected by wagon trains and ox and mule trains, and so perfectly did this line work that a distance of 700 miles was made in 6 days and nights. Then, in the spring of 1860, the owners of the Pikes Peak stage line established what was known as the Pony Express, which served as a daily fast mail line between the cities of the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. The scheme was a marvel of American enterprise. Previous to that time, over 3 weeks were required to convey mails by steamer from New York to San Francisco. This Pony Express made the distance between the railway terminus on the Missouri River and the Pacific in 8 or 9 days. Brave men and first-class stock were required, for Indians and highwaymen were often encountered, and the relay stations were sometimes burned, and the stock run off. Almost the entire distance of nearly 2,000 miles to be traversed was one vast solitude. No delays were permitted. The mail bags were kept constantly on the move during these long and lonely trips. Horses were changed at every station, and riders at intervals of from 50 to 70 miles. The rapid time made caused the government to send the mails overland. From such small beginnings has grown the magnificent railroad system of America. When the success of the first road had been proved, others quickly sprang into existence. And presently all over the inhabited portions of the continent, men were digging, grading, blasting, tunneling at a rate which has hardly suffered diminution and has never ceased. The development of the resources of the country by means of these artificial highways has gone on with marvelous rapidity. Finally, the idea of stretching a railway line across the entire continent began to take possession of the public mind. As early as 1846, the feasibility of such an undertaking had been discussed in Congress, and in 1849 the idea took tangible shape in the form of a bill introduced by Senator Benton. In 1851, surveying parties were sent out to decide upon a route, but delays afterwards resulted from differences between the northern and southern states. When the war removed this obstacle, acts of Congress were passed providing subsidies in gold and land to the corporations authorized to build the road. Work was commenced in 1863, but only in a dilatory way. In 1865, the work progressed at a rate unheard of before. The rails were laid at the rate of 2 and 3 miles a day, and in one instance 8 miles of track were laid. The line was completed and thrown open to traffic throughout its entire length in 1869. Since then, 3 other transcontinental lines have been constructed, and now every part of the great republic is the neighbor of the other part. The Bostonian does not think of his fellow citizens of New Orleans as 1,600 miles away, but as distant only 40-odd hours. The New Yorker does not speak of the 1,000 miles intervening between him and Chicago, but only of the 24 hours required to get there. In one sense, space has been annihilated in America, and time is now the only measure of men's separation from each other. American railways were built under charters for short distances, but as population increased, these were consolidated and managed as great through lines between termini hundreds of miles apart. In time, these main lines absorbed branch and connecting lines, and now there are several systems, each serving extensive districts. Of these, the most important, the Pennsylvania, is a good example. Its network of lines aggregates 5,491 miles, with more than 1,000 miles of second, third, and fourth tracks. Gross earnings in 1884 were $80 million, 16 million pounds. The tonnage was 63 million tons, and the cost of moving perhaps the lowest in the world, being about 4 mills, less than a halfpenny, per ton per mile. Certainly no rates for traffic in Europe are so low as the average received by the Pennsylvania Railroad. This line is solidly built, stone ballasted, and in every respect compares favorably with the trunk lines of Europe, if we accept numerous road crossings at grade, which would not be tolerated abroad. From its depot opposite New York, 4 times per day through trains start for the Great West, with sleeping coaches which run through without change to Chicago, St. Louis, and Cincinnati. In special cases, when desired, the traveling party may pass on to San Francisco or to New Orleans without change. A dining or hotel car is attached at proper intervals, and every luxury supplied upon these peripatetic Delmonicos. The New York Central, Erie, and Baltimore and Ohio are systems of similar character between the East and West. Chicago, the western metropolis, has also its corresponding railway systems, some of which are of great magnitude. The Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy has 3,373 miles. The Chicago and Northwestern, 3,271 miles, and the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul, the work of that man of Aberdeen, Alexander Mitchell, no less than 4,804 miles under its sway. It is with railways as with manufacturers. Consolidation into the hands of a few organizations seems the inevitable tendency. The saving and efficiency thus effected over the 100 former disjointed petty corporations, each with its officers and staffs, are so manifestly great that nothing can prevent these consolidations. What the outcome of this massing of forces is to be is difficult to foretell, but that it is in accordance with economic laws is certain. Therefore, we can proceed without fear. We are on sure ground, hence the final result must be beneficial. If corporations grow to gigantic size and attempt to use their powers like giants, forgetting that they are the creatures and servants of the state, we may safely trust the democracy to deal with them. There is no problem which an educated people cannot and will not solve in the interests of the people when solution is demanded. End of Chapter 13, Part 1, Railways and Waterways. Chapter 13, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 13, Part 2, Railways and Waterways. The American railway system, starting 55 years ago at nothing, has reached in 1885 128,000 miles of line. The whole of Europe has not so many, for in 1883 it had only 114,300 miles and the entire world, but 279,850 miles. The record for the past 10 years shows with what strides the Iron Road is girding the continent. For during that period, no less than 54,280 miles were built. When we read that in 1880, India, with its 250 millions of people, added to its railways only 273 miles, and the Republic, with its 50 millions, added in 1880 11,500 miles, we get some idea of the speed at which she rushes on. The whole of Europe has not built as many miles of railway as the Republic has during some recent years, and in 1880 the whole world did not build as many. It will only be a few years, probably not 10, ere the railway lines of America exceed in length those of all the rest of the world. The Republic in one scale and the world in the other, and the world kicking the beam. Monster, you were called into existence only to redress the balance of the old world, and within one short century we find you threatening to weigh it down. The Republic against the field, and no takers. In no other country is travel so comfortable and luxurious. For this we are chiefly indebted to a remarkable American invention, the sleeping car, without which such extended lines would have remained an imperfect instrument for the consolidation of the people. Journeys between the oceans, requiring 7 days and nights to perform, or even that between Chicago and other western cities to New York and the East, which occupy but 24 to 48 hours consecutive travel, could have been undertaken only in extreme cases, had the unfortunate traveler been required to sit up, as in the old-fashioned cars. Well do I remember that, when a clerk in the service of the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, a tall, spare, farmer-looking kind of man, came to me once when I was sitting on the end seat of the rear car looking over the line. He said he had been told by the conductor that I was connected with the railway company, and he wished me to look at an invention he had made. With that he drew from a green bag, as if it were for lawyers' briefs, a small model of a sleeping berth for railway cars. He had not spoken a minute before, like a flash, the whole range of the discovery burst upon me. Yes, I said, that is something which this continent must have. I promised to address him upon the subject as soon as I had talked over the matter with my superior, Thomas A. Scott. I could not get that blessed sleeping car out of my head. Upon my return I laid it before Mr. Scott, declaring that it was one of the inventions of the age. He remarked, "You are enthusiastic, young man, but you may ask the inventor to come and let me see it." I did so, and arrangements were made to build 2 trial cars and run them on the Pennsylvania Railroad. I was offered an interest in the venture, which of course I gladly accepted. Payments were to be made 10% per month after the cars were delivered, the Pennsylvania Railroad Company guaranteeing to the builders that the cars should be kept upon its line and under their control. This was all very satisfactory until the notice came that my share of the first payment was $217.50, 43 pounds. How well I remember the exact sum, but $217.50 were as far beyond my means as if it had been millions. I was earning $50, 10 pounds per month, however, and had prospects, or at least I always felt that I had. What was to be done? I decided to call on the local banker, Mr. Lloyd, state the case, and boldly ask him to advance the sum upon my interest in the affair. He put his hand upon my shoulder and said, "Why, of course, Andy, you are all right. Go ahead. Here is the money." It is a proud day for a man when he pays his last note, but not to be named in comparison with the day in which he makes his first one, and gets a banker to take it. I have tried both, and I know. The cars paid the subsequent payments from their earnings. I paid my first note from my savings, so much per month, and thus did I get my foot upon fortune's ladder. It is easy to climb after that. A triumphant success was scored, and thus came sleeping cars into the world. Blessed be the man who invented sleep, says Sancho Panza. Thousands upon thousands will echo the sentiment. Blessed be the man who invented sleeping cars. Let me record his name and testify my gratitude to him. My dear, quiet, modest, truthful, farmer-looking friend, T. Woodruff, one of the benefactors of the age. This brings us to another remarkable man, George M. Pullman, as great a genius in organization and administration as Woodruff was in his peculiar line. It did not take this typical American of Chicago very long to see what part sleeping cars were bound to play upon the American continent. And while a few cautious old gentlemen in Philadelphia were managing the original cars in that peculiar Philadelphian way which is so amusing, making 10 bites of even the smallest cherry, this young man laid his daring plans. He would contract for 20 or 30 cars, while the Philadelphia people hesitated to engage for one. The result was that Mr. Pullman completely eclipsed them. I soon saw that we had a genius to deal with, and advised the old concern to capture Mr. Pullman. There was a capture, but it did not quite take that form. They found themselves swallowed by this ogre, and Pullman monopolized everything. It was well that it should be so. The man had arisen who could manage, and the tools belonged to him. Today his company has a paid-up capital of about $30 millions, and its ramifications extend everywhere. Mr. Pullman is a remarkable man, for he not only manages this business, he created it. Before he appeared upon the scene, a sleeping car company had no rights which a railway company was bound to respect. Mr. Pullman has made the business respectable, and the traveling public are very much his debtors. Should Mr. Pullman's life be spared, I prophesy that the young contractor for elevating buildings in Chicago will leave a monument for himself in his new industrial town of Pullman, which will place his name with those of Salt of Saltaire and Baudin of Guise. A short roll of honor this, which contains the list of those who, springing from honest poverty, have made fortunes through honest toil, and then, here comes the secret of the shortness of the list, and then turning back to look upon the poor workers where they started, have thereafter devoted their fortune and abilities so to improve the industrial system as to give to that class a better chance in life than it was possible for themselves to obtain. Mr. Pullman has made a start upon this toilsome path. His future deserves to be carefully watched. If ever aerial navigation becomes practicable, it will, like railways, attain its highest development in America. For here men's lives are too full of activity to permit lounging in parlor cars drawn wearily by a locomotive at only 40 miles an hour, when it is possible for men to soar through the air and outstrip their own symbolic eagle in its flight. Nature has done much for America as regards facilities for transportation. Her inland seas, containing 1/3 of all the fresh water in the world, and her great rivers lay ready at hand, awaiting only the application of steam to vessels to render them magnificent highways. A vessel sailing round the edges of these American lakes traverses a greater distance than from New York to Liverpool. The rivers of America are also the largest in the world. After the Amazon and the La Plata comes the Mississippi, with an outflow of over 2 million cubic feet per hour. This mighty river, which the Indians called in their picturesque language Father of Waters, is equal in bulk to all the rivers of Europe combined, exclusive of the Volga. It is equal to 3 Ganges, 9 Rhones, 27 Seines or 80 Tibers. The mighty Tiber chafing with its flood, says the master. How would he have described the Mississippi on the rampage after a spring flood, when it pours down its mighty volume of water and overflows the adjacent lowlands? 80 Tibers in one. Burns' picture of the pretty little air in flood has been extolled, where the foaming waters came down an acre braid. What think you of a tumbling sea 20 miles braid instead of your acre, dear Robin? The length of the Mississippi is 2,250 miles, while its navigable tributaries exceed 20,000 miles. The Father of Waters collects his substance from watersheds covering an area of more than 2.5 million square miles. The Hudson is navigable by large steamers as far as Albany, 150 miles inland from the Atlantic. There are quite a dozen other rivers in which the like is possible. Many well-known seaports are considerable distances from the coast, properly speaking. Such are Philadelphia, Baltimore, New Orleans, and on the Pacific coast, Portland. The presence of inland ports, with extensive docks, piers, and large craft, is a constant source of astonishment to the European traveler. The sight of ships of 3,000 tons burden 1,500 miles from salt water is sufficient to surprise one in whom the sight of rigged ships has always been associated with the sea. Walking along the quays of the lake cities, Buffalo, Toledo, Chicago, or Duluth, one might well imagine himself at the sea-coast. These great natural waterways have been supplemented and connected with each other by artificial canals. There were in the United States in 1880 4,468 miles of canals, which had cost $265 million, 53 million pounds. Nearly 2,000 miles of canal had, however, been abandoned, having been rendered valueless by the superior facilities offered by railroads. Many of the canals still worked were reported not to be paying expenses, and part of these also will no doubt soon be abandoned. The freight traffic on canals in 1880 amounted to 21,044,292 tons, yielding a gross income of $45 million, 9 million pounds. The early history of navigation in America presents as many curious contrasts and interesting facts as do other divisions of the history of American progress. From beginnings which to us seem ludicrously small and crude, the greatest results have come. At the beginning of the century, a successful steamboat had not been built. For 20 or 30 years, inventors in France, Scotland, England, and America had been working and planning to apply a principle which they saw was perfectly applicable, but lacking knowledge of one or two little essentials, they only passed from failure to failure, yet constantly getting nearer and nearer to success. John Fitch and Oliver Evans are the names of the earliest representatives of America in this great struggle. After each experimenter had contributed some new light, an American engineer, Robert Fulton by name, gathered in 1807 the multiplicity of lights into one great flame, and made practicable by the help of all what each had tried in vain to achieve by himself. Fulton's Clermont was the first commercially successful steamboat ever built. A boat of 160 tons burden, she was launched on the Hudson in 1807 and ran over a year as a passenger boat between New York and Albany. The first steamboat of the Mississippi Valley was built by Fulton in 1811 and was called the Orleans. She had a stern wheel and went from Pittsburgh to New Orleans, more than 2,000 miles in 14 days. The next year, Henry Bell of Scotland built the Comet of 30 tons, which plied between Glasgow and Greenock, and in 1813 sailed around the coasts of the British Isles. In 1819, the Savannah, 380 tons burden, crossed the Atlantic from America, visited Liverpool, St. Petersburg, and Copenhagen, and returned. 19 years later, the Great Western, 1,340 tons, and the Sirius steamed across the Atlantic from England, and only 2 years afterwards, namely 1840, the present justly celebrated Cunard Line was established, inaugurating an era of ocean travel which has revolutionized human life and brought the old and new worlds within 6 days of each other. On a Sunday afternoon in August last, I sailed from Queenstown upon the Cunarder Etruria, and on Saturday afternoon the noble ship was moving up New York Bay, just 6 days from harbor to harbor. That was my last trip across the ferry. Contrast it with my first 7 weeks upon a sailing vessel. Internal navigation has an equally interesting history. The earliest transportation by water was effected by means of keel boats. These drifted down well enough with the current, but had to be forced upstream with setting poles. The keel boat was long and narrow, sharp at the bow and stern, and of light draught. From 15 to 20 hands were required to propel it. The crew, divided equally on each side, took their places upon the running boards extending along the whole length of the craft, and each man, setting one end of a long pole in the bottom of the river, brought the other to his shoulder, and bending over it with his face nearly to the plank, exerted all his force against the boat, treading it from under him. While those of one side were thus passing down in line to the stern, those on the other, facing about, were passing towards the bow, drawing their poles floating on the water. The keel boatmen kept their rifles constantly within reach, in case Indians should attempt to surprise them. Their journeys often lasted several months. These keel boatmen, living a semi-barbarous life, developed traits more befitting the aboriginal savage than the descendants of Europeans. Human life with them appears to have had little more sanctity than the lives of the animals they shot on the river banks. The descriptions of the now extinct keel boatsmen left by contemporary writers surpass in horrible detail anything ever written of Western cowboys or miners. They have now disappeared before steamboats and civilization as completely as the wildernesses amongst which their lives were mostly spent. With other barbarisms of the good old times, they have sunk into oblivion. R.I.P. One of the earliest packet lines we read about is the following. On the 11th of January, 1794, a line of 2 keel boats with bulletproof covers and portholes and provided with cannon and small arms was established between Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, each making a trip once in 4 weeks. The defensive equipment of these keel boats is very suggestive. Nothing enables one better to contrast now and then. It is interesting to read how our fathers occasionally compared the comforts of their days with the discomforts of our grandfathers, how proudly they spoke of improvements, and how delighted and content they were with accommodations which seemed to us comfortless and mean. Here is a characteristic sample, written about 1845, when steamboats, uncomfortable and slow, were everywhere replacing lines of stages or horse packets. In leaving Bangor, Maine, in a steamboat, though only for a short trip, I am thereby reminded of the difference which has taken place in our city and throughout the country in the mode of traveling between the present time and only 20 years since. I say 20 years because it is about 20 years since I left the paternal home and in the good sloop Betsy took passage for Bangor, where we arrived in safety after 8 days' toil. The usual mode of traveling then from Bangor was by the lumber coasters, in which passengers, Male and female were stowed away in the few berths in the cabin, or sprawled around upon the uncarpeted floor. There was indeed a semi-packet with a few extra berths hung round, with a narrow and rather scanty red bombazet frill. But mean as these accommodations may now, 1845, be considered, they afforded the best means of conveyance between Bangor and Massachusetts, and during the rainy seasons in the spring and fall, the only conveyance. For instead of 3 daily stages west as now, the mail was carried once a week only, and then on horseback between Bangor and Augusta. During the winter, to be sure, Moses Burley conveyed the mail, and occasionally a passenger or two in a sleigh with a tandem team, and during the summer in a rickety covered wagon. Then there was no small mail route to any of the towns above Bangor, and the old register in the monthly advertisement of the postmaster, of 2 fingers long, enumerated letters for the whole region round about. These reminiscences have brought vividly to mind the appearance of the village as it was then. There were but 5 brick buildings erected, including the old distill house that has since been removed to give place to the City Point block. There were but 18 stores, a few mechanics' shops, 1 bridge, and that the Kenduskeag, where toll was required, the courthouse, now City Hall, a wooden jail, 3 taverns, and a few dwellings. How delightfully confidential this old writer is! He has long since been gathered to his fathers, and even his name is forgotten, but he must have been a good man who took an intelligent interest in what he saw. Though steamboats offered greater facilities and comfort to travelers than sloops or stages, yet they were miserably conducted and often dangerous. Indeed, the frequency of collision and explosions was appalling. It became common to have safety barges towed by the steamboat, and an illustration of a boat of this character appended to an advertisement in the Commercial Advertiser for June 16, 1830, shows that the engine and boiler, and apparently the paddle wheel, were placed right at the bow, as far away as possible from the passengers on the safety barge. In 1834-5, Miss Martineau found steamboat traveling in the West proverbially dangerous. She says, "I was rather surprised at the cautions I received throughout the South about choosing wisely among the Mississippi steamboats, and at the question gravely asked, as I was going on board, whether I had a life preserver with me. I found that all my acquaintances on board had furnished themselves with life preservers, and my surprise ceased when we passed boat after boat on the river delayed or deserted on account of some accident." Since that day, the stringent regulations which provide for governmental inspection of all boats have made steamboat travels upon the rivers as safe as it is delightful. An excursion from St. Louis or Cincinnati to New Orleans upon one of the floating palaces which now traverse the lower Ohio and Mississippi ranks as one of the most enjoyable modes in which a holiday can be spent. The traffic floated upon these western rivers will surprise many. Take the Ohio, for instance. A competent authority has stated that the total of its trade from its head at Pittsburgh to its mouth at New Cairo, about 1,000 miles, exceeded in 1874 $800 million, or 160 million pounds, a sum greater than the total exports of the nation about which we hear so much. It is upon the Ohio that the cheapest transportation in the world exists. Coal, coke, and other bulky articles are transported at the rate of 1/20th of a cent, 1/40th of a penny per ton per mile. This is made possible by means of barges, many of which are now lashed together and pushed ahead by a steam tug. The current, of course, carries along the floating mass. The steamer has little to do but to guide while descending and to tow the empty barges back. The records of 1884 show that there were owned in the one city of Pittsburgh for use on the river 4,323 vessels, including barges, with a tonnage of 1,700,000 tons. 163 of these were steamboats. 20,000 miles of navigable waterways lie before these Pittsburgh craft, and many thousand miles more are ready to be opened by easily constructed improvements in the lesser streams. This work the general government is steadily performing year after year, as well as improving the existing navigation. Even today, a boat can start from Pittsburgh for a port 4,300 miles distant, as far as from New York to Queenstown and halfway back, or as far away as the Baltic ports are from New York. Said I not truly that nature made Britain only as a small model, and the Republic full working size? From what a small acorn has the mighty oak of river navigation grown? Here is the very first prophecy of the coming events connected with the use of these great streams, and from whom, of all men, should such a prophecy more fittingly come than from a minister? Here are the words of the Reverend Manasseh Cutter, D.D., LL.D., of Ipswich, Massachusetts, who was at once minister, scientist, statesman, and the agent of the New England and Ohio Company, which started at Marietta, Ohio. Blessed man, he it was who succeeded in getting past the famous ordinance of 1787, which prohibited slavery in the old Northwest Territory, and secured that fair domain forever to freedom. Here is the prediction he made in a pamphlet published in 1787. The current down the Mississippi and Ohio, for heavy articles that suit the Florida, Mississippi, and West Indian markets, such as Indian corn, flour, beef, timber, etc., will be more loaded than any stream on earth. It was found by late experiments that sails are used to great advantage against the current of the Ohio, and it is worthy of observation that, in all probability, steamboats will be found to be of infinite service in all our river navigation. That was written 20 years before Fulton's practically successful application of steam to navigation, and a quarter of a century before the first steamboat which ever plowed the western rivers was built at Pittsburgh. 6 years after the prediction about steamboats, the country hailed as a wonderful evidence of progress the inauguration of a regular line of sail and oar boats between Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. 2 boats were built for the line. They made the round journey every 4 weeks, so that every 2 weeks a traveler had a chance to start and take a 2 weeks' journey on the beautiful river. I wish, as I write, that we could do so now. This was our Nile in a dahabeah right here at home. Why do we not try it now? What could be more delightful than the Ohio in a small boat moved by oar and sail? We have not the time, we say. Ah, ladies and gentlemen, we have not the sense. But just listen to the precautions deemed essential as late as the beginning of the century, which the advertisement sets forth. No danger need be apprehended from the enemy, as every person on board will be under cover made proof against rifle or musket balls, with convenient portholes for firing out. Each of the boats is armed with 6 pieces carrying a pound ball, also a number of good muskets amply supplied with ammunition. So the tedium of the journey, you see, was likely to be relieved by a skirmish now and then with the noble savage, and our travelers were not expected not to shoot back from under their ironclad cover. The first steamboat troubled the waters in 1811. In 1810, we find Kramer's Magazine Almanac making the startling announcement: a company has been formed for the purpose of navigating the river Ohio in large boats to be propelled by the power of steam engines. The boat now on the stocks is 138 feet keel and calculated for a freight as well as a passenger boat between Pittsburgh and the Falls of the Ohio. It is gratifying to learn that in 1 year the New Orleans, for such was the name, actually cleared $20,000, 4,000 pounds. No wonder the building of steamboats rapidly increased. There is nothing so creative as a good dividend. The steamboats plying between New York and Boston, and also upon the Hudson between New York and Albany, have always impressed the foreign traveler as unequaled. The dimensions of some of the floating palaces are noteworthy. The tonnage of the Pilgrim, for instance, is 3,500 registered tons, making her the largest inland steamboat in the world. Speed, 20 knots per hour. She carries 1,400 passengers and is lighted by 912 electric lamps. Miss Martineau has left a description of boat traveling on the Erie Canal in New York State. Compare the following with our floating palaces and Pullman cars. On fine days, she writes, it is pleasant enough sitting outside, except for having to duck under the bridges every quarter of an hour under penalty of having one's head crushed to atoms, and in dark evenings the approach of the boat lights on the water is a pretty sight. But the horrors of night and wet days more than compensate for all the advantages these vehicles can boast. The heat and noise, the known vicinity of a compressed crowd, laying packed like herrings in a barrel, the bumping against the sides of the locks, and the hissing of water therein like an inundation, startling one from sleep. These things are very disagreeable. The appearance of the berths in the ladies' cabin were so repulsive that we were seriously contemplating sitting out all night when it began to rain so as to leave us no choice. This journey from Utica to Schenectady, a distance of 80 miles, took 22 hours, while the packet to Rochester, 160 miles, took 46 hours. Much longer than is now required to go from New York to St. Paul, Minnesota, 1,322 miles. In the short 50 years under review, we have displaced the stuffy, slow canal boat as a mode of travel for the limited express, the small steamer with its safety barge for the floating palaces. If there is anything calculated to make man thankful for the blessings which he enjoys in this last quarter of the 19th century, it is the study of the conditions of life under which our ancestors lived. Not that we can form even an estimate of them. Discomforts which would make life unendurable to us were unnoticed by them, and probably they suffered in many ways at which we cannot even guess. If the record of their miserable mode of life were complete, the picture would without doubt be even more repulsive than it is. Auguste Comte has gravely propounded a religion of humanity, which he says is worshipful because of its victories over nature and over the discomforts by which the life of primitive man was surrounded. There have been religions founded on less worthy grounds than these. Man has indeed played a wonderful part in the world, and nothing can be more marvelous than the way in which he has subjugated the forces of nature and yoked them to his chariot and his boat. But let us be modest, or as sure as fate those of the next generation, looking back upon this, our present life, are to contrast their happier condition with ours and pity us as we have ventured to pity our forefathers. The march of humanity is upward and onward for all the countless ages to come. Improved physical conditions react upon mental conditions, and some day man is to read with surprise that once there were upon the earth a state of warfare between divisions called nations, that Europe once continually taught 9 millions of men how best to butcher their fellows, and called this vile work a profession. The coming man will marvel that intemperance prevailed in these barbaric days, that there were paupers and criminals without number, and that even in Britain the many were kept down by the few, that the soil there was held in use by a class, and that £1,000,000 was taken from the public revenues every year by one family and spent in vulgar ostentation or riotous dissipation, a family which was an insult to every other family in the land, since it involved the born inferiority of all others. He is to read of all this as we now read of the armored keelboat and the horse locomotive, and thank his stars he was not born as we have been before the dawn of civilization. As one man's meat is another man's poison, so one age's civilization is the next age's barbarism. We shall all be barbarians to our great-great-grandchildren. We have not traveled far yet, with all our progress upon the upward path, but we still go marching on. That which is better than that which has been. It is the mission of democracy to lead in this triumphant march and improve step by step the conditions under which the masses live, to ring out the old and to ring in the new, and in this great work the Republic rightly leads the van. End of Chapter 13. Railways and Waterways.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 14, Part 1. Art and Music. The study of art possesses this great and peculiar charm, that it is absolutely unconnected with the struggles and contests of ordinary life. It is a taste at once engrossing and unselfish, which may be indulged without effort, and yet has the power of exciting and to gratify both the nobler and softer parts of our nature, the imagination and the judgment, love of emotion and power of reflection, the enthusiasm and the critical faculty, the senses and the reason. Guizot. Of all the liberal arts, music has the greatest influence over the passion, and it is that to which the legislator ought to give the greatest encouragement. A well-composed song strikes and softens the mind, and produces a greater effect than a moral work, which convinces our reason, but does not warm our feelings, nor effect the slightest alteration in our habits. Napoleon at St. Helena. Half a century ago it was the fashion in Europe to decry anything American, and to sneer at even the suggestion of culture in the United States. A country without historical or poetical associations, devoid of all the sources from which the genius of the Old World had derived its inspirations. In short, a new country whose energies must for generations be directed in practical channels cannot hope to compete, it was argued, in the fine arts with nations whose traditions and culture reach back for centuries. In 1824 a contributor to Blackwood's Magazine wrote, "The fine arts generally are neglected by the Americans. By this I mean that they, the Americans, do not themselves cultivate them. They have foreign musical composers and sculptors among them, most of whom are indigent or starving, but none of their own. Architecture is hardly in a better state. I know of no capital American architect." The writer then makes one exception to a sweeping declaration: painting. In this the Americans have made a surprising proficiency, surprising not only by comparison with what they have done in every other department, but surprising, if we consider their numbers, infancy, and want of encouragement, when compared with what we ourselves have done, or any other people, during the same period. He then cites in support of this assertion the names of Copley, West, Trumbull, Rembrandt Peale, Alston, Morse, Sully, Stewart, Leslie, Newton, and Chester Harding, but ends by qualifying his praise with the remark that the most celebrated of these men were educated in Great Britain, and some of them born there. Another class of critics went still further and asserted that a genius for art was incompatible with a republican form of government. It would seem, says a writer of about the same time in the London Quarterly Review, that a high and refined genius for art is indigenous to monarchies, and under such a form of government alone can it flourish, either vigorously or securely. The United States of North America can never expect to possess a fine school of art so long as they retain their present system. Art indigenous to monarchies? Did anyone ever hear such an absurdity? The great law is that each shall produce fruit after its kind, but this genius makes a monarchy produce the greatest of all republics, the republic of art. In art, the source of that which gives the finer touches to human life, all is republican. There is no trace of hereditary privileges within its bounds. It is as free, as unstained of these injustices as the American Republic itself. Art asks not, wast thou cottager or king, peer or peasant? No such thing. Who knows or cares who Michelangelo's father was, or what was Beethoven's birth, or whether Raphael was an aristocrat, or Wagner the son of a poor actuary of police? Just imagine monarchy in art, a hereditary painter, for instance, or a sculptor who only was his father's son, or a musician because born in the profession. What claims from birth have Liszt, Rubinstein, Gluck, or the Scotch laddies from their heather hills, the sons of shepherds and tradesmen, the Millaises, Orchardsons, Pettys, Hunters, and Blacks, but from the republicanism of art? Are rulers these, in art, by virtue of the universal suffrage of their fellows? The royal violinist parentage gives him no place in art which he has not earned, nor do the creditable etchings or sculptures of the royal princesses advance them one iota beyond the merit of their work. Nor is it in the power of Victoria, nor can it be her wish, to advance them one step in the republic of art, were she 20 times their mother. A king can make a belt at night, a marquess, duke, and a that, but let him try his hand upon creating ranks in the commonwealth of art, of music, and of literature, and where is he? The aristocrats there are better born than he himself, because heaven-born, nobles by the right of an earlier creation, priests by the imposition of a mightier hand. Millais and Leighton, Benedict and Sullivan were knighted by the monarch, but these rulers in art and music have not yet recognized her majesty, or any of her family in their republics beyond the stage of honorable mention. The Queen dispenses her degrees, even to a peerage, for brewing beer or playing court lackey. In the republics of art and letters, as her majesty finds, our rulers are much more fastidious. The standard is different. If art be, as she is, a most jealous mistress, she is as just as she is exacting, and no respecter of persons. There is nothing monarchical about her. Nay, when the monarch leaves the tinsel of official life and rises to real work in the higher domain of art, her drawings are pronounced good, and by so much she is an artist. Her books, for letters too, like art, are republican, are most creditable in this, that a queen should have thought about making a book at all. For it is true all the same that a book's a book, although there's nothing in it, and the effort to write a book is in itself praiseworthy. Whatever a person of high rank achieves in the higher realms of art deserves handsome acknowledgment. The royal family of England today should receive, and I pay them the compliment to believe they do receive, more genuine satisfaction from their literary and artistic labors than from their rank, and would value distinction in the republics of art, music, and letters, if acquired, beyond rank in society, which can confer no honor, because purely accidental. For such, my readers, is the effect of this republican atmosphere in letters and art upon all who once enter its charmed circle and breathe its sweet influences, that even these royal people, exalted by a fiction in political life, would be the first to repel with proud indignation the slightest intimation that their works were to be judged by any lower standard than the republican test, by the suffrage of the people, in comparison with the performances of the sons of shepherds, dwellers, weavers, and ditchers, their equals in the republic. This is highly creditable to them. Such as have contributed, however humbly, to art, music, or literature, beginning with her majesty herself, are to be held in special honor. They have their places in the republic of art. Were the Prince of Wales animated, like them, with the true spirit of art and letters, it might extend to his ideas about position, and then he could not accept the throne except by a vote of his fellows, calling him to it, as the person best fitted to serve the state. He would scorn place granted for any reason but for his ability to serve. His motto can only in this way be lived up to. Death levels all ranks. The republics of art and of letters do no less. Contestants for place in these gracious commonwealths are stripped of all distinctions and start upon equal terms. The equality of the citizen is the fundamental law upon which is founded all that brings sweetness and light to human life. Thus, my friends, art is republican, literature is republican, religion is republican. No hereditary privilege in the church. Every good is republican. That alone which is valueless, hurtful, and unjust is monarchical. But fortunately, as we have seen, the poison of hereditary rank is confined to very narrow limits, beyond which it is not recognized. This curious writer, who would have monarchy allied with arts, built his theory upon the exploded idea that only monarchs and the aristocracy, which flutters around courts, could or would patronize the beautiful. That theory is unfortunate in view of the fact that the best patrons of art are the Americans, and the monarchy at least is not conspicuous for its treatment of art or artists. Music and art, like literature, flourish in our day not by the patronage of a class, but from popular support. Nothing flourishes in our day but through the support of the people. Monarchy itself must play to them and please them for its daily bread. One breath of popular displeasure, and it becomes a thing of the past. It seems strange in the light of the present that anyone could read history so awry as to lead him to the conclusion that monarchy favors art or literature. But it is too late to render necessary any refutation of such assertions. Time has proved its falsity, and we may now safely relegate it to the curiosities of literature. But there is a modicum of truth in the assertion of the writer in Blackwood of 60 years ago, that the Americans did not then cultivate the fine arts. A few painters, whose names are still pointed to with pride by their countrymen, had enlivened the drear monotony of our art horizon, but they were Americans a little more than the accident of birth. Most of them were born under the British flag, and the art of all was but a reflection of foreign schools and methods. Nor does this militate against their skill as artists, nor against the right of Americans to include them among their countrymen. It is well to remember that France had no art till Da Vinci and Primaticcio showed the way, and that in England Holbein, Lely, and Van Dyck made possible a Reynolds and a Gainsborough. It is perhaps a little remarkable that these early American painters, who won as much credit abroad as at home, should have left little inspiration behind them, for it is certain that those who immediately succeeded them did not attain to a similar reputation. Perhaps this is to be accounted for in the fact that the energies of the people were directed by the exigencies of their surroundings into more practical channels than the pursuit of the beautiful. In the building up of a new country there is little time for art cultivation. The establishment of a political and social system and the development of industrial resources must precede and furnish the foundation on which the superstructure of art may rise. Nature must be conquered before she can be admired.
This video is brought to you by Economics and Freedom. Dive into the world of Austrian economics, libertarian principles, and the pursuit of financial independence. At Economics and Freedom, our mission is to educate, inspire, and equip you with the tools to understand the economy, make informed decisions, and to advocate for a freer society. Explore our growing library of expertly written books, including The Principles of Austrian Economics, where you'll discover the power of free markets, sound money, and purposeful behavior. Libertarianism, which advocates for individual liberties, self-ownership, and free choice. Then learn how these principles tie into the economy through real-world examples and stock market analysis. Join our growing community as we expose the dangers of central banks, government spending, and bureaucratic control. Learn how sound money, free markets, and individual liberty are the only paths to true prosperity. If you're content with the status quo, this isn't for you. But if you're ready to take control of your future and reject the chains of economic ignorance, economics-freedom.com is your weapon.